and we walked by each other, and you know how you do the whole arm up in the air, swings around, pops somebody on the ass business? Okay, well, he was doing that, and he thought he was being cute. And let me tell you something. I don't know if it was the clothes I was wearing. I don't know if it's just the momentum he picked up as he swung that arm around and popped me in the ass, but he popped me in the ass hard. Like, it stung, and it burned, and I'd had a really rough day, and I turned around, and I just started swinging. Okay, because I was hurt and I was gonna swing, and I'll have you know that man put his hand on my head and held me back while I just completely, don't swing me in the ass anymore. You are not allowed to touch my ass. And he laughed the whole time, and it just made me madder. There's a big difference in that kind of
that's totally
relationship banter.
That's relationship banter, right? That's
I'm decking some bitch in the jaw because she looked off to me. There's a difference.
There is a difference, yeah. There's a difference between that and maybe not getting what you want in a relationship, and then thinking, hey, the way I'm going to handle it is, I'm going to use my woman powers and beat up a man.
But can we say that a man has the ability to not really be hurt by a woman hitting him?
I kind of think that's bullshit.
I think some women absolutely can. Like, I think there are definitely some women
some men actually die at the hands of a woman.
This is true. There's probably a lot of men that die at the hands of women.
My brother had a girlfriend who apparently was a little bit of a scrapper. He said they were in a bar one day, and people they didn't know, a woman hit some guy. So his girlfriend said, you really shouldn't do that because he can't hit back. And she said something smart to her brother's girlfriend. He said my brother's girlfriend hit her so hard, she slapped up against the wall and just slid down the wall. She could. So yeah, women can hurt men for sure.
Yes, but I don't think in the context.
In your case, it was actually a little funny. And that case, here on domestic violence.
He makes it so much worse when you're mad and
she's a
you
black
want
man.
to hurt.
That is insane.
Wait, what?
the boyfriend's black. The boyfriend was black.
Oh, Bemis?
All she needed was a whip. All she needed was a whip to be a slave.
Seneca!
Yeah, that's what I told her in the back channel today.
Oh my
I think
God.
she has built up aggression because that man has yet to divorce his wife, and she likes to believe that they are a we, not an I.
They're divorced.
They're divorced, but they're in
She told me they weren't.
No, they are divorced. Yeah, they are.
Well, he still won't marry her, so maybe that's what pisses her off.
He's not going to marry a slave master. Is he cray-cray?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Dips, your story, I mean, I get it. He didn't mean to hurt you, but he hit you hard, so you swung at him, but
I repeatedly swung at him. I was
probably
beating on his chest as much as I could make contact with him holding me back, but I was bad. I was so bad.
Like a little T-Rex.
I wanted him to say ow, and he just laughed at me, and that just made it worse. It made me more violent. Don't laugh. It's not funny.
He was the
handprint on my ass.
Look, guys are much stronger than women, and I don't believe just because a woman hits a guy that a guy has a right to knock her out. But at the same time, I don't think women. In your case, is different, Tips. That was something different. But women shouldn't put their hands on men because it's just like I said, they can't hit back. And I know women who I know another one who would hit the boyfriend with a phone over the head, So I know a lot of some crazy shit.
In all seriousness, as a woman, and I taught my daughter this. I've taught my boys, we don't hit women. You don't hit women. You are much stronger than them. But I also taught my daughter, you don't hit men because you know what? When you hit a man, you step into a man's shoes, and you don't know what man is going to choose to hit you back. And if he chooses to hit you back, he's going to hurt you. Mm-hmm. He's going to hurt you, Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a way a woman would hit, and I'm hitting back, bro.
I told my daughter, you don't hit men.
All the way back, like, and I'm not stopping.
What do you mean not stopping?
Oh, I'm not stopping. I'm gonna
Then I got
to the pulp. If she took a phone to my head, I'm beating her to the pulp. Don't you dare.
Okay, there's a difference between defense and then
legally as well.
right.
Yeah. Because when you hit me on the head, that's defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, if she hits you, if she punches the shit out of you, I feel like a blowback is debatable.
Oh, it's not
But
gonna
like
be an equal blow.
going further than that, I think is where the line is for.
Of course, and legally, you can to that. Absolutely,
Right, that's not you defending yourself. That's you harming them.
That's where the line is. Okay. That's
No, I'm
but
saying
legally, Seneca, if she hit you with a headphone and you beat her to a pulp, you would absolutely be in jail.
Right.
I would think
Yes.
so. If she hits me over the head with the phone,
Right.
You're not defending yourself beating her to a
You
pulp.
can claim domestic violence. You can claim assault if she hits you.
but she
You
will
can
be in
claim
jail.
self-defense if you are.
No. I don't want
like,
to claim.
like hitting her off
I
of
want to
you.
hit her 10 times.
I'm just
over.
saying.
That's
I'm just saying,
that's not
like,
how
there's a
self-defense
difference between self-defense for someone assaulting you,
I agree.
and then you also assaulting them to the point of possible death or severe
Well,
injury.
my self-defense is assaulting them to the point of possible death.
Okay, I'm just informing you of
that's
the self-defense.
Yes.
If somebody in the street pushes you,
Stop talking. Stop talking.
If somebody on the street
Incriminating yourself.
if somebody pushes you on the street, you take a cinder block and smack them over the head. Guess what? You're gonna be in big fucking trouble.
Right.
If someone pushes me on the street, I'm going to ask them, why did you push me on the street? If a woman takes a phone to my head because she thinks I'm not going to hit her back, oh, she's in a world of
This
trouble.
sounds very personal.
Yeah.
Very
This is like
specific.
journal worthy. Like, is this in your diary?
This sounds very personal and very specific.
Have you been hit by a woman before, Seneca?
Ed, but with a phone.
Yes, I have. But you know what? I did not hit back. And
Yeah.
really, it's because, like, I had compassion. You know what I mean? I just cut her off. I knew she wasn't going to do shit. I just cut her off. I got a protection order against her, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But if she took a phone to my head that day, she probably would have been almost dead or crippled. I'm like twice her size. I'm a big dude. I do push-ups every morning. I'm really muscular.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't hit a man.
Of course, I would say we agree with you.
Yeah, so if any women are thinking, oh, it's cool if Serendipity's case is different, that they're married, they're doing things and just tapping each other's butt, that's different. Okay, she had a bad day.
No, I don't think Bima's story was funny at all, personally.
Exactly. The fact that we laugh about it because it's a woman is insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I would beat her to the pulp, blood and everything.
Well, her story made me think of my story when I went after my husband, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember
That is not the same thing.
Smacked
No,
my
it's
ass so
not.
hard.
That is not the same thing.
What did Bima say?
That she got upset. She was upset in her relationship. She wasn't getting what she wanted. She said, I'm not going to leave the relationship. I'm going to hit and hit and hit and hit. And it went on and on and on and on and on. And he hit him here, she hit him here, and she would not stop. Why? Because she thought she would not get hit back. Man, I would knock her into Gibraltar, then pull her back like Mortal Kombat, get over here, and then knock her into Mars.
I'm laughing because of Mortal Kombat, but that's not funny either.
No, it was funny when she said it. She was laughing. Oh, so
But I
it's
wasn't
funny when
laughing.
Yeah, but this is a different context right now,
That
bro.
was different.
We're different now.
Oh.
She's not here. I didn't hear the story.
Domestic violence is funny. That's what I learned.
No, I mean, no. I don't know about that.
No,
I don't know. Is that what you heard?
that's what I heard. Domestic violence is funny.
See, I didn't take it like that.
She was laughing.
I took it as her being in that same kind of like just emotional spot that I was at. I was just like, I mean, obviously, I would never really want to hurt my husband.
And
I
you didn't hurt him.
reacted.
You didn't hurt him, yeah.
I reacted, but I mean, I made contact,
But
albeit
it's different. He made contact with you, and you just kind of got annoyed and hit him back. She was laughing when she said it. She was telling it like it was a funny story. Like, I just got so mad, I started pounding on this guy. That's the way she told it. It was a little disturbing.
Because that was an option in the poll. When you're hanging on, when something hurts, does it hurt more to hang on to it, to let it go, or to punch someone? That was the option in the poll.
Maybe, but
that's
that's
my option. I can call the police and say she's hitting me. I can walk away from the relationship, or I can beat her to the pole. And that was an option in the poll. So I'll choose as a man to beat her to the pole because that's an option in the poll.
Okay. It's disturbing hearing you say that.
Yeah, it's actually disturbing.
No, it's not. It wasn't disturbing when she said.
I just said it was. I didn't laugh.
What are you doing, Psycho? What are you doing?
I'm just saying we should normalize and laugh.
Realize what you're saying is also very moving. That's all.
I didn't laugh at it, and I don't think most people in the room did laugh at it, to be honest with you.
I laughed at it because it made me think of my story.
I got it, serendipity.
Yeah, but your story is not the same.
Are you talking about me?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes, they are.
Hell yeah.
That's so funny. I think Seneca, first of all, I think you came in late, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you came in late. But serendipity, you were there the entire time. When I told that story, you were from the beginning. Is that what you got from what Seneca is saying? Is that what you got from what I?
No, I equated it to a story where I kind of did the same thing to my husband. Because he slapped me in the ass really hard and it hurt, and I reacted.
No, I just think that it's so interesting. Saying, "Oh, I think that it's funny that you laughed psychotically and all this other thing." First of all, it was not like that at all. Okay, and the only reason that I'm doing this is obviously to defend myself because now you're running your mouth with all these other people, which is just that psychotic. Okay, so okay, listen. Hold on. No, listen. First of all, the story that I said, and it's so funny because I prefaced this before Seneca came in the room. I said this before I said that story. I said that it's so funny. I'm going to be vulnerable and I'm going to give you a very sensitive part of my life. Did I not say that? Did I say that it's so difficult because you want to share things, but sometimes people won't understand, and they're going to take things and they're going to misconstrue, and that's exactly what Seneca did. So I just want to first validate that that's absolutely true. If people aren't there to get the whole story and truly understand the full context of whatever's going to happen, people like Seneca are going to take these bits and they're going to run around and pretend like you're psychotic and all these other things. I've never hit a person. I've never hit any person ever in my entire life, ever, not once. Okay, hold on. Listen, I don't give a shit what you think. Okay, because at this point, like you're just, I don't even know what to think. I'm just no. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna take a breath. I think that it doesn't matter what you think. All I know is my truth. And what my truth is that I'm madly and have always been madly in love with one man, okay? Just one man.
That's love, hitting a man like that.
And don't try to take my story and weaponize it, or I mean, like, you can if you want to, and then I'll just be more careful. Okay, that's fine, and you could do that, and you absolutely, you get to do whatever you want to do, and then I just have to make sure that when I move and I tell my stories, I know who to tell them around and who not to, because people are going to either be honest or not honest. So my story is that I've been with, no, that's just truth. I've been with a man who I've been madly in love with, begging for whatever, just to have a life with me for 8 years, and what was it? The poll was, is it sometimes easier? Is it easier to let go or to hold on? And I've been in a position, getting later on in my years of life, as a woman, losing my time and the biological clock ticking. Do I stay with the man that I'm madly in love with and risk never being able to have the things that I want to have with this man, a child and a life? Do I hold on and I let the pain just my life, having to constantly look back on that, or do I let him go? And do I leave him and say, okay, I'm done? The point was at that point, this story that I gave was a moment of me in a whirlwind of a power and a buildup of 7 to 8, because it was last year, of 7 years, okay, of the pain fighting for a family with a man, and to sit there and yes, I lost it. It wasn't domestic violence, like I was wanting to hit him and abuse him, and this is no, it wasn't. It was a woman who was physically and cellularly being killed internally. I was dying.
So you're
last year, hold on. You could say that all you want, Seneca. Like, I don't listen. You could say that I don't care what you have to say. I don't respect anything you have to say on this topic, and you and I both know why, okay? But the idea is that cellularly I was dying. I have been dying inside. Listen, you could say that all you want and you could laugh about it. Like, I don't care what you have to say, but I was in such a sick place last year that my body, I was shutting down, and I've been absolutely sick. I was there's other things that I'd like to be honest and share, but I obviously you both are not able to.
So why did you just leave the relationship?
And that was the whole point of the poll, Seneca. Is it harder? Is it easier to fucking let go or to hold on? That was the whole point of it. And then the third option was to punch somebody, and that was my point. It's not easier to let go, and it's not easier to hold on. They were both the same, and I didn't know what to do. And in a moment of passion, in a moment of pain, just being caught up in a pain and thinking that it's some game. That's how I ended up reacting. Okay, I wasn't proud of it. I don't go around and talk about it and think that it's funny. Okay, you fucking bitch. You're a fucking asshole, Seneca.
You're being an asshole now.
Fuck you, MK. Fuck you. This guy's over here running his fucking mouth about some shit he doesn't know. A moment that it was actually very vulnerable, but fuck you. I don't give a shit.
Give me a second. Mark, shut the fuck up. Stay the fuck out of it.
Like I said in the chat, I imagine an emotional outburst of a woman. I mean, how many times? Think. How many times can you imagine this? Do you see it in movies? Do you see it with people that are going through something intense?
Where men get killed.
An emotional moment of a woman pounding on her partner's chest in frustration because she doesn't know what to do, and he's embracing her, he's hugging her, he's letting her do it to work out her frustration, not like she's clocking him in the jaw, like bam, 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 I'm gonna knock you out. Not like this abusive outrage, but like just this complete and total source of frustration and him letting her work it out. Like, so I guarantee you, if you asked Bima's partner if she ever hit him or abused him, he would categorically say no.
You guarantee that?
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
You were there? Because you want to fend for a woman.
I just know Bima.
That's funny. I was going to say that same exact thing. Because also he knew. He understood what's been going on, because do you know what? He didn't react in a way that was angry and violent back. Do you know how he reacted? Embracing me, telling how it's gonna change. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be better. It's not gonna be like this forever. And then I sat there and I cried and blah 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 blah. But go ahead and this is just a great testament. You have to be careful who you tell your stories around. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, don't be a man and tell me about it.
Deflect.
You're a white woman.
What does it have to do with being black or white? What's wrong with you? What does it have to do with being black or white?
Because we have a history of slavery in our country, that's why.
Oh my God, you're fucking, okay, that's crazy.
Only a woman could get away with such.
Exactly. You imagine saying, "Oh, it was a moment of passion, and I just wanted to be embraced as a man."
That happens all the time.
Told I love you.
Sorry, clearly you don't understand the dynamic of love. Not being in love, I can understand.
You're fucking delusional if you think that's love.
Why weren't you frustrated with him? I didn't get to hear the story, so I'm only.
I hope you're never in that position, Seneca.
I would never be, because I would walk away. I wouldn't hit somebody.
Seneca,
I'm not getting my way.
So how's everyone doing? They coming to bedtime?
So simple. Simple-minded men will say simple thing.
Serendipity, I'm going to message you later. I just wanted to find out about that thing you researched for me.
Okay, yeah.
I think your opinion. I think.
Yeah. If you could too, because there were basically like 3 categories that I found. If you could send me the name of which one she's on, I'll
actually
let you
put
know.
it in the chat in a minute. I'll put it in the chat in a minute, actually.
Okay.
What a morning. Okay.
Yes.
Well, now, serendipity.
So we still, talking about domestic violence, or do you want to just chill?
Yeah, real quick. Just a quick little story. One of my buddies got charged with domestic violence, and I went to go to his court hearing, and I knew that the woman that was filing charges against him also had a history of accusing other men of either harassment, sexual assault, or domestic violence, right? So when I went to court, I thought they were going to bring up her history, but they didn't. That would have helped him, but anyway, he lost the kid.
Just because you've fabricated stuff in the past does not mean that something horrific can't happen to you in the future. And you can laugh at me all you want, Seneca.
No,
I'm not excusing. I'm not excusing.
At all costs.
I'm not excusing. And that is true for a man
Even if she kills a man, you protect her.
No, because that's murder.
No, it's not murder when she does it.
Okay. Are you
Somebody
just
said that
like
Saturday.
just whataboutism all day? Do you want me to just hold your hand? And I will hold your hand and tell you
The length
your
to which you
experiences are valid
defend
and
domestic
true,
violence
and that's.
from a woman is disgusting.
It is disgusting, ain't it?
I'm sorry.
You want me to
What did you
repeat it? I said the
Yes, I
length
would
to
like for you
which
to repeat it.
defend domestic violence from a woman is disgusting.
How am I?
You want me to say it again?
Yes, I would like for you to say it again, and I would like for you to expound on that.
Domestic violence from
And
a woman
expound
is
on it.
disgusting.
Continue. Expound.
Yeah, I said it.
No, expound on that. You also said 10 minutes ago that you would beat a woman
To the pole.
pole.
To the
You would kill a woman
the
if she
pole.
hit you.
If she
Kill.
ever
You
took
said
a
kill.
I
So
wish
you,
you would.
sir,
I
would
wish
say,
you would.
you admitted that you would murder a woman.
I said it.
A murder a woman.
You want me to say
Hello?
it? I would beat her to the pole.
Hello?
You took a phone to my head.
Okay?
Try me.
You said you would murder
Don't try
her.
Jesus. Try me.
Murder.
Never
woman!
said murder, but I did hear him say beat her to a pulp.
I would beat her to the pulp. I'll say it again.
Beat
You
her
want
to
me to
the
say it
pulp.
again?
Equate to murder. Hello?
Nobody should laugh about a woman beating up a man in domestic violence.
Nobody laughing about anyone hurting anybody.
And now you're saying to a
The
woman.
fuck? Now
Coulda,
you
woulda,
would
what they
murder a
did.
woman.
Coulda,
woulda, what they did. You would beat her to the pulp. That means you would kill her or leave her so disfigured that she could not live a normal life.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on a minute. I just want to take a poll really quick in the room. I'm going to go one by one. Derisive. If a woman came at you and swung something at you and you needed to defend yourself, would you defend yourself to the point of killing her?
No, it depends on the opportunity, capability, and the intent.
Hello?
You're not derisive.
If she needs opportunity,
Shut
capability,
up.
I'll get to you, MK.
Mark.
I will get to you, MK.
Oh my God.
Derisive.
Yeah. First, can we all take a breath in this room? It's like early in the morning.
Don't let
It's very early. It's very early. That's why I'm trying to do this poll.
Okay. And everyone else who's not me right now, mute up, please.
Correct. Mute up. If you're not derisive, go on mute.
Okay.
Derisive.
Okay. In that situation, my aim would be to simply immobilize her so she cannot continue to attack me.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Just because I'm going to work my way up from reverse PTR order. El Normo, if a woman comes at you and hits you, let's just say for argument's sake, she's got a brick in her hand. You need to stop her, going to go at her with the intention of killing her?
No,
It's a brick, not a gun.
No, I'm just going to take the brick out of her hands and break her hands.
Okay, perfect.
Not that complicated.
BB, did you hear the question?
If she's attacking me with a brick,
Yeah.
Everybody says they're going to take the brick out of her hand, but it's not that easy. So I would kick her in the knee and break her leg,
Okay.
and then grab the brick.
Okay. But you wouldn't aim to kill her.
No,
That's
just
the
close
part
to
of it.
death, but not like so she wouldn't want to do it again.
Well, what if you're eating? You're eating. You don't know. She comes from behind you and hits you with the brick. One hit.
Then I'm gonna hit her. Well, I don't know.
That's not part of the equation, MK. Be quiet. We'll see.
So what? Like,
Wait. Hold on. I'm just trying to get a vibe for the men in the ring. We'll see. If a woman comes at you and she's threatening you in any manner in a physical way, are you willing to defend yourself to the point of killing her? Do you want to kill her?
Absolutely not. I'd just probably destroy the top of her hands.
Okay. All right. Frank, now it's your turn to answer this question. Yes, no, maybe so. All this time. You gonna kill her?
Oh, no. I'm not gonna kill her. I'm just gonna take the break out of her hand,
Okay.
knock her down, and walk away.
Okay. All right.
I'm calling. If I have the opportunity to call the police, I'm going to do that right away. So that we can pick him up, free our fuck up, and take out to jail. That's all.
Perfect. Thank you. Naveen.
wait, can I know who the lady is?
I would not even touch her. If she's just hitting me, I would call someone and try to, get assistance that way. I wouldn't try to hurt her or do anything that way. Probably has some mental issue.
All right, MK. What are you doing if a woman comes at you with everything she's got?
Well, it depends on the situation, but I think if it's a brick, I'll just run away. Just run. I'm a good runner. I'll run away.
Okay. Seneca, would you like to tell the room what you would do if a woman came at you?
Beat her ass to the pulp. Yeah, I'll say it again if you need me to.
Yeah.
Her ass to the pulp.
Up to and including death if necessary.
No, you can include anything you want to and make it worse than it sounds. You don't really need to do that. Okay, I said I would beat her to the pulp.
Okay.
That's what I said. You want to include death and make it circle and so that you can get this
in all Seneca, you're accusing Bima. In all fairness, Seneca.
I would beat her to the pulp.
Okay, and in all fairness, you're accusing Bima of being abusive.
Yeah, because you want to protect an abusive woman because she's a woman.
I'm not. I don't want to protect.
And that's why you're twisting this girl. Would you kill her? Would you slice her arms?
You said you would kill her. You said I would beat her to a bloody pulp and then she was dead. You said that. Nobody put those words in your mouth.
What if this was a repeat thing?
That's exactly what you did. Trying to be facetious and twist the narrative to make the woman look like a victim. Please, I'll beat her to the pulp. I'll say.
Okay, we got it, Seneca. What if this was a repeat thing?
It would not be a repeat thing.
No, I'm asking serendipity. Your name's not serendipity. What if it's a repeat thing? Serendipity, like you're in a relationship and she keeps trying to beat you.
Correct.
And then the camel's like, it's like enough's enough.
Here's the thing. I don't think any person should hit any person. I taught my daughter, you don't hit a man because you know what? When you hit a man, you step into a man's shoes. No one is fucking saying that. Seneca, don't put words into my mouth. I just sat here and told this entire room full of people. I taught my daughter, you don't ever hit a man because when you do, you step into a man's shoes, and there's a good likelihood that you could get hit, and they're gonna hit harder, and you're gonna fall harder. Okay, like I don't condone, but
But in the back channels, you
situation-
told me that you wouldn't beat Seneca if you had the choice, like the chance.
I would even beat Seneca, not even right now. But the situation that she explained was not her partner in an aggressive, abusive manner. Emotional outburst, one in which he embraced her, and yes, she pounded on his chest, but not in a "I'm going to beat the ever-loving
But that's
motherfucking
passionate.
shit out
So
of
did
you."
a man have
Were
an
you there?
emotional outburst?
You were there?
I listened to her tell the story,
So,
Seneca. I listened to her tell the
But
story.
that sounds like passionate.
Did you?
And like,
Did you see what happened? Did you see her like
You just
bust
want to
his
protect
jaw
the woman
open?
so bad. I get it. She's a woman. You want to protect the woman.
No, but I'm going on
your
the same.
process.
Do you think it's okay for women to take a brick to a man's head?
No.
Of course I don't.
What's going on in here? What's going on?
I was trying to
You have
use
a
the
legal delay.
Rage fade.
Seneca, the reason I used that example was I was intentionally trying to go to the extreme of this isn't just an emotional situation. Let's just say this woman is truly violent. Like, how would you respond to her? That was for your benefit, not
But to my benefit to suggest that I want to kill a woman?
no, it's Seneca, do you think women can get away with
Oh my
more?
God.
Do you think women are allowed to do more things than men?
Yes, obviously. That's obvious. That's obvious.
Yeah. Well, it's not obvious.
Women.
No, it's totally obvious. Like, court records indicate this. Women get lesser sentences for the same crimes. They're oftentimes lesser charged. Yeah, women get away with shit. It's universally true.
Facts. I agree. I think they should be
They're also
allowed.
easy to beat up. You know what I mean? They're not, it's not.
Not really.
Thank
Not
you.
particularly
No, we are easy to beat up, bro. We're easy to beat up.
Sorry.
Even the most average man.
I'm so little, you could beat me.
The weakest man is a threat to the average.
So serendipity, I have a question. So if the person attacks you with a weapon, right, woman or man, right, and you shoot them, isn't it kind of the same thing? You say, hey, I shot to kill, but I felt like I was going to be killed in that manner. Wouldn't that situation be different? The same as this, right? You feel like you're going to be severely injured or potentially killed, so you shot to kill, stand your ground law, right? So isn't that kind of, in a way, the same thing? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. If someone's attacking you, you feel like you're going to be injured, you can defend yourself, right? You have a right to defend.
correct.
So if you end up killing the person, that's right.
I guess, like I said, the point was Bima shared an emotional story. We had a poll. One of the options was punch them. She chose punch them. She shared an emotional story. It was in the context in which she shared it. Seneca took some of the information, and now he's choosing to run around telling everybody that we all protect women abusers. And, it's funny when women abuse men, but it's not funny when men abuse women. And he's, to make his point, he started, yeah, man, I jacked that bitch in the jaw, da-da-da-da-da. And it's funny, right? Everybody laugh. Like, this was Seneca's whole premise behind how all of this started.
And just to add to that,
misinterpreted. He completely took out of context the story that Bima shared, because the story that Bima shared.
And just to add extra context, the poll was,
when you're hurt,
when you're hurt, is it easier to hold on or let go or punch somebody? Okay, the point was grief, pain, right?
yeah. And so
And it's easier to take a person to the head because you can always accuse.
Why are
them
you
for
saying
wanting to kill
taking
you.
a brick to the head? Why are you
Because
saying
that's what
those
Serendipity
things?
said,
No, I'm asking you why you're saying that. Why you're saying that after you're coming here talking about me being abusive, like conflating.
I think we all agree on one
used
thing.
the example of a woman being in opposition to what I think Bima did.
If she had
I used the example of a woman being extremely aggressive for the sake of seeing, if you really believe this woman is coming for you,
and you compared that
harm
to killing
you.
her, which is insane.
I did not compare that to killing. I said if
You
you
don't want to just
I wanted to would go. You okay? Wait, Bima or Melissa, hold on. Seneca, I wanted to stack the deck in your favor to say this isn't just some woman having an emotional outburst. This is a woman
my
who's
favor by suggesting I would kill her.
I didn't suggest
said
you would.
that I wanted
You
to kill
said
her.
what's going on. You said you would kill her. You're the one that said that, Seneca.
No, you said it. You're lying.
You said it. Oh my God, Melissa. Did you hear him say yes? If that's what it means, if beating her to the pulp means killing her, then sure.
Everybody was here.
That's what the fuck you said.
Can I have
I'll say it again. I would beat her to the pulp. I would beat her to the pulp. I would beat her to the pulp.
And what exactly do you
I'm not
mean by
ashamed of
that?
that. I
Is
would
that
beat her
equated to
the
death?
ball.
The pulp is dead.
Hello?
Do you want to ask this retard
Can we
convention,
define
please?
pulp?
I do want to say one thing. I want to say one thing. Because I've been listening to this a while. All right, you go on now, then I'll go.
No, give Mike the mic.
Sorry, go on,
Give Mike the mic. He's going to be the voice of reason here. Clean this up.
Okay, so I've been listening to this, and here's what I think is being missed. When someone's being attacked and they feel like their life is being threatened or something like that, especially when they feel like it's being threatened, they have a right and obligation to eliminate the threat. What I'm hearing is the difference between eliminating a threat and then continuing perhaps to beat and keep going after you've eliminated the threat. So in the case of a gun, if you're using it to eliminate a threat, you might just kill them immediately when you shoot them. That just might be the case. And if you shoot somebody, you should be willing to kill them. That's true. However, if somebody's coming at you with fists or something, even a weapon that's not particularly deadly, but not, that helps to make it more painful to be hit, and you eliminate the threat in that you get them on the ground, you hit them, you knock them out, you do something to stop the attack, that's enough for most men to imagine this scenario with this woman. That's what would occur, right? I personally would try to grab her and hold her and keep her from doing anything rather than even punching her personally. Like I would literally leap on her, wrap my arms around her, wrap my legs around her, and throw her to the fucking ground and just hold her there to keep her from touching me, right? I wouldn't necessarily punch her in the face or anything. But the idea that you would say, well, if someone did that to me, I would punch back, and I would continue punching until they were a bloody fucking pulp mess. On eliminating the threat. That's basically taking your defensive and making it offensive, particularly because you could be angry or because you're in the moment. And the suggestion that I would do that, and that's what Seneca did say, that's what makes it icky to describe in the way that he described it. Whether or not he ends up killing her, the idea that he says, I would do more than just stop the assault. I would continue beating the shit out of her until she was a bloody fucking mess, is the problem with what he said.
Yes, and I would beat her to the pulp. Absolutely. So she's a bloody fucking...
All right, we all get it. Yeah, perfect.
Can we move the fuck on from
great, Mike.
psychopath?
We're on to a new subject.
It was great, Mike.
This is kind of...
Most places you're going to jump with that guy.
Did I describe it?
Why would you want to do that?
Think I described it, Bima? What I was saying?
I think you did an excellent job. It's 100%, and I always appear your rationality. I don't think just for the sake, it isn't okay to ever hit somebody. I truly do believe that was a moment of weakness on my part. It was, I had mentioned I was vulnerable about that. If I could, I've talked to my love about, I had imagined gotten together. I couldn't even imagine saying a me to him for the longest time. If I could have known or even try to manage myself in a better way, I 110% would take that and take every word that I've ever said to him in anything. I wouldn't even want to talk bad, let alone losing myself in a moment of passion. But I think that there's, they talk about passions of crime. And I feel like in that moment, that was definitely where I was. It was like you weren't, and it's not a good place. And I hope that nobody ever has to be in that. It's when, you know, you really do, you feel, you know, I mean, I don't think I would have ever gotten to that point, because obviously I love him so much. I would want to hurt him, but I was just so sad, you know. And it wasn't just this relationship. There was a lot of things going on in my life at that point, you know. Like I'm managing hospice, right, of my parents dying, my grandmother dying, him coming in and going. There was a lot. I lost, you know, my best friend all in a very short period, and it was after that. And yeah, I managed myself illy. I'm not proud of it. I shared that story. I regret that. I know who I can and can't share stories with now, and you know, I learned my lesson. But I don't think that women should ever. I don't believe that there's any justification in women ever hitting men.
So, my best friend in the whole world is a Hulk of a man. His name's Adam, and he's an FBI agent, and he's 6'4". And his wife, I'm almost done. Let me finish the story because it's relative to what she was saying. His wife was bipolar, and she was a freak Fruit Loop, and we all knew it. We went on a rafting trip, and she lost her shit on him in front of all of us and punched him in the face and started beating the shit out of him as hard as she could, like literally throwing fists at his chest as hard as she could after she hit him in the face. And he grabbed her, wrapped his entire body around her, dropped to the fucking ground and held her for like 30 minutes until she calmed down, rather than punching her and knocking her the fuck out. And that's how I would hope any man who is secure in his masculinity would react to a situation like that.
I'm very insecure. I'm beating her to a pulp.
Here's my question here. I think Seneca is just going to a bit extreme, and I totally understand what you mean, Bima. But just from like a legal standpoint of view, do men get to use the same excuse? And I'm not saying that you using that an excuse, but as a man in the scenario of domestic violence, you know, it's like you would touch someone or like you beat somebody, and that someone could be a man or a woman. Can we get to use that?
Yeah, I think
Florida, it wouldn't matter if he called 911, and they could prove that you had been hitting him. You would have been arrested right then and there. And there's a girl that loves to go around talking about a gentleman I know that lives in Florida that he hurt her, and she had. So I said, "Oh, the police should have shown. If it was domestic violence, that's the law." And she's like, no, the police never showed up. I said, okay, then what did you actually go to the hospital? It shut her down in a heartbeat, because this guy, I know him fairly well. He only lives south of me. And I'm like, stop making up stories and running around an app and trying to discredit somebody's, you know, image. Not cool. I know the laws in Florida. I've been married to a cop for 25 years. Somebody would have gotten arrested.
Exactly the point I was making. That was an assault, regardless of how you look at it. And I get it's like a passionate moment, whatever it was. If the cops got called and they got in there, that's just an assault.
Exactly. Thank you, brother.
I mean, look, in basically every state, you're allowed a reasonable, proportional response to defend yourself. But this, like, beat someone to a pulp thing, if we're to assume that means beat them beyond what's minimally necessary to defend yourself, then, yeah, both parties are going to jail.
Your hands to yourself. I'm pretty sure your Sunday school teachers taught you that, along with your preschool teachers, your kindergarten teachers. Keep your hands to yourself.
This has been a feisty fucking morning, I must tell you.
It's been fun, right?
I was getting a crown done, and I was listening to everybody kick each other's asses, and then I had a grinding drill in my fucking head at the same time. It was really fun.
Oh no, you're
my blood pressure was quite high. I was wearing my headphones listening to this shit while I was getting my fucking mouth drilled. It was quite the experience.
You were awake? Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Listening to Clubhouse.
I can't do that awake.
I was listening to Clubhouse and Dennis Sharon. Did I notice my hand? I mean, the hand was gripping my leg so hard that I was like losing circulation in my fucking thigh, and I was like, oh yeah, I think my blood pressure might be elevated.
Oh my
God.
Bad decisions were made. That was one of them.
I'm glad you made it through, man, without an ear infection.
This was a lot.
Good morning, Dad.
Good morning, Marquise. How are you?
I'm good.
Are we done talking about people beating each other up?
Everybody's waking up when I'm trying to go to sleep. So hey, you know what? That was a real interesting conversation, guys. Appreciate it.
Serendipity, I posted that stuff. Did you see it? I don't know if you missed it.
Oh no, I didn't.
You may have to scroll up a little bit in the chat.
All right, I'll look for it.
Just go up. You'll find it.
I found it.
Clomphazine, and then it says Intuniv is the brand name for the generic drug of clomphazine.
Okay.
We'll put something in there.
All right.
I have a question. I have a question about voting, real quick. Do you want I live in New York City, and so I just got this little application thing, or like a QR code. I'm saying they could put on your wallet. Is that safe to put your election? Your candidate, whatever the thing, election thing on your wallet and your iPhone. Has anyone done
like your registration, like your voter registration card?
That thing.
Your wallet is extremely secure on your phone in general.
Okay.
It's tied to the actual chip of the phone itself, and it cannot be hacked.
Okay, that's what I was wondering about.
I'd be careful about saying the words "cannot be hacked" basically ever, but.
That's true.
It will not be hacked.
It's remarkably safe. Yeah, and you as a target are probably significantly lower value than the folks who can accomplish that sort of exploit.
Perfect. Well, that's what I wanted to hear.
Hold on, Mike. Just to be fair, right? And I've done this before for tickets for airlines and stuff like that. When you put things in your wallet on your phone and you screenshot the code and you can text it to someone. I've done it before because I was traveling with someone and I just added because I booked it on one ticket, and then I screenshot it, sent it. That person can essentially scan that code for you and can just go in and you're good to go, unless you have to show a secondary form of ID. So while it's secure from hackers, it doesn't prevent you from giving your code to someone else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's like saying if you have a really nice lock on your front door and a really great alarm system, and then you leave it all unlocked and turned off, someone can break into your...
No. So the mentality is this, right? When you walk in to vote, you actually go in and you show your ID. There's a verification that it's you, right? There's an ID. There's all this stuff. If I wanted you to vote for me and proxy, I could send you that. If that's the only form of verification, then there's no way to know if that person actually.
I don't know this for a fact, but I believe it's not just about the picture that's actually in there. There's an NFC attached to it that you would scan. That's how the wallet works. Yes, you're correct, Naveen, that if you're just suggesting that you can show the picture on your phone and that's all the ID you need, that could be problematic. My guess is there's going to be some kind of scanner that you would do where the NFC communicates the code, much like the debit cards work in the phone. I imagine that's how it works. That's certainly how the digital driver's license works that goes on the wallet these days in many states. So there's more to it than just the actual photograph sitting in the wallet. It's actually the NFC code that's tied to it that's locked within the chip in the phone itself that cannot be hacked. So,
but if she's saying it's a QR code, it's not relying on NFC. It's totally optical. In which case, a screenshot would replicate the credential. If it's a QR code, then it's not.
Yeah, it's a little
If that's the only layer of security, then that's a bit of a problem.
Well, why is Zero screenshotting her voter registration and texting it to people?
It'd be accidental, you know? You would never accidentally screenshot your homepage or anything.
Well,
Sometimes
to send it to someone is another, one. Yes.
Have you ever? Liberty, have you ever seen those memes of when you drop water on your cell phone and crazy and texting your mom, go fuck yourself and all that?
Okay, literally one time I was washing dishes while I was in a Teams meeting and a drop of water went on the turn the camera on button And so then all of a sudden, I'm washing dishes in a bra, and then it was like my screen turned on for a minute. I was like, oh, fuck, and I just chucked my phone in that. Exactly. Yeah, it was bad.
Welcome back, Monica.
So, Mike, I cut off for a minute, but what I was trying to say is it depends on how the technology is implemented. If it's like one of those tap things, you're right, it uses NFC. If it's just a barcode scanner, like you do for your airline ticket, where they basically just scan your barcode, then it's not. I mean, it's secure from hackers, but it's not really like identifying that it's you. If it's an NFC, you tap it, right? The probability.
Wait, to scan the barcode takes. Hang on, but to scan the barcode, the reason you're allowed to do that is it takes place at the gate. You've already been pre-qualified by showing your ID at the security points. It's not. You're not. That's not the only way you're getting on an airplane.
Yeah, but your security. Yeah, but hold on. Your security. When you go through security, you realize you're not showing your ticket to TSA. You're scanning your ticket. Right? But
and they have a picture of you that pops up and they stare at your face and they stare at your picture.
But you can, I've done this before and I've given someone their ticket and I've had their ticket online and, I've scanned, they've gone through TSA. I just said, oh, that's that person's ticket over there. They say, okay, they just care about your ID. Hey, who's the person coming?
So I don't know what you're saying. You're suggesting you've gone through TSA security with somebody else's ID before?
No. You show, but you don't have to necessarily show your ticket. That's what I'm saying. When you go through TSA security,
yes, you do.
You do.
You have to show a ticket and an ID.
You show your ticket to validate that you have a ticket. You can't even enter the security checkpoint without validating that you have a ticket.
Definitely show your ticket and your ID.
You can't just say they have a Bojangles in the terminal and I want to go for breakfast. You have to prove that you have a valid issued ticket.
Okay.
And go through security. So, but there is this thing called shoulder surfing, right? This is a term in information security, right? So let's say hypothetically you double click your lock button and your ticket pops up and the QR code is on full display for anyone around you. There was actually a guy recently who made the news who had come through security on a ticket, missed his flight, and was still attempting to make it onto the plane. And what he did was he did what's called surfing. He actually took a physical copy of, he took a photo of someone's boarding pass that they were in the boarding area and actually boarded the plane QR code, because the ticket counter agent is not going to validate your ID 9.5 times out of 10. But Mike's right insofar as if you're within the secure area beyond TSA has validated that you have a valid ticket and it belongs to you and it's related to the ID that you show to cross the.
Well, okay. All right. Anyway, I think it depends if you're pre-check or not, because I'm just even looking at it online. It says non-travelers, many airports allow non-ticketed visitors to pass through security to go to the gate. According to various sites, that's what it's citing. It says you may need to apply for a special gate pass from the airline. Usually TSA pre-check and global entry customers have that. So maybe that's why when I go to the TSA pre-check people or whatever, when I go through it, I just give them my ticket. They say, no, I don't need it. Just give me your ID. And then I scan the ID and I just walk through. But anyway, the point I was getting at is that none of these places are using the tap technology that you would use when you're paying something, which is what Mike was saying, the NFC. They're just scanning a barcode.
Yeah, an optical code,
Right. So the point I'm getting at is that, if you're doing voting and you're saying, hey, I'm going to tap this for my NFC, you're fine. But the point I was getting at is if they're just using the barcode scan, I could send Mike mine and say, hey, Mike, go in and vote. And they wouldn't know if it's truly me or not unless they have that second layer where they say, all right, now show me your ID. Right? And if they did that, then that's cool. Then that just makes it a little easier to make sure that it's a great process, because it means that you're actually a truly registered voter. But if it's just one of these things where, okay, we're trying to make it easy, we're just going to scan people as they come in, then, you can have people who go, hey, you know what, I'll just give and I'm telling you, like, there are people who will say, like, hey, I don't want to vote, but I registered or I can't make it today, vote for it. There are people who do that, say, like, hey, go for me. And I'm telling you, I've heard people even, I'm not going to say who, but there's people I know who are on different visas who said, oh, if I could vote, if I could get a chance to vote, I would, but I can't. You give them a chance, they'll do it. There's people who start selling those. I'm just telling you, but if it's NFC, which I hope it is, then it's probably one of the most secure things. Now, yeah, there's a chance you give your phone to someone, but what's the probability of that? So, you know what I mean? But and it's less likely for that. Plus, your phone has all your personal information in it. So, you'd have to report a stolen phone for it to not be used. So, but if it's, again, the barcode scanner, then, I don't think it's that good of a technology.
QR codes are notoriously insecure. It's a bad idea. Just like if you found a USB flash drive in a parking lot, I would highly recommend not just plugging it into a computer. The same goes for an errand QR code. If you're sitting in a bathroom stall in an airport and you see a QR code sticker on the wall, I'd highly recommend not scanning it, because QR codes can actually execute all manner of things on a device, and it's bad. With the proclivity of QR code menus post-COVID, it's become normalized. People have a high trust factor with QR codes that they really don't deserve.
Actually, NFC recognition ID, through the me.gov is probably one of the most secure things. I use it all the time. A lot of the bases I visit, and it's pretty cool. And it's a really cool tool. I think IRS now uses it for your taxes. I don't know if people have had that, but they basically do a facial scan, and they know who. I mean, that would be an incredible tool, because you come in, you just scan, and it's you, and you go do what you need to do. You don't really have to sign anything. It's quick, and it can be done very, very quickly. I think that's one of the best technologies they have. It's just that people don't want to give their face data to the federal government or to the state government. So, but I do think it's an incredibly secure technology. Like, they do the eye scan, everything. I mean, it's really cool.
It's great for payments too. So, like, if you use Apple Pay and use NFC to pay with your debit card, it generates a unique token, and that unique token is one time use. So you can have that token and try to reutilize it. It's already been utilized. It's no good. This becomes a real problem if you're a serial returner, as I am. If you make an NFC payment at like Best Buy and then you lose, and you want, because it's a unique one-time code, and you can't reference it back to yourself like you could with a debit or a swipe.
But isn't that why you link it to a credit card, right? So, like, I do a tap for my TD Bank credit card, right? And so now it's a charge of my credit card, so it can be referenced back to the credit card number rather than the NFC. Oh my, it got quiet. Oh, I thought I was in the Matrix. That's why I couldn't hear anymore.
Serendipity, are you there?
I am.
Would you like to maybe talk a little bit more about how I want to kill people? That might
Samantha, no. I don't think you want to kill people. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking up recipes. Like, I don't know why my Facebook feed only has recipes on it anymore, but these they're garlic parmesan cheeseburger pops. They're like little sliders. They look so delicious.
Seneca,
Yes.
you know I don't think that you want to go around killing people, right?
But you tried to convince the room I did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, just because you say it in a soft voice doesn't mean...
Can I tell you something? I was not trying to make the room think that you wanted to go around killing people. When I gave the example, I was trying to make the impact that this wasn't just a woman having an emotional outburst, that this was like a truly aggressive, wanted to do harm to you woman. And I wanted to know what the response was.
Wasn't the initial scenario, though, that a cell phone is thrown at someone's head?
No, it was brick.
That was Seneca.
It was a brick.
Oh, it was a brick?
I used brick. I used brick, but Seneca's initial example was yes, if she clocked me upside the head with a cell phone.
No, not a cell phone, a landline phone, the rotary ones.
Oh.
When you turn the remember those ones in the 80s?
Oh man, you had to go to the antique store to do it?
Yeah, the ones you can turn, those ones. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because those are the ones you have to actually carry. It's like a little heavy. It's got a little weight to it. That's actually
that's functionally a brick, you know?
Right.
That's a brick, thank you. Functionally a brick. I like.
Yes.
I think the point of confusion came when Serendipity said something about like, is this on the table? And you said something somewhat vague about how like, if you want to put it on the table, you can put it on the table, or anything's on the table, something like that. I think that is the.
I used the word beating to the pulp, and she conveniently, as the you would make an expert mayor or politician, she shifted it to killing. You know,
because
that's such a pro. Choice
Seneca,
move.
do you remember? No, listen to me.
Choice move.
Seneca, when you were having the conversation with Melissa, with Princess, she said, I mean, would you just diffuse the situation? And you said, no, I wouldn't just diffuse the situation. I would beat the bloody pulp out of her. And she said, what if you kill her? I don't care.
Yes.
I don't care. You
No, I said I would beat her. I did not. I said I would beat her to the pulp. That's exactly what I said. And if you guys want to say I would kill her or I would kill a woman, go right ahead. It does not bother me. It does not shift my emotions, not one bit. I see the manipulation from like 10 miles away.
Oh my God.
I don't even think you're 10 miles from me. I think maybe you're Sandy Spring or something, 20 miles. Okay, I see the manipulation from there. Yes.
I'm not trying to be manipulative.
Yes, I would kill her to the pulp. If you want to say I would kill her, slice
You
her
said
arms and
you
all
would
this
kill
stuff.
her. That was not my words.
Those are your words.
Those were not my words.
And I said pulp, and I repeated myself repeatedly.
You did. You
Yes,
did say
pulp,
pulp, and you said if she dies, that's okay.
No, that's what you said.
I did not say that.
So nice try though. Nice try.
I did not say that, Seneca.
Nice try, nice Dargo there. I see it.
Seneca, what are you talking about?
Fortunately, I read a lot about these manipulations, and I read a lot about reframing. So I know what you're doing.
Paranoid.
But
reframing. I'm using your words.
No.
Mike, were you in here? Did you hear him?
And you used kill. and so you're trying to conflate
You
with
used
kill.
that word.
That's
You were the first one to use that word.
I used poltergeist.
I heard. Listen, I think he said it. I heard him say it.
Yep.
I don't know how to. There's no way to prove it, but I heard him say it.
Yes, you heard it. You heard me say it because I'm a black man, and that's why you heard me say it. Yes, Mike. We know.
So now it's a race thing.
But it is a race thing.
Love that. I love it when it turns into a race thing.
You associate
Can you be a dipshit without being a black dipshit?
It's an attention thing. He's so happy that all the attention is on him, and all he has to do is keep being for more attention.
They do this all the time.
Yeah.
They do this all the time. But it doesn't bother me. I'm used to it.
You are offended at the
You're trying to conflate both.
Okay, prove it doesn't bother you by muting out them.
No, I will not. Just for you, I will not. Because you asked me to. I will not.
Yeah, because
I love that.
You found your audience here. Your little retard answer.
Yeah, you are my audience. You are my audience.
I never heard him say anything other than beating him to a pulp.
I've never heard him say anything valuable whatsoever.
Never. Into my life. Even though she does not disagree with me, even though she affirmatively disagreed with me, she can still tell the truth and not be a racist.
And unlike everyone else, you clearly like the sound of your own voice.
I am disgusted by yours.
So yeah, it's because my people have a superior intellect, so I imagine you would have a similar
Did I say racist? Did I say racist? There it is.
Well,
my people have a superior.
If the shoe fits.
Yeah, I'm the only black man on the stage, Monica. You might as well.
I love you, Seneca. Did you push him down? Don't push him down. Don't push Seneca down.
Yeah, Monica.
He said I could. Seneca, don't tempt Monica.
It's hilarious.
No, my mom never said she'd kill me or murder me, but she the hell did tell me that if I acted up again, she was going to beat me to a pulp.
Beth,
I don't know if your parents ever said that to you or not.
Beth, you always have great topics. I know you can pull one out right now. Let's start a new topic.
Will gay men go to heaven? That would be a great topic.
Lord. Serendipity, I think you are a true Christian in the sense that, Jesus took upon himself to be with and provide support and community to the absolute most dejected in society, the people on the absolute fringes who have nothing to them, and no wits, no means, no wherewithal. So you are a good person.
Yeah, thanks for supporting gay people.
Yeah, my thing is, when I was in the military, of all the gay people I knew, a bunch of them I knew got, busted because it was, don't ask, don't tell, but if they got caught, being homosexual, they got put in Leavenworth for sodomy. And they would do, 18 months in Leavenworth, for being gay. And to me, you're talking about people that are willing to go and fight and do the hardest for all of us, but because you don't believe in their lifestyle, they're subjugated to your moral or ethical understanding. That really bothered me.
Doc, is that a new pic? Did you just take that?
Oh, that was a picture of me when I was 50 on my 50th birthday. Back in July. That was back in July.
No, I was going to say it looks like you groomed your beard or something, but very good.
put just for men in that thing, so I got rid of the grace. No, I mean, but like, my question is like the way that Pete Hegseth is looking at military. I agree. There shouldn't be open transits within the military. That's not professional. I don't care if you're gay in the military. I knew the guy that was behind me when I was like knocking in doors. You know what I mean? I knew he was gay. He never hit on me, but I knew he was gay. I love that dude. I would fucking live, eat shit, breathe, and die for him. He saved my life one time. I got zero fucks to give about where you put it or stick it. That has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with how you professionalize your life.
I know that was supposed to be a charitable, and thank you, Doc, but I don't think we need to, debate the merits of like gay people existing or whatever. Everyone here is enlightened enough to understand that, say for maybe a couple.
Nobody's enlightened as much as you, because I know you live in Atlanta, Mike, and I know you went to the great.
My homophobia is disintegrating as I listen to Doc. My homophobia, it's dropping precipitously while I listen to Doc here. So keep going, Doc. I'm changing. You're winning hearts and minds here.
Mike, were you the one who said, if you know what I mean? That was fucked.
No one even responded. It was kind of a letdown. I was like, damn it, I like that one too. There's this comedian that has If I Was Gay, the song If I Was Gay, and it's a song about him and his best friend. And it goes into like, we're hanging out and you don't know that his friend's gay, but that's what the song's about, is he's like, you know, in another life, another time, I'd be right behind you. I'd be right behind you if you know what I mean. And it like has all these entendres, and it's a song. And it just reminded me when he said that.
Those euphemisms, I think you're using the wrong word.
Double entendre? If you're right behind me, it's a double entendre. Because it could be that you're physically staying behind him. It could be like you're sticking it in him, you know, and that use. That's why I said that. That's where the joke came from. The joke was based on double entendre.
You're right. I'm wrong. I apologize.
It was good timing. The joke was well timed. Listen, I rarely well time a joke. I usually don't think of it till it's too late. So I was proud of myself. No one responded. That's fine. But Derisive gave me the credit that I was due. So I appreciate it.
So Serendipity, Bima, Beth, Seneca, you know, Andre, Liberty, I don't have my glasses on. Does that say well? Is there an apostrophe in there?
We will, like the contraction.
I don't know, dude. I don't have my glasses on. I'm sitting here rolling a fucking spliff.
JB doesn't open rooms anymore.
I noticed that too. Seneca.
Well, I saw him he was in my room like 2 hours ago for almost an hour. And he never came on stage, even though I invited him multiple times. So I think he's just recording it and throwing it on a side channel.
See, whatever it was, like a debate, 1 against 10.
Is somebody talking?
Oh yeah. Serenity, the subject. I was wondering if you guys finished that 1 against 10 debate the other day. I think it was like 1 conservative Christian against 10 liberals.
We did. It was really good.
So what was the verdict? What was the verdict?
Was it a Talking Apes room, or what room was it in?
No, it was a room where we streamed the Jubilee. It was 1 conservative Christian versus 20 liberal Christians.
I literally just finished that this morning with Allie Beth Stuckey.
Yes.
I literally just finished it this morning.
It was good. She did a good job, mostly.
I will say my one biggest gripe with the liberal Christians was that there were multiple men that rushed the chair to talk about abortion. And while I appreciate their willingness to have those conversations, I would have definitely preferred if they would have let the women that were interested in speaking about that speak.
That is an interesting distinction because every other time I've seen a Jubilee where they talk about abortion, the men typically will approach the chair more slowly on purpose. So it is interesting that it was different there. I don't know. My personal belief is that you can have an opinion on it regardless and still, have a philosophical conversation or biblical conversation about it. But I see what you're saying. And it was interesting.
There were just a couple of points that she made that I thought that she was kind of not really well informed about. But
say more about that, Andre. I want to hear which points you think were weak.
Well, the one when she brought dualism specifically, because maybe she was referencing to something else and she was just calling it dualism. But Christianity is, necessitates dualism versus monism, like the two magisterians.
I would say to your point. Let him finish. Yes, sir. I apologize.
So, the distinction between the spiritual and physical, it's a necessary condition for Christianity to have. I think she was referring more to the Gnostics and when they separated the demiurge versus the actual God, and that was I think it's.
Well, I think I have no idea what he just said. He hit the matrix really hard. But what I was saying is, when it comes to duality, I go back to, as a Christian, when I read about Zoroastrianism and the Parsi philosophy of Ahura Mazda, and within that philosophy, which was 1,500 years before Jesus was ever even born. And you read that text, and you realize they thought that Ahura was God and Mazda was the devil, but Ahura Mazda were the same people. But it was the duality of their personalities when it came to their understanding of religion.
I would love to keep talking about it if you guys want to talk about it. So I literally just.
So was her position that it should be illegal for all purposes, or what was her position that she was defending?
Her claim was that it's a grave moral evil.
Okay, I feel like it's hard to argue that, even if you're, in support of the legal structure for allowing abortion.
Well, I think it's hard to argue that as a Christian. But I think if you aren't taking a biblical perspective on it, it's not hard because you just debate the personhood of the fetus, and then you're good to go.
Right, because I didn't feel like it was an argument of whether it should be legal or illegal. I think it was just debating the morality of it.
Do you want me to tell you what my realistic? I'm 50 years old. I could die tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you right now, the reality that I've understood as being a Christian. I was born Southern Baptist. Raised Southern Baptist. Raised by the Bible and the fire and the brimstone. But when it comes to Christianity versus the Tao Te Ching or the Holy Quran, peace be upon Muhammad, inshallah, alhamdulillah, mashallah, whatever. I don't really care. With all my understanding of it all, Christianity is the only one where God comes to you. Every other way and every other religion that I've ever seen on the planet, you have to go to God. If you're a Christian, Jesus comes to you. if you're any other religion, you've got to go to God.
I mean, I'm not a religious scholar, but what about Moses in the Old Testament? What was pre-Christianity? God coming in the burning bush and what about all that?
Can you rephrase the question so I might better understand it, please?
I feel like there are examples in the Old Testament pre-Christianity of, God coming to people. So if your point was Christianity.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the prophets of old. To me, the way I was raised, we call them the prophets of old. Like, do you know why, when John the Baptist, when he was in his mother's womb, and Jesus was in, Mary's womb, and they were kicking at each other in their mother's wombs, and then, John the Baptist was the one that was heralding the coming of Jesus Christ. But everybody thought, through the mind of, him, that Jesus was going to come to, get rid of the Romans that were within Israel at the time. But John the Baptist heralded Jesus' coming, and Jesus performed all these acts and did all these things and flipped the tables at the temple, said what he needed to say, and then ultimately ended up being John the Baptist after he got locked up. He sent a messenger to Jesus, said, "Are you truly the Son of God?" Because he thought that Jesus was going to get rid of the Romans. But because John the Baptist was a prophet, he just doesn't realize that he was a prophet heralding Jesus to make the truth happen. And then, ultimately, when Jesus sent the messenger back, he said, "Because you have not known me, I will see you in paradise." So, to some effect of that was what I read it in my concordance when I go through Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic and English, whatnot.
Can I ask Melissa, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just curious what Melissa's perspective was, because we talked about that video pretty extensively the other day when we listened to it together. And my personal belief was that the liberal Christians didn't really do that good of a job. So I was curious, Melissa, as a liberal Christian, maybe you might identify that way, how you felt like they represented your position.
I feel like I was a little frustrated in some of the conversations as a liberal Christian, as a Christian who has studied clobber verses, as a Christian that supports abortion.
Well, can I ask you, because to me, I thought that was the hardest claim to defend from a biblical perspective. So what is your biblical perspective on abortion?
My biblical perspective of an abortion is that I feel like it is fairly different than my political beliefs. However, I wish that the woman that did bring up the example of the I forget what it's called, but it's that spell of the drinking the potion, and if the woman, if she's caught in adultery and she drinks the potion, and if she is guilty of adultery, she will then basically have a miscarriage. To me, that's an abortion.
Where is that in the Bible?
It is in the Bible. There is a story of, I don't know exactly where it is.
Look,
I'm just
Sarah, when she committed adultery against us, Gomer did her thing.
I just wish that the woman that had brought it up had a lot had researched that a little bit more and to like have that conversation of that example. However, I don't believe that it is a part of the 10 Commandments where it's thou shalt not murder. Because it's like, and there was like there was another discussion of where it was like, you are knitted in your mother's womb. I have known you basically before you were born, and that was actually
that's God
talking about a different. Oh my God!
God talking to all of us.
Oh my God! He's not talking about all of us. He was talking to a specific person within the Bible.
Knows all of us before we were born.
No, that's not what that verse is talking about in context, and that's where it's like I know that verse is used a lot, and that verse specifically.
Believe it your way, and I believe it mine. That's why we have different belief systems, right?
Of the
Agree to disagree, and then we leave it there.
That's fine. I'm just informing the room, and from my biblical research, my reading, that verse was talking about a very specific person within the Bible. So they were talking about when, it's been a very long time.
I'll let her finish.
It was talking about a very specific person, and a lot of people have used that to relate to every single person. And that's where I'm like, that verse right there gets utilized a lot in the pro-birth, anti-abortion conversation. And I feel like that's like cherry picking a verse to make a point.
He was speaking to Jeremiah.
Thank you. He was speaking to a very specific person.
About whom?
About himself. Like it was God, like saying that God knew Jeremiah and knew his fate before he was even born. People are saying that is the same.
You're saying that Jeremiah got the only kitchen pass? Like none of us other motherfuckers get a kitchen pass?
I do think that that's a reasonable claim, right? I think you could say if it's possible for God to have known Jeremiah before he was born, I do think you could make the leap that he would know others before they're born.
Right. That is an assumption. Correct.
Yeah. So, but you're saying like. So you said that your political perspective differs from your biblical perspective. So like, where do your morals come from as a liberal Christian?
So I do believe that life intrinsically has value, and I do believe that it is an actual like miracle to conceive a child and for that child to be born. However, I understand the severity of women's bodies, and how pregnancy and birth can be a direct threat to her body. And that is where I, as someone of faith, that's where I have that. How could God create an environment within a woman's body where harm could happen because of this, quote, like, magical thing? Because it's like, especially now, like, being pregnant, having a baby, going through birth, like, I'm like, holy shit, my body is a fucking portal. But I'm also like, I was so scared the entire time that I was pregnant because I understood the weight and the gravity of how anything could happen and how I could lose my life, how my unborn baby could die in utero. Like, those are things that I, as someone of faith, it's really hard for me to grasp those things. Did that answer your question? I feel like I rambled a little.
I don't know that it did answer my question, just I think what you said was interesting, and I'm glad you said it, but I think it's just like, because I had asked you like where your morals come from, because basically I was just trying to get at like sort of some of the debate that happened in that video was there was basically there were some people who were trying to make a claim that abortion is not murder, right? That
Right.
Either the Jewish perspective, allegedly, that life begins at first breath, and Jesus was a Jew and never really contested that, or examples of where like that weird story that she concedes is like a little bit confusing and hard to know exactly what's happening with the potion or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that went that route, but then there were other people who tried to go a route of like, well, we ought not to legislate religious morals, and that's a perspective I have long contested, even though I am a strong believer of separation of church and state. To me, the question of whether or not a person is a member of the state, at what point they are a person, I think is relevant secularly. And if it was at the point of conception, then okay, then that's when they become an American and then now are protected by the Constitution.
So I think my biggest disconnect is that a positive pregnancy test does not equate to a living being. Now, hear me out. That is not a promise that a baby will be born. That is not a promise. Like, that pregnancy can end for whatever reason between conception and either there's no more development with the fetus or there's a birth, right? So to me, like, someone getting an abortion within the first few weeks, to me, I'm like, there's possibilities that there are so many women that have had unknown miscarriages or chemical pregnancies. That's another word that they call them as well, of like just being completely unaware that there was a fertilized egg. Like, a fertilized egg does not mean that a human is going to come about from a scientific standpoint.
For sure.
Sorry, Liberty, but I just...
Well, under normal pretenses, yes, it will. The exceptions are not the rule.
Okay, I was going to ask, so I'm not extremely passionate about this issue at all. It's not anywhere near the top of my list of issues that I'm passionate about, but how do you reconcile...
I had one of my girlfriends support one of my kids, so trust me, I'm very passionate.
I'm not asking if you're passionate. I was talking to Princess. How do you... It sounds like you're struggling with your position on this yourself. So how do you reconcile the intentionality of, it may not possibly result in a baby versus, intentionally destroying the baby through human intervention?
I think, like, I politically am very strong in my stance that I don't think that government should be intervening in women's healthcare and their, like, reproductive choices. Like, I'm very firm in that. Like, and I'm very passionate about that. And I also...
Yeah, I agree, by the way.
Yeah, so, like, politically, like, I'm very strong on it. And I've always said, like, I feel like my morals... I feel like it's up to the person's moral decision.
Well, I gotta ask you a question seriously, like, Princess, like, straight to you. Like, if you and I found each other attractive at a bar one night, right? And I'm a grown man, you're a grown woman.
The answer is I would get an abortion, period.
All right, that wraps up this topic.
So does that mean I get to kill your dad?
What the fuck? No, because it's again, a fertilized egg does not agree.
Well, you killed my son. Why don't I kill one of your? You kill one of my family members. I can kill one of yours.
Okay, I think I found what I was asking about, Princess. Then, so you fundamentally do not believe that life begins at conception.
I mean, I think, like, from a high-level scientific, like, view, yes, like, it has to start somewhere. Right, like,
everyone believes life begins at conception.
Right, it's like
I don't think everyone does believe that.
It has to start somewhere, right? Like, but to me, I understand that, like, a woman does not need to be a vessel used to grow a baby.
No, but if you and I actually didn't go to a bar and we met at like a beach cleanup when I'm an environmentalist. I like to do beach
If
cleanup.
I have a one night
and you like to do
I'm
cleanup.
not carrying that baby to term.
Like, what?
Period.
Why? Is it because the way I look?
Oh my god.
No.
This is I'm married. I have a baby. Like, I'm not here to play hypothetical games to deal with some man's insecurities.
Well, you're the one that's stuck in your own rut. I'm trying to pull you out the mud.
And have you seen pictures of Doc from when he was in the military? Those babies would be adorable, princess.
I'm just saying, I'm not viewing men on this app as someone that I'm gonna procreate with. I have a man that I'm procreating with.
I've never met anybody on this app ever.
And I have procreated
with him. By the way, I've never met anybody.
And I want to continue to procreate with him. The fuck?
Amen.
So, hang on, let me take my headset off here. Hold on a second. This interesting thing on Google about while you guys are talking. In Exodus 21:22 through 25, there's a law described that says there's a penalty for a man who causes a pregnant woman to miscarry, and that's a fine. But if the man causes the death of the mother, then it says there should be a life for a life. So according to Google, this is an example that is sometimes used to show that the Bible suggested that the life of a fetus or baby inside a woman is not necessarily equal to the life of the person itself outside of the womb. So I thought that was interesting.
Welcome to Southern Baptism.
That was also brought up in the video where they were debating personhood and value.
Yeah, I haven't heard it before, so I thought that was super interesting.
Yeah, they definitely brought it up. I think her counter to that was just that there are she brings up a lot the difference between description and prescription, right? That the laws of the land do not necessarily necessitate the laws of God, and especially in Exodus and Leviticus, that it's not necessarily just because there was lots of laws in those books that Jesus never intended us to follow later. So the prescription, description thing, and also just she brought up other countries.
Prescription and description. Do y'all hear those words?
Are you familiar with the that she used? Prescription meaning God is telling you ought to do something. Description being a description of what was happening at the time, whether or not God condoned it.
And I always say it like this: as boys will always complain about what should be, and men make it what it is.
Thank you for your contribution.
I think every woman in the room should go should go in PTR order and talk about their personal view on abortion, and then what would happen if they had a one-night stand with Doc that ended in a pregnancy.
That would never happen.
I've been celibate for 4 years, even though I talk about I get a ball of, even though when I had my Porsche, my Skyline.
I will say, when I was slutting around, I would have gotten an abortion if I got pregnant. That was a no ifs, ands, or buts. I was fully aware of what behavior I was partaking in, and knew that if that came about, I also have had the conversations with my husband about
girl, I got a vasectomy at 32 and a circumcision at the same time.
But just for the record, I think Doc would have stepped up and taken care of the baby. He would assume that responsibility as the man.
Shit, even if the child wasn't mine, I was adopted, dude.
Yeah, and he has money. I remember seeing him just send $100 when he was drunk to someone on the app randomly who just asked him, for instance.
It's the easiest thing just happened.
Yeah, but It's a by deflection. Like Bima, what it was is like Princess was saying that if even somebody like me that has got everything that's paid for with like, you know, Dundada shit money, it doesn't matter to her. If I got her pregnant, she would abort my child.
I think Bima was going to share a story and not was looking for a recap of what had just happened in the room.
I think Princess also just doesn't like hearing the order of words of Doc got me pregnant in a row. I think it's maybe triggering to her.
Bima, what's going on? What happened? You wouldn't believe what just happened. So I'm sitting here and I'm hearing you guys talk, but then I also hear Issa, like Issa's talking too. And I'm like, is somebody playing something like over their thing, you know? And I'm looking and I'm like, wait a second, no, this doesn't even make sense. They're not even talking about Israel Palestine, they're talking about abortion. I'm like, what just happened? I was in 2 rooms at one time. Isn't that crazy? Like, I had to go out.
I think that's a known glitch on Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah, I've had that happen. It's the first time that happened to me. I was freaking out.
Hey, remember in season 2, if you were on Clubhouse and you got a phone call, you would go off and they'd put you on mute, but you'd be in talking to somebody, but you could hear the whole fucking room. Remember that shit?
I just want to say that I would carry Doc's daughter to full term, and I would hire Seneca to beat her to a bloody pulp. That's how I would proceed. I would carry his daughter to full term, and I would hire Seneca to kill her.
That's what we call a double punchline.
But I'll tell you right now. Hey, Mike, if I was ever your daughter, you could treat me like Agamemnon and cut my head off to get favorable wins, so you can go get like Helen or Troy back.
Oh, fuck.
Period. That's right.
There he is.
Also, I'm pretty sure I've met Gilbert like a long fucking time ago because I used to be in the digital quote unquote influencer world of like liberal Christians. I was like, oh my God, he looks so familiar. I'm pretty sure I met him, but I can't remember because it's been such a long time. Because back in the day, I had a video like pick up some traction that was titled something similar to like I'm a Christian and support like marriage equality, and needless to say, I had a lot of people reach out to me in regarding that.
Famous.
Oh, I know. I still I have this one. He was a kid at the time. And I was at a convention, a YouTube convention, and he came up to me and was like, "Hey, I'm here with my dad. Like, your video really encouraged me and to come out to my dad and still continue to explore my faith and Christianity." And I still follow him to this day, and he is just living his fabulous life, and it makes me so happy.
Well, we should all live through peace, love, health, and wealth in our lives, and actualize ourselves to the best of ourselves by making good choices. Thanks for being here.
I do think it is really interesting. There was a lot of the conversation about marriage, gay marriage and sexuality and sexual orientation and And I think one thing that just does not sit well with me is basically telling an entire group of people, you can't love like me and your love can't be holy like mine. And that just seems like such a fucking gut punch.
No, I mean, you're equating that applying to one particular portion of the population, but that doesn't just apply to one particular portion of the population. That applies to heterosexuals too, that are fucking outside of marriage and you know.
Right, but it's like I feel like it's like, but they're saying like, but see, I feel like the argument isn't you're being unloving and you're being sinful. It's like, oh, but the merit, like the Bible only, I'm trying to remember what she said.
Who?
And we're talking about a video debate between one Christian, Allie Beth Stuckey, and 20 liberal Christians. This is the heart of the conversation.
Oh, that was recently. Yeah, I just only watched half of it. I'm sorry.
No worries.
He just joined them all, by the way.
See? Oh, did you watch this? I was like, did we watch the same video?
Apparently, I thought it was the Indian guy that did.
Oh,
dude, like so many people have been doing that room. 20 liberals versus one, like, you know, conservative.
I think that one was.
Like, I love those.
That one was, I think, a capitalist. One capitalist versus 20 like socialist liberals.
They've all done. Dude, a lot of people have been through that. That's a good room.
But Princess, I think like it's not like, is it not just accurate to say that some loves are more holy than others? Like, is that not just the truth?
I disagree.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, what if I had a loving couple that treated each other with kindness and followed each other in faith and read the Bible together and blah blah blah, like did their best to.
Well, are they homo or hetero?
Hang on, and then you have another couple where they are vile toward each other. They, you know, they disrespect each other. They just, you know, like they maybe they have behaviors where they drink too much and they don't encourage each other to be better. Like, you don't think one of those loves is more holy than the other?
1.5 beers.
So I personally don't think that they are acting in love, just because it's like in the Bible, it's like the fruit of the Spirit, and I feel like that is, and there's like you guys are like catching, I'm like, I'm working, so I'm like, I can't just be like, oh, let me pull out my Bible.
I got it right here. I just gotta find my fucking glasses.
There are the list of things that come from love, and I just
there they are.
For me, like, I don't feel like that second couple is acting in love.
Sure, so you're taking a definitional approach, like essentially.
Are we talking about a man and a woman in a traditional relationship, or what?
No, the fact of the matter is like we're called to love in general, and like there are different types of love.
Yeah, there are 20. Dude, if you look at the concordance through Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew, if you open up the back of the concordance of like a Strong's Bible, look up the word love in English, it'll tell you it's said 107 times in the Bible, and it'll show you where it's said in the Aramaic, and you can look up the definitions of the words where the passages where they're talking about love, and it'll show you through the Aramaic and the Hebrew and the Greek, and then into the Roman, and then to the King James, and to the NIV. Like, dude, that motherfucking book cost me $450.
Hey.
Like, I love studying religion, but I think people got it all screwed up. Because I'm the one that went to freaking Iraq, and I thought I was a poor kid from like South Georgia. I went to Iraq and I was like, damn, these motherfuckers are really poor. And like, they were the nicest people, like talking about Southern hospitality, like how we do down here in the South. Like, hey, we ain't got much, but what we got, you can have some of, you know, kind of thing. Like, they were the same way. And I love my friends for me, Rock.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't like one to hurt me, but I love the ones that wanted to be my friend.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Respect.
Serendipity, remember what you were gonna say?
No.
We were talking about like if one love can be more holy than another, and I think Princess is taking a definitional approach of like if it is love, then it is holy, and if it's not holy, then it's not love. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate.
Okay, and I think that that's a way to look at it. So, but then you would have to then ask the question of like, how can you make the claim that homosexual love is holy?
Well, number one, how can you make the claim that any love is holy? Because the only thing that's holy is God. Like, I don't know. You can, like, that whole concept of being holy precepts that we're capable of holiness, and I don't think we're really capable of holiness.
But Liberty, you from Adam, and it doesn't matter like your proclivities, whatever you do, and whomever you feel that you are part of while you're alive, is don't take life so seriously. None of us get out of life alive. We're all gonna die.
Well, let me make one thing really clear. First of all, is that I am. This is not my position. Like I am.
I'm just. May I finish my part?
Person, like in a.
May I finish my part?
Yeah, you have a very clear misunderstanding.
May I finish my part?
Hold on, dog. Go easy.
She interrupted me.
Bro, you keep interrupting.
You interrupt everybody all the time.
Everybody.
I'm saying like sometimes, did he leave? I forgot.
Yeah, I didn't. I guess I shouldn't have interrupted him because that was hypocritical of me. But it's hard when someone's like going on a diatribe about something they just like he was not understanding that I'm steel manning right now. Like I do not believe it's wrong. I think it's very easy to argue that being gay is not biblical. I think it's easy to argue that. I don't personally agree with that belief, but I think it's an easy argument to make. And so I'm for the sake of the room, I was just steel manning. I personally have no issues with being homosexual. Yeah,
everyone be gay. That's all that I wanted to tell him. I wanted to say it's not right for. I wanted to say it's not right for people to interrupt, but sometimes you can give the exception when they're letting you know that you're on the wrong track, so you don't have to waste your time.
Yeah, I don't want it to evangelize to me about being gay is okay. It's just not.
Well, I'd like to read a poem called "It's Okay to Be Happy" by Candidate John. It's only 60-second poem.
No.
Do you have 60 seconds for a poem?
All right, someone ping me when he leaves.
Back in. He did leave.
Hey, I have a question. I need help. So, I mean, we all know that, but I've been trying to get, like, I want a new bag for my stuff, for my journaling, like, ecosystem. And I go on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm trying to find just, like, a canvas bag. Like, I just want, like, a canvas, just like a canvas messenger bag. And there is no canvas messenger bag in the freaking 60-mile radius of me that is like a reasonable price, like reasonably priced. I mean, reasonably priced, obviously cheap enough for me to want to get it, right? Used and abused. And so I was just like, let me just take a look on, what the horrible Amazon has to offer me. And it does. It's less, I don't have to go driving around. I don't have to buy something that I don't know. So anyway, I can't pick between two colors. One first, if anyone has a messenger bag, a canvas messenger bag that they're willing to sell me, I'm looking like up to $30. If you, anywhere 30, 35, I mean like 35 would probably be most. Let me know. But I have two options so far, okay? And this is the first option, and I'm not sure which color to go with, okay? So this is the first one. Check my PTR, everybody. This is option 1. Everybody look. Ooh. Ah. Okay, and now this is the second option. Okay, this is the second option. Should I go with 1 or 2? The first option or the second option? 2.
1.
Anybody else? I need to take a tally now.
I need the first option again. Sorry to be that guy.
I like 2.
Okay, that's 2 women going for 2.
So Bima, here's the question. Are you in the mood for a darker texture, or are you in the mood for something a little more military-esque?
So that's my problem. Those are my colors, like green, forest green, like the military green, and then the browns. I love both of them equally. I can't make up my mind.
The brown is going to be a lot more versatile. It's going to go with more.
Let's try 2. I like 2.
And number 2, just because I can imagine you roughing it up yourself and creating some character yourself in there.
Okay, Mike, I'm going to show you one again. This is 2, and I'll show you about.
I saw one. I went back in picture history.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You got plus. So you think 2 too?
Number 2 is it, I think.
Okay. I'm nervous. Okay, I'm gonna get.
Is that you in your PTR?
Ooh, me or
Mike?
Mike? That?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah,
they look like.
That's a good shot. I like that. That's a good shot.
Thanks, man. It was good goofy. I was on a set, and I just stood in the camera for a minute. Stood on set, and I was like, I took a guest picture for no reason whatsoever.
And it came out bougie.
Yeah, it did.
I just wanted to say I was I was enjoying the conversation about theology. I like having conversations about theology and opinions and life.
As far as Doc was going, he can make a good point sometimes, and from what I hear, he likes to get drunk in the mornings. I mean, who doesn't? But I saw how things were going on, and he often does do that. You guys can't. And not to say that, and again, I respect vets too, but that was, there's a difference between being a vet and being obnoxious. Don't use being a vet as a reason to be obnoxious. That's what I'm going to say on that.
Yeah, I'm a vet too. Hi. We all know Doc. We've known Doc for years, and we've all worked with Doc on trying to, work with him and kind of not totally push him out because he's choosing a lifestyle. We all have, our issues, and we all have the things. I'm also, like I said, a veteran, so I have a softness towards my brothers and sisters because I get it. I've seen the worst of the worst, and he's not the worst of the worst. He can be helped, and he can be a part of the conversation. He has to play nice, though. You're right. He does need to.
Yeah, I'll say though, sometimes he frustrates the shit out of me because my husband can get drunk and he likes to debate when he's drunk, and it annoys me sometimes. So I feel like I was having a very short temper.
Here's the nice thing about Doc. Doc doesn't hold on to anything. Like, for a room, you have a good exchange. It's great. You have a room, you have a bad exchange with him, and he ends up getting moved to the goo or whatever. He didn't care. The next time you see him, he's already moved on.
I just didn't agree with the stuff he said about Iraq is all.
the Middle East is not necessarily like to represent what Western democracy is about.
Yeah. I find that to be global, though.
I do want to say, Liberty, you were valid, though, to stop him in his tracks, because I did see it going down a route that it wasn't representing who you were, what the conversation was about. I think he was centering you for a second, which was also, I don't know, uncomfortable, and I can imagine that I would have stopped it, too.
Retrospectively, I would probably have just let him say what he wanted to say. But yeah, in a normal person, in a normal state of mind, I think it would have been fine, but I probably should have just recognized maybe not I didn't really know the history, so.
Poor John. I wouldn't listen to his phone, so he just opened up. Oh.
How do you feel? Is he okay? Like, I heard he kind of records rooms and stuff. He has a lot of Instagrams he's trying to follow me with.
Yeah.
Okay, it's normal. Okay, got it.
Yeah. It's normal. For him. I didn't say it was normal. It's normal for him. I do occasionally let him come on stage and elevate the room with his poetry, because he keeps it to 60 seconds, I humor him. Because I believe in humoring people. People are... all the peoples. The Docs, the Johns. I don't know. I give it to him. I don't know why he likes to... I haven't figured it out yet. But this character that he sells, the character that he comes in here with, it's so, I think people probably get more annoyed than not with that. But there have been times, very few, but there have been times where I go into one of his rooms and we have a normal conversation. He's normal. Normally. And good I see him just what? Who is this? Yeah. Isn't the same person I know? What? I agree. They might have the same experience. But here's the one thing. You can't count on that normal from him. Can't.
Oof. That's deep.
Yeah. Same for me. It's great when you get it. It's just not something you can rely to be there at any given moment. No. But I don't think he's evil.
No, but he's not evil. But he is a textbook, absolute 100% narcissist. Every single thing that he has to offer is about himself. And sometimes it's awkwardly about himself. He'll come in and turn something onto himself out of the blue when it's super awkward to do so. And you're like, what? Okay, yeah, all right, dude. Everything is about himself. It's crazy. It's crazy. You can't talk to him for more than a few seconds before he's going to turn whatever's going on back to himself.
I can definitely see where I think that observation is very valid in what he shows. I don't think he's a true narcissist, though.
Well,
I could be wrong. I think he plays one. He's performative and he leans into that persona. But I think there's a big difference between him and... I'm trying to think. Who else is a really well-known narcissist?
I don't think he's I think narcissists can be really dangerous. I don't think he's a dangerous narcissist.
Yeah.
And he might even be
there's also a difference between real narcissists, like pathological narcissists, and then like people who socially act like narcissists because they don't know any different, right? Like, there's two different like types of people, and
I don't think he's the pathological kind of narcissist. That doesn't track with him.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's dangerous or nefarious or in bad intention. But I do think he might be an actual pathological narcissist. But I don't know. He's incapable of not turning things on himself. Like, he's literally capable of it. It's not something he does as a shtick. He does it like organically.
It kind of seems like when the points come out, like he genuinely means them. It's not like it's a troll move or it's nothing. It does seem pathological.
100%. Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't think he's bad intention. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think he's a character. Like, he's a perfect example of somebody that, like, I wrap my head around as like, oh, this is the character. This is the Elmer Fudd character that comes in here and he talks, with a weird lisp, and we all know that's who he is, and he's goofy. And like, I mean, if that's who he is, he's that character. And like, we're all characters kind of, but some of us are more cartoonish than others. He's very cartoonish. He's drunk most of the time. Doesn't help.
Hey, y'all, speaking of heavy conversations, I know we had a really, really heavy conversation this morning. I wanted to give you guys a heads up. Did you hear that story in the news about the 9-year-old and the 10-year-old that attacked the 5-year-old? I'm trying to be...
Was this an older story?
No, this just happened. A 9-year-old and a 10-year-old were just recently charged with, I think, raping and murdering a 5-year-old child. And Francie is going to do a room today, I believe. She said that the mother described the 5-year-old as completely unrecognizable when she had to go and view the body. They beat her so badly. So Francie's doing a room today on parents and children, like signs that your child might need to be evaluated, statistics on child violent crimes, parental responsibility, failures of CPS, prisons for children versus psychiatric help for children, and prevention for parents on how to help. I don't know that you can keep your kid. I think that sociopaths are born. I think. I'm not even real sure on that, but yeah, she's doing a room about it today. Apparently, that scenario was very, very gruesome.
That's terrible. I don't know if y'all's story, this happened in like 1993, 95. There's two, I'll go through this quickly, you can look it up. In Liverpool, England, 2 10-year-old boys kidnapped a 2-year-old boy and they killed him like that. This is in the 90s. Something's going on. I don't know.
I'm going to see if I can pull this story. Honestly, I have avoided this. I heard about it, but I've avoided looking for this story.
I was going to say, I might respectfully leave the room if you could let me know when you're done having this conversation.
I'm not. I won't bring it up anymore. I just
I want to respect, like, some people want to have the conversation, but I'm having a lot of angst. Yeah.
It's, like I said, I've avoided it myself, Melissa, so I get that.
It seems like everybody's been having trouble trying to define the insanity that has been going on with all of these different situations. And I think that social media and AI has had a lot to do with people's opinions, with their ability to create their own opinions. And it's kind of frightening because it seems like there, as Vero said, something going on, a greater power maybe that we can't see. And, that's my inner conspiracy theorist talking, but that's how I truly feel about it. Like, there is something greater going on. And every time we're looking at the the newest, what we feel is the newest shock value, they're already planning the next one.
You know, I've asked this question a million times of, is it just in how could it be just in my lifetime that it seems like the world is falling apart and there's major deaths and assassinations? Has this always been? Or is it only recently, in the last 38 years that I've been walking?
Don't you think that some of this, I mean, because statistically, and I hate to be this person, statistically, crime was at its pinnacle, at its height, like in the 80s, I think early 90s. But I think that because of the easy access to material, with our phones and social media and the internet, like, I think we're just exposed to a lot more than we were back then. Because the statistics don't bear it out that it's worse now.
Yeah, I also think it's precisely because the world is so much safer and less violent now that when we hear examples of violence and stuff, that it's so much more jarring, you know, like, because we're so used to the world being more calm than it is.
Well, and everybody has a video camera in their hands. Like, even when you historically heard stories, there oftentimes wasn't like video corroboration, and now we're
security
actually
everywhere. Security cameras.
Yeah, we're actually seeing people get blown away on live feed footages, and like it's one thing to hear it.
So here's wherein lies the real question and the real point. Is it the fact that we've seen it happen for so long that we've just became customly adapted to it? Like, have we become comfortably okay with it? Or are we lazy? Or are we scared? And is the point that since this has been happening even before the cameras, and when kids were shooting up Columbine and they thought the world was going to hell, and 9/11 happened and they thought it was going to be a whole national crisis, is it just possible that everybody's been in a denial, and the fact that every news source that places this new shocking event breaking, a new kid gets shot today, like, a lot of these, it's always about something shocking, and that's why people think it's so normal.
I don't know. This 5-year-old did not die, apparently.
I think the social media piece comes into play too, because I think that you have this like subset of people who, you know, they want attention. They want to do something horrific that will make people go, oh my gosh, this is so terrible. Like, they want to scare people or whatever. Like, now they have this incredible tool of social media to like execute that plan very effectively in a way that, like, back in the day you might have like lit up all the local newspapers, but it wouldn't have been global news.
Yeah. Like I said, everybody's got a video camera, a camera right at their fingertips. There's not much that goes on anymore that, you know, we don't see like up close and personal.
And we're also finding out, because of technology, I'm sure, and access, we're also finding out a lot of the things that have been happening from the 60s, the 50s, even the 30s. So
yeah,
it's all just coming at us right now, full force, with all, like, everything, no holds bars. It's crazy.
Yeah, I just read my first story on these kids. It's just, fortunately, there's not a whole lot of detail because these are all babies, but
yeah, it's hard to talk about when children murder each other. How do we handle situations like this How do we treat the child and the victim and their families, also the families of the children who committed the crime? Because I'm sure the families are also equally, what the hell?
Is anybody going to be triggered if I read this very short synopsis?
I'll be fine
of the charges. Prosecutors say a 9-year-old boy, a 10-year-old girl are facing initial charges of attempted murder, rape, felonious assault, kidnapping, and strangulation. The victim's mother said she dropped her daughter off on September 13th at a family member's home. Somehow the 5-year-old walked out the front door and was badly beaten by a group of kids outside. What I saw was unbelievable. My daughter was not my daughter. Her hair was scalped from her head. She had bruises and blood all over her body. Her eyes were filled with blood. Her lips and mouth were filled with blood. Her nails had debris and dirt stuck in them. Given the sensitive nature of the matter and the age of the suspects, police have not released any further details about the attack. Wow. That's brutal.
Yeah.
9 and 10-year-olds, felonious assault.
Right. What? I think about that age a lot. I think that's what's more in my mind than the murders or the anything. You can say anything. In my mind, it's like 9 and 10.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. You know those 2 young girls that the Slenderman bite attack? The girl didn't die. Thank God she didn't die. They just did an interview on those 2 girls in prison and the victim. Really interesting. The girls are about to be released from prison soon. It's very interesting. But it'll probably help because the girls are now adults. Maybe it'll put some insight, give some insight on this. Terrible. Damn, 9 and 10.
Yeah, that's a lot. All that to say, though, I think Francie's doing a room on it later today.
Can someone ping me in just to make sure?
I will.
Thank you. I'm interested in things like murder, and how that happens. How do people get to murder? It's just so interesting to me. I want to understand.
Yeah. Starts with anger and hate, you know? I think that's why I worry so much about all the finger wagging and the pointing. And I can honestly say, like, if a right-wing crazy nut job does something crazy, like, I don't feel accountable for that crazy person, nor do I think I should feel accountable for that crazy person. They did a crazy thing because they're fucking crazy. But yet we all play this game of the left did this, you know, and vice versa. When a left-wing radicalized person does something crazy, I'm not thinking their politics made them crazy. I think these matters go a lot deeper than the politics of it all.
That is interesting. I do feel like a lot of people might share the same sentiment. I have noticed that. And you hear people kind of argue that. Go ahead, Liberty.
No, I was just going to affirm that like I feel like Clubhouse is the best place to find those people where it's like you know who they are. They come into the room and it's like you can just tell they have like brain worms or something, you know, where they're just like incapable of having an objective perspective because they're just so entrenched in the media that affirms their confirmation biases, you know? Like we all see them.
Yep.
I mean, when Monica said yesterday that she's capable of seeing both sides, she criticizes the right, and you said no, she doesn't, or you rarely see it. She never ever does. She's literally brain locked. She's one of the examples. She's smart, but she's fucking brain locked. She can't. I mean, she literally can't. The first time there's conversation about a real issue that the right's responsible for, she immediately starts throwing out examples of the left. Immediately, she can't talk. She can't face it. She can't address it. She'll deny it if she can, but if it's undeniable, she'll just shift the focus to the left. It's not a right or left issue. It's weird for somebody like me that isn't right or left to listen to these people do this, because I'm kind of like, guys, there's fucking weirdos all over the place. You think weirdos don't have differing political opinions? Like, you're both responsible. It's the fringes, man. Like, when are you gonna start realizing the fringes are the problem? It's not one fringe over the other fringe. It's both of them. It's making fucking sense to me. I don't get it.
I personally find it a little hard to like interact with it in real life, as like it's easier on the internet. But like I was hanging out with my best friend a week ago, and they were like just talking about how like, oh, their friend lives in Chicago, and like, oh my gosh, this is just like so scary what's happening with ICE. Like, it's just like, it's not human. It's not safe for them to be out on the street. Like, they literally said the words, these ICE agents aren't human. And I was like, I didn't even know what to say. Like, I regret to say that I guess I didn't really say anything. I just said, like, I just kind of nodded and was like, like, yeah, it is pretty intense right now. Like, I was just like, what do you say? What do you say to that? Like, I probably should have been like, oh, that rhetoric I think is inappropriate, but it's like, they're my best friend, and they're my only friend. Really, so it's like, you don't want to put strain on the relationship. I don't want to have a political argument. So it's so much easier to just move on. But I know that there are times where you probably do really need to address something.
Yeah. It's hard because
Did you lose your train of thought? You said it's hard because. I did.
I got a Teams message. I did. Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought. I don't know. That's one of those things that I'm really struggling with right now, is because I feel like, based on the little affirmations of the house that we've been posting, to disagree is not disrespect. And you can say almost anything without offending people. It's not what you say, generally. It's how you say it. And I feel like I've been pushing back on Monica really hard lately because I think I've felt like this conviction about, like, don't just sit back and let people say things that you disagree with and not provide pushback on it, And I get really frustrated sometimes for the same thing that Mike was saying. Like, I just feel like you're willing to hold people accountable if it's to your advantage to make your quote unquote side look better. But then there's a complete and total lack of accountability if it's something that doesn't portray your side in a favorable light. And
I mean, I thought it was interesting this morning in Beth's house when we were talking about swearing, and I was talking about how, I said this earlier about somehow it's an indication of higher intelligence, according to a lot of research. First thing I hear is research is all bullshit. So first I hear is a denial of facts. And then I hear somebody say, well, it doesn't make you sound very smart when you're saying 20 cuss words in a sentence. And I said, okay. I said, can we talk about something's the nuance between saying 20 cuss words in a sentence and saying that no swearing is acceptable or that it has no purpose? I said there's a middle ground there that we should be talking about, because the reality is not that. I'm not claiming if somebody says 20 cuss words in a sentence is smarter than other people. That's like you're basically steel manning me, or you're basically gaslighting me about what I'm trying to argue, right? And so I said that, and it was real eye-opening, because I was in a really conservative room, and the first thing I was accused of was being a liberal. Nuance is a word that liberals use, according to this fucking guy. I'm like, so are you just making the argument that conservatives are locked-in retards, incapable of seeing nuance? Is that what your argument is, by calling me a liberal because I'm talking about fucking using a slight bit of nuance to this conversation? Like, you keep wanting to throw me on the edge. That's why I'm not accepted sometimes in conservative groups. I'm not accepted in liberal groups, because they both play the same fucking game.
Amen.
The only person that's not accepted is the person that sees both of it and says you're both fucked up, and I'll show you why. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to fucking hear it. And they don't want to hear common sense arguments. Like, for instance, abortion. I've said this before. Listen, personally, if it looks like two bubbles in a third bubble, I'm not so concerned about taking medicine so it doesn't stick to the side of the uterus. If it looks like a seahorse, I don't know. I'm not quite sure about that. I'm still more okay with it than if it's a full fucking baby with arms and legs and fingers, and it's sucking on its thumb when you pop its skull open and suck its brain out. Yeah, that bothers me. So, like, do I represent a large majority of people? Yes, I do, actually. I'm probably the majority who says that the bubbles are okay to not stick to the side of the womb intentionally. I'm okay with that. And the seahorse, I'm kind of okay with that too if it's a tiny seahorse, especially if it's a seahorse without a brain. But the fetus, the baby, the fucking human being that you waited 7 months not do anything about, and now you want to take action? No, fuck you. Can't have it. Like, that's what it requires. And until people are able to have that conversation and recognize that probably 75% of people agree with me, then, the morning after pill being okay is what I'm saying, right? It's very extreme, a pro-lifer, to be against the morning after pill. Like, you're going to give these people absolutely no choice to correct their mistake, even fucking hours after they made it. Well, then you're going to have to deal with their mistake. And hey, pro-lifers, I don't see you doing a lot about fucking adoption. You're not making it cheaper. You're not making it easier. You don't give a fuck once they're here. That's why I don't believe it's legit. I believe you legitimately just want to control people. I do. Because if you really cared about the babies, then you would be concerned about the babies that you forced to be born to women that don't want them.
The cousins and like what I'm doing for them.
Oh my God.
If you no,
I'm almost done.
You're on fire though. You are still.
So to finish up, if you really cared about the babies, if you really did, then you would be concerned when you force them to be born to people who don't want them, because you would worry that they are not going to have a very good life living with people who don't want them. You would find a solution for that. You would make it easier. You'd make it cheaper. You would take the profitability out of abortion. You'd make it less than $30,000 to take a kid into your fucking household as a couple that desperately wants one. But I don't see Christians doing shit about that. All they want to fucking do is stop abortion.
Fair to say.
I don't see them doing shit about it.
Most people that are pro-life are also pro-major adoption reform and making it easier for childless couples to.
If they put in 1/10 of the effort into that end of it,
most Christians don't give a shit about what's going to happen to these unwanted "quote unquote" babies.
They don't think about it. What do most Christians do about it? You don't think that a majority of Christians do nothing about it? What if you go to your church right now? What percent of your church has anything to do with the abortion system?
A lot. Our church runs a foster care program. Like they encourage foster care and adoption all the time. So like it's not fair to say most Christians don't care jack all shit about these unwanted babies.
I think most Christians are moral people. I think most Christians are shitty Christians. Most. Both of those things are true.
Point there. I've seen a lot of Christians in my life act so fucking hardcore about the Bible, excuse my language, but they've acted so diehard with it, like they use it as their like life's manual, and then they'll end up doing some Pornhub style stuff on the weekends, and then on Sunday they'll act like they've been wiped clean. That it happens with a lot of people, and I don't think that there's truly a genuine. I don't think that there's really a true definition for or a way to be a Christian. I think the best way really would just be to love, respect your neighbor, and to know what's right and wrong, and just using basic common sense. And I think people often like to use the Bible as a way to cause more divide rather than bring unity.
I agree, and I know that Christians don't have lower divorce rates, and I know they don't have lower infidelity rates. So I would argue that Christians are not worse than other people, but they're no better than other people. They're exactly other people who believe something, but they do like to prophesize and to expect others to follow their rules. That's very important to them. So that's the difference. If they're no better or worse than anybody else,
they disagree.
They have agendas that are different than other people.
That way. And none of the Christians Christians are not perfect people. Christians are not perfect people.
Well, they're not only perfect. They're not even elevated above regular non-Christians. They're nothing. I'm not saying they're not perfect. They're not even better at doing the things that they argue need to happen. They're exactly the same as everyone else with an agenda that's different than other people's.
You're Christian right now. Are we seeing people that have they put Christian as their religion and they can't really name a single Bible verse off the top of their heads? Those types of people.
Yeah, they go to church every Sunday, maybe, or whatever. Just people that say they say they're Christian.
It's a small amount of Christians that go to church every Sunday, if you believe it or not. Like most Christians probably do not go to church every Sunday. They'll skip a Sunday depending on how hungover they are. And I mean, not to say that they're like bad people, but that's just the reality of it. Most people, and this is of almost any religion you could think of, they're not like the most devout. Being devout is rare in the sense that they actually they abide by what they preach, and they go to church consistently. They're active in their church. They contribute. They pay tithe. That's rare. That is rare. You're not going to see that often. So I guess I could agree with you if you say that those count as Christians. Most Christians aren't really, as Christian as they should be. But
listen, infidelity and porn are viewed. The statistics are exactly the same. They're identical. Like if Christianity was doing anything, do you think you could tackle those things to show any kind of movement on the needle that represents that they are abstaining to any kind of their values that they profess? Like, do you think you could find examples of any statistics that would show that it's rising above average non-Christians in certain capacities? Like it's very hard to find those.
I think I'd have to look at the statistics. Some statistics you'll see are from like the 90s and 2000s, but generally, ironically, happiness rates in marriages among Christians are higher. Marriage rates, divorce rates are lower. I could go down the list, but I'd have to look at the statistics again. Like there is a visible difference, and of course, like there's still levels of infidelity and other things that are considered sinful, but there is a difference amongst the general population, both in what I've seen in person and what I could gather from statistics.
I guess I have to look it up before I just say that. I'd be curious though. Maybe I'll Google it, figure it out. I think infidelity's identical. I've looked it up in the past. At least it used to be. But maybe there's other things that are different. I guess I can look at it.
Several sources indicate. Hold on. It's still analyzing. Hang on. Ooh, it's doing a lot of analyzing.
It's religious organizations are probably the biggest donators to charity. So whether they're Catholic or just evangelical, half the reason homeless people in my town get clothes are due to the churches. So I don't think there's been so much like arguments I've had with like atheists who are like, and I'm not saying this is you, Mike, but they're like, religion's just terrible.
Faith-based marriages experience about 30% fewer divorces than non-faith-based marriages.
But you were kind of leading on to a point that I was gonna make. Like what I've witnessed as far as Christianity is concerned, there are three types of Christians. There are the Christians that live their life by Christianity. There are gangster Christians who use Christianity as a way to justify a means to an end. And then there are corporate Christians, those who use the name of Christianity to further their own agenda financially. So I would kind of use the statistic more in that range as to where infidelity in marriages and stuff like that fall short.
Which Christians do you think are representative of Christians as a whole?
Right now, I believe that the corporate Christianity represents it as a whole based off of a lot of public events that have gone down. And just a lot of, especially with I believe that a lot of people have actually been converting to Catholicism. My mother has been one of those people, and she did it for the wrong reason. So I'm thinking that if she did it for the wrong reason based off of something that she was told from a church she felt was rich or wealthy, I feel like corporate Christianity has more of a hold.
Why did she convert to Catholicism?
Because she was in love with a guy that she knew when she was 14, and he ended up being no good. Me and my brothers knew it, and we kind of wanted to hurt him, but we were told not to, and she converted pretty much for him. But she said that it was because God was pulling her in a different direction, and I'm like, how can and that made me question religion myself too, even further than I already had been. Like, how is it that you can have a faith, but that one faith of a particular branch, you switch faiths? What if that faith wasn't any good for you? What good was the faith?
I don't know the situation in detail, but I mean, regardless of whether her motivations are honest, like I can see what you mean on the general point, but my point more so is that overall, you're going to see, for someone who's like a Christian, a genuine Christian, you're going to see a difference in their life. And that's not even 100% because works don't define your faith as a Christian, unless you're like a works-based Christian, which ironically Catholics are. That's another conversation. But my point is that you should see genuine changes in your life, and those changes are bared out in the statistics, like borne out of statistics. You could see that in statistics. Serendipity just read some, and charity is done by churches a lot. There's some corrupt churches, especially in certain foreign countries, unfortunately. But in the U.S., religious organizations donate by far, like, to charity. They're not the main nonprofit source, but obviously you're going to see the average church contributes more than the average, like, I don't fucking know, private business. So, like, and it's a good thing that we have churches that care, because if not, like, if we don't live in a society that values a certain level of spirituality or believes in a higher power, what motivation do we have at a certain point? If everything's secular, then this is another conversation in general, but if everything becomes secular, then what? I think people have less of a reason to give a shit about anything. So I'll put the mic down.
Sorry, serendipity, didn't mean to hide.
No, you're fine. I don't mind. The thing of it is, I will be the first one to tell you there's a lot of modern day Christian name-only people, which don't help the Christian movement. But there's also a lot of really fucking good Christian people that stand by their word, that those things matter, that I happen to be a very faithful person. I don't think that the law should legislate my faith to anyone else. But I mean, I take scripture as the inerrant word of God. I try to live my life by the foundations of the Bible sets before me. I'm one of those people. Call me a holy roller. I don't care. I don't think that my principles need to be legislated and that everybody else needs to live their life the way that I do. I think that we all have to come to personal decisions that we're comfortable with. And whether your personal decision is to walk with my God or whether your personal decision is to not, like, that's on you. I care about abortion. I also care about the fact that sometimes I think it's a necessary medical procedure that has to be done. It doesn't mean that I don't think that that baby's alive, but I think that there are sometimes circumstances where it's just not beneficial for anybody involved. I care about adoption being, I just had a kid adopt a kid. Like, I care about adoption being affordable. My children had to make the choice between, throwing $50,000 at adopting a child or throwing $50,000 at in vitro fertilization. And, so these aren't just like fly-by topics for me. They're topics that I know from a personal standpoint intimately. And so, hell yeah, I care about that shit. I care. I mean, that's why I volunteered as a guardian ad litem in the court system. I care about these fucking kids that are in the system. I don't want to see these kids in the system. I also don't want to see people like my children have to get on an adoption agency waiting list and wait 7 to 8 years to fucking adopt a kid. So, yeah, I can recognize that all of these are problems in the system. And I can team with the people in my community, but to sit there and just collectively say, yeah, fuck Christians. Christians, they're just as bad as all the rest of us. And as a Christian, I'm going to take a little offense to that. And I'm going to stand up and say, no, that's not all Christians. That's not all Christians. And it's not even the proportionate number of Christians that I know, anecdotally. So, yeah, I don't know. Just my opinion. Be it not so humble.
Honestly, Christians, we take a lot of slack sometimes. I don't think it's fair. I think we need to fight that.
Well, I think the good ones do, though. I think the good ones do. I think a lot of people, like I said, they identify as Christian in name only because it's their tradition or it's, it doesn't hurt anybody to think about the afterlife and being reunited with your loved ones. If that's their co-pay, more power to them. You got a lot of Christians like that.
We need to call out this Christophobia.
I don't know. We should hold ourselves to a higher standard. We should live our lives in accordance with the scripture. And the basic, primary, fundamental tenet of that is love. And we don't, collectively as a group always do a great job of that, but my church is very active in the community. They do huge community outreaches every year right before Christmas. They provide dental services to people that don't have dental insurance. They provide Christmases for single moms and single parents who are going through hard times and struggles. But there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do, and people don't see it and they don't recognize it. All their, unfortunately, the Christian church has also done a lot of bastardizing of putting sin on a scale and measuring it and weighing it and counting some much worse than others. They don't want to, you hear the rhetoric of, oh, you're gay, you're going to hell, there's nothing you can do about it. I wouldn't want anything to do with that religion either. Hello? But yet, oh, well, yeah, Brother Bob is over there cheating on his wife. We need to counsel him and pray for him. He's just a sinner. I mean, yeah, it's got its problems for sure. It absolutely does. But
dude, there is nothing more cringy that I've ever witnessed in my whole life than sitting in church on Sunday morning with some fucking guy that goes up on the stage and starts talking about how he has like a porn addiction in front of everybody.
Right?
Like, it's so fucking cringy. Like, I have whatever that German word is, like where you're embarrassed or somebody embarrassing themselves, that feeling you get, that same German word. I get that so quickly when I have that going on. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, dude, stop it, Let me tell you something, Matt. I just feel the devil crawling inside of me whenever I look at a naked female. I need to tell you that, brother. I need to tell you.
But if you're gay, you're going to hell, and there just ain't a damn thing in the world you can do about it.
God can't help it if you touch yourself. But if you touch a man, you're going to hell.
I can poke fun. Like I said, I can poke fun at the places where they really fucking miss the mark. To me, adultery is far worse. It's far worse a sin than homosexuality. There are victims in adultery. What the fuck are we talking about? If a preacher cheats on his wife, he should not be in the fucking pulpit. Hello.
And I went to this. I went to this church when I first moved to Georgia, which was it was based on a Methodist originally, but it branched out on its own. It was this little church. It was super humble. They met in the Lockheed Union Hall where they Lockheed, and they meet in this room. They had boxes in the back where you give a donation when you walked in if you wanted, but they didn't pass a plate around. They never talked about money. It was like the coolest thing. And when I went to Alpha course there, which they taught about the history of Christianity and the arguments you can use to talk about people that, talk about the dinosaurs, random shit like that. That's what Alpha is, like a story. What do they call it when you're, what's the word when you're using scientific evidence to prove Christianity from the Christian standpoint? It's got a word. It's some, I can't remember what it is. I'll think of it. Apologetics. So Alpha is the class that teaches apologetics, basically. I went to that. But this church was so humble. It was so cool. It was so nice. The people were so sweet. I really felt it was very community-based. They're doing tons of outreach, all this stuff. And then over time, it started getting bigger. And then before it filled the hall, they started passing around plates. And then they were talking about taking money every fucking weekend. Okay? Every time they're just constantly taking money now, talking about money, talking about their growing church, all this shit. Boom. They bought a property. Then they freaking built this big ass church. Had no fucking windows. It was the darkest, dankest, cave-like weird structure ever on the inside. They build this church and they all start going to it and they get a pot band. And now they're hiring a better pot band. And now they're paying their pot band. And like it became this thing and I was like, oh, this fucking sucks. And it was like, what I felt like was at some point they started with the mission that I would expect should be what Christians want to be doing. And then they started putting into themselves to grow themselves. And they did it under the guise that if we grow bigger, then we can be seen by more people. We can bring more people in. It seems to me that like charitable giving is not necessarily aligned with growing the religion and having tangible assets. I mean, when I shoot a wedding in a Catholic church like downtown in Buckhead, and I go in that fucking cathedral that they have, looking around, I'm like, dude, there's a lot of fucking poverty money here. Like you said, they can only go so far. They could go a lot further if they didn't build structures like this. Like, they go in every Sunday and sit in this fucking thing that looks like it's in fucking Rome. And it's in Buckhead. And I know goddamn there's a ton of money in that place, right? They got parking decks full of cars. Like, I don't feel that they're doing the mission. When I bash on Christians, I mean, I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. I believe the whole thing. But I'm more disgusted when I look at Christians that I've encountered around my life than I am like satisfied with what their motives are. And I just don't get it. Maybe it's the prosperity gospel, which is bullshit. That's a horrible thing too. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Atlanta Christians because there's so many of them and they're so dominant. There's churches on every fucking corner. I see the hypocrisy more than like when I grew up in Seattle where there's very few Christians. And if you're Christian, people look at you weird and you have to really defend it to be there, you know? It's just different.
I think the church overall has lost the concept of humility. You don't see very many humble Christians who are humbled and awed. And, you know, you do see a lot of prosperity gospel, where, you know, growing the church, making it bigger, making it better. And yeah, they justify it on the basis of we're making a difference in our community, we're having community impact. But I mean, all you have to do to say are you having community impact is look at what are you actually doing for the community, you know. And you do have to kind of get into the nitty gritty of what is your church, how are they outreaching their community. You know, our church does a huge program every year. Like I said, Love Loud. They get auto mechanics who will do oil changes for widows and single moms. They get, like I said, they offer dentistry services for people who don't have dental insurance. They do a huge outreach to benefit the community. They sponsor children for the holidays to make sure that, you know, they have good Christmases and to make sure that they have Thanksgiving meals. You have the proof is that you'll see their works and the fruit of their works, you know, like, but a lot of these people that do and that give and that provide these resources are doing it because they're coming from a genuine place of wanting to outreach and wanting to share the gospel. And sometimes that can be done very effectively in a small little church within the community, and sometimes that can be done effectively in some of these larger mega churches. We just left the mega church for one of the smaller churches, but I will still stand on at least the mega church that we went to, that we were a part of for so many years. The proof was in the pudding. They do a lot of community outreach. They're constantly sponsoring people for paid classes to help, you know, elevate people's education and their understanding, whether it's in personal finance or whether it's in job skills. It's like I said, the proof is in the work that they do. And it's a lot of godly led people. It doesn't come without its problems. It doesn't come without its criticisms, because at the end of the day, it's all run by men. And men are fallible. Men are imperfect, and they're going to screw up. But I know a lot of really good Christians, and I'm not categorically going to sweep. I don't expect a Christian to be perfect, because I'm a Christian and I know I'm far from perfect. I have my own struggles. I have my own things that I battle with. Joe B actually asked a question in chat, though, that I thought might be interesting. Pornography. And where that falls. I'm assuming, Joe B, you're asking from the perspective of, as a Christian, like, is it good? Is it bad? Is it adultery? Is that what you're kind of getting at?
Actually, I was curious what the perspective is on Christians and non-Christians as it relates to how we should, air quote, should deal with pornography. I'm not sure the church deals with it well. They ignore it more than they deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think on some levels, this is kind of personal. I'll give you my anecdotal perspective. I'm not bothered by pornography. I also didn't have a husband that indulged in pornography. So it's probably easy to say that I'm not bothered by it. But for example, there were a couple of times when the guys decided to go to a strip club, and I didn't care. I didn't care about them going to a strip club. Pornography was not one of those things. It never really had a hold in my life. So my perspective is maybe if I were dealing with a man that was addicted to it and I felt like he was watching it all the time and that it was impacting our sex life, I might feel differently. I will grant you that. My sister abhors pornography, and to her, looking at pornography, going to a strip club, fetishizing another woman in any form or fashion, to her, that's as good as adultery as far as she's concerned. She has a zero tolerance policy to pornography. For her, it's just a hard line. It's a hard no for her. And she made it very clear with anybody that she dated, if that's your jam, hey, have at it. But I'm not competing with porn stars. So that's just gonna be a deal breaker for me. She was real hardcore about it. And I say to each their own. I say every woman's gonna feel differently about that. And I don't necessarily think her way or my way is right or wrong. I just think it's what we're comfortable with, if that makes sense.
Yeah. If my man was into porn and he's not, well, sometimes we can be, I would do a striptease for him and that's it. I mean, whatever. I would try to, air quote, accommodate when appropriate.
I was almost 30 years old before I saw my first porn. I had to make my husband go borrow one from somebody at work because I just had this wild curiosity about what the fuck is this all about? I don't understand. I don't understand the intrigue. And I'll never forget, he brought one home and I was like, you get the kids in bed, it's all dark, you're sitting on the couch and it's okay, let's do this. I want to see what this is all about. What the hell? And it was just so awkward and uncomfortable. I was just like, why is this entertaining for people? And I'm not even gonna lie, I kept spot checking, is this making you hard? Is this getting you off? What's going on here?
You probably sat there watching your response.
I know, I'm just like, oh my, is that you're turning your head, you're like, is that really possible? What? It was a rather humorous educational experience for me. And that was it. I was like, okay, well, now I know. Now I guess I know, but I don't know. Here's the thing, I can appreciate an attractive person, male or female. I can notice a beautiful woman walking down the road and think, wow, her body's, she is categorically beautiful. Just like I can recognize a beautiful man. Hello, Adam Levine. And drool over him. How can I very well hold my husband to a standard of, no, you can't look at other women. No, you can't admire the beauty of other people. And knowing I'm doing it myself, I don't know. It's just not a big deal.
Admiring attractive people is different than watching porn. Was that? There's a distinct difference there.
Yes, admiring attractive people, but for people, my sister, who takes a hard line on porn, she takes a hard line on, you shouldn't be objectifying anyone but me, or it is adultery. It's categorically all in the same category to her.
Is she married?
She is married. Yep.
So does she flip if like she notices her husband do a double take on someone? Does she
flips
flip
her
out?
shit. Yep. She flips her shit. Yeah.
To me, I get it. I think like I just don't understand why watching someone like I there's a difference obviously between having sex with someone and watching someone else and doing something with yourself. But like to me, there's no difference between that and like if you were gonna go. I feel like emotionally I see the difference, but like, or another example being like, if you have an OnlyFans and like you subscribe to a specific person and like, especially if you're like messaging with them or requesting videos for them, to me, that's like, whoa. But I think most people would probably agree that that's like crossing a very thin line. But to me, I don't think the line is that far away from like, let's say you have a specific porn star that you like tend to watch. To me, it's like, what's the difference? But I am a person with a very different perspective where, like, I let my partner sleep with other people on occasion because to me, it's like, I do see them as the same and also I don't have a problem with it. So it's like, I have a very different perspective. But to me, I don't understand how other people reconcile it.
I think there's, like, a difference between using it, like how it's being utilized and how it's impacting your relationship. I think that if you have a healthy relationship with your significant other, I think that porn is okay. I think for me, I don't like the sneaking of it. But again, like I would assume we all have our own little things that we sneak from time to time. But like, I will give an example sort of I was home during postpartum. My husband has gotten really into golf, wanted to go golfing with the buddies in a town about 2 hours away. Sure, fine and dandy. Husband calls and says, hey, we're going to stop and have lunch before we come back home. Okay, great. I check his location. He is at a strip club. I lose my fucking shit. I am at home with our baby postpartum, and you did not inform me that you were going to a strip club? Sir! The fuck? Now, I have no issues with my husband going to a strip club. I know that my husband is not someone that's going to go and request a private strip tease, dance, whatever, in a solo room, right? However, to me, I was more frustrated of the lack of information on purpose because he knew that I would be upset. And then, like, our conversation was, well, if you knew that I was going to be upset, why did you do it? You did it because you did not want to look at your friends in the face and say, I'm not disrespecting my wife like that. Right? Like,
I mean, is that you projecting on how you thought he felt, though?
Yeah. So I had some time to process this, right? Like, he had to drive back. He was with people. Like, I called him and said, where are you? Right? He said, oh, I'm at lunch. Well, first he ignored my phone call, which pissed me the fuck off. Second, he answered and I was like, what are you guys doing? He was like, we're having lunch. And I was like, where? And he eventually told me because I think he realized that I knew where he was. But I mean, I will say with that time frame of my life, I was very insecure about my body. I don't know if a lot of people in this room are aware that your sex life when you're pregnant and postpartum is not really that fun and exciting. So I feel like we were dealing with things within our relationship when it comes to our sexuality, which is normal, so normal. I think for me, I was just frustrated of the sneaking and just the disregard of how that would impact me.
You said a few things that are contradictory.
Okay.
Most notably, you said, I'm mostly mad about the dishonesty of it or something like that. But you also said you're mad that he was too small to tell his friends, I'm not going to disrespect my wife. But you also said you wouldn't mind him going to a strip club. It was the dishonesty. So it's like, which is it? It seems like he didn't have a good option either way.
Right, and that was something that like we discussed of like, okay, like you're with these guys that you're trying to be friends with. One person decided that you guys were going to go have lunch at a strip club. The rest of you either agreed or went along with it. I understand that in that scenario, usually you just kind of go along with it. I think, like, for me, I was really upset when I called and he, like, did not give the he did not, like, was not forthcoming about the information. I think that is what tripped me, like, significantly, right? I think that expecting him to basically be like, nah, man, I'm going to go home. Like, would I have preferred for him to do that? Yes. Did I think that was the easiest option? No. I don't. Do I want him to hang out with these people again? No. Could he possibly hang out with these people again? Yes. Like, I'm not going to tell him who he can and cannot be friends with. I just informed him that, like, I was just disappointed in the situation and I was honest with him about how I am dealing with a lot of insecurities in my postpartum self. So, like, we had that conversation. But I think, like, for me, when it comes to porn and strip clubs, I think that, like, you kind of have to take into consideration of how the other person in your relationship can feel because of that.
From someone who's dispassionate about, your intimate relationship, which obviously I don't know anything about, and also I don't know what you look like, so what I'm about to say is not about you at all. But to me, it sounds closer, just to my ear, it sounds closer to, like, a wife asking her husband, and again, not you, like, honey, does this dress make me look fat? And the husband lies and says, no, of course not. And so he's technically lying, but he's really doing it because he wants to protect her feelings. That was the sense I got. Maybe his buddies pressured him into the strip club. He didn't want to hurt your feelings, right. But he also... So, anyway,
Yeah, because, like,
he sounds like not a bad guy.
No, and I don't think he's a bad guy. We've had conversations in the past about strip clubs and, like, I don't necessarily, like, think that they're a moral evil. And he also has kind of said, like, they're not really my thing. Like, I will go with my buddies sometimes, but, like, he's also, this was, like, early in our relationship. And, like, we've had this conversation a couple times here and there. But, and like, for me, I was like, well, if it's not, your kind of thing, why did you go along with it, right? But then again, it's like, I'm sure all of us have gone along with things that aren't really our thing because we're trying to be friends with people. And that's kind of, you make that decision when you're friends with people.
And did you consider beating him to an absolute pulp?
For a second, I considered it. I'm just kidding. No, I did not.
This is going to be a great new inside joke.
But I will say too, like, when it comes to, like, relationships, it's like if you are all satisfied within your sexual relation, like the sexual part of your relationship, I don't think porn is bad. I think porn is bad when it's like you're depriving of the other person of sex or intimacy, and then you're off going and looking at porn. I think that to me is where it can be really dangerous. And that's probably kind of, I'm assuming your sister felt deprived or did not feel like healthy, like they were having a healthy sex life. I'm assuming, just from her reaction of it being such an extreme reaction.
Do you think it's possible to have a healthy sex life and also for there be some ways in which a partner cannot maximally
please the person?
Please you. Like, there are things maybe that you would be interested in doing or whatever, and like your monogamous partner is incapable or unwilling to do. Do you think?
I feel like one of the biggest examples example is like I know that there are a lot of people that masturbate to like just relax, right? That it's not for that like that intimate connection. So it's like I understand that like when I just want a quick, you know, I don't want to go to my husband for that, and I'm not expecting, you know, it's like, I mean, I feel like I'm probably talking to people that are like dumb. Let's say, yes, we all masturbate, and it takes 2 seconds for me, but then it's like when it's with a person, it takes way longer than that. Like, you know, or the energy or whatever it takes to have sex with someone.
You changed the title, and I couldn't find you.
You could get your jollies in 2 minutes?
About myself? Hell yeah. Oh my God, less than a minute.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Well, literally less than a minute. So like, wow. Yes, if I just need less than a minute to myself, boy, bye. This is probably why women don't watch as much porn.
But I don't understand why they leave the house.
What? Oh, because we would do it all the time.
Just kidding.
Yikes. You can't, I don't know. When a girl does it for herself, you can't just do it over and over and over again because it's...
I'm teasing.
What is it?
So did y'all guys hear how, I'm about to change the subject because I really don't like the topic. And I want to see if y'all allow me or if we get back to this shit.
Boo, tomato.
Did you guys hear how Monica murdered a McDonald's employee?
Is that like an AI video or something?
Well, I was in my Belchosen this morning, and Brad came in all proud because there's a recording of my McDonald's story, the spicy chicken biscuit story, that was posted in a Telegram chat that I don't have access to, where I called corporate to fire a girl, a woman.
You did, for real?
That didn't happen.
Did they train an AI to sound like you? Is that?
No. These are the facts. I was missing a breakfast biscuit. I went back to claim my property. And in compensation for the inconvenience, I asked for a soft drink. And they were unwilling to provide it. And I said, that's no problem. I didn't want to do the complaint line, but I can. It's no problem. Oh, you don't need to do all that. Moved me forward in the line, and I might have been blocking during our couple minutes discussion, and then waved me to wait for the soft drink after I already waited for the item that I purchased. Out of my view of the soft drink maker. And so I left. And then I called. And that's pretty much it. But I don't want anybody fired. Not over that. So Bragley's lying on people again, which was what Bragley does for attention and status or whatever. Just FYI, if you hear about Monica calling places to get people fired, never been my style. And I wanted you guys to know that. Not that y'all would believe it anyway, but just in case. We can go back to women masturbation if you need.
Yeah, we really need to. Let's get back to it, guys.
Do we really need to? But okay.
Yeah, one mic on Monica. Monica, tell us everything you know.
Ryson, your PTR is exceptional. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I just want to know why people, if they would let their partner masturbate to another person, why they would be completely unwilling to let them sleep with another person.
Valid point.
Like the other person, like masturbating in front of a person being
that person on the screen, like in pornography, or in the house.
I could concede that there's a distinction between having sex with a person and masturbating in front of or to.
STDs would be a factor.
Sure, yeah. So obviously communication and safety would need to be a priority. But I just think that every relationship looks different, and every relationship that you might describe as open looks different. But I guess it's always been interesting to me why so many people are so opposed to any form of openness in a mostly monogamous relationship.
I think the biggest thing is jealousy, at least in my personal opinion, experience.
So what's there to be jealous about? You know, I don't know. For me, it's like with my partner, like we have a whole life together. We live together. We love each other. We're so affectionate with each other. Everything about our future we plan together as a couple. And every once in a while, she has two different friends that when they get together, they'll get freaky with each other. And it's like, it doesn't bother me. Like, she comes home to me. She has no intentions of building a life with those two friends, you know? Like, it just doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't bother me.
What's the gender of those friends, and would it make a difference if they were the opposite
So it's
gender?
one male and one female, and I have set a rule that with the male, there can be no penetrative sex.
Why not?
I want to know why.
Yeah. You have to answer if it's too intrusive, of course.
For me, it's I'm not trying to raise another man's baby. So
yikes! Yeah, for real though.
Yeah, smart. Is that the only reason? Like, it doesn't bother you, except you just don't want her to get pregnant?
Yeah, absolutely. It is only that.
Oh, even condoms?
I'm not trying to zero risk. I've made it clear that I accept zero risk with that specific issue.
What about butt stuff?
But stuff would be fine if that was something she was interested in, but she's not.
What about her penetrating him?
That would be fine. If it doesn't produce a baby, it's fine.
I don't. Again, obviously, if anything is too intrusive, you don't need to answer. Obviously, are you interested in having sexual relations with somebody else?
No, and that's the thing. Is it's like I feel like it feels weird because she does it and I don't. But I don't want to. I don't even like sex that much, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would I do that? Maybe if there. I just don't. I'm an emotional lover, okay, and so. But she's not, and that's another part of it too. Is like for her, sex is physical and physical only. Like she does not have emotions around sex, and so. But I do. So for me to sleep with another person would be totally different than for her to sleep with another person. But if I was interested in doing it, we could talk about it. But I'm just.
So have you ever had the conversation? Because I'd be curious now, since it is emotional for you, would she not be okay with you doing it because she knows that there's an emotional component and that's the only way you're going to do it?
I think, that would have to be the conversation. I think it would be if I was like, I would like to propose that I have sex with this person. I think the first question would be like, why? You know, like it's like the rules are there. It's just fair is not fair. You know what I mean? Like I feel like nothing about it is like we're different people and we have different motivations, and so therefore the context of why we would want to do this thing would be different.
Yeah, I get that.
I think the only person I would ever want to have sex with, other than Cheyenne, would be an ex. And so that would be like an obvious not good idea.
Right.
That's cool. I think that's cool.
I like what you said about fair not being fair. Fair is negotiated according to the risks, the boundaries, and all that other stuff that goes into it.
I think what Liberty meant is just because
I don't think I
doesn't mean she has to do it. That doesn't make it fair.
No. I think what Liberty said was, I'm okay and comfortable with my partner doing X, Y, Z, and they are comfortable with me doing A, B, and C. But if they did A, B, and C, or I did X, Y, and Z, we'd have to have a conversation to make sure that was okay. That's how I understand.
Yeah. My just to clarify what I'm saying, it's just that it is not necessarily fair for both people to have the exact same rules, because the rules are there for the reasons of the different people being different people and having different motivations. And so that's what I meant by fair is not fair. Is that to be fair does not mean to have the exact same rules, in my opinion, in this specific issue.
I will say I was very black and white on the, having an open relationship. And because there's a lot of them in the military, and I was like, that's weird. Your spouse or significant other is away serving our country and you're just gonna sleep around. Until my husband deployed for the first time and was like, oh, I get this. This is it's more nuanced than just being faithful to your one person.
There are a lot of open relationships in the military. I mean, I know it. When I was deployed with my bros, and they're like, oh, my wife and her boyfriend. I'm like, boyfriend? What do you mean your wife and a boyfriend? This is strange. But even in my work center of 15 people, 7 of those men had open relationships while they were deployed.
I believe it. People have needs. And the person literally can't meet every need while they're gone. And for some relationships to continue and to thrive,
that's right,
something needs to change.
And the guys do it too. I mean, we're hitting Thailand, we're hitting Hong Kong, we're hitting Rome, we're hitting Australia.
I always told my husband, because after the first deployment, I was like, oh shit. So then we had a conversation, and I basically was like, listen, I'm understanding how this is impacting our relationship, how hard this is. If for some reason you want to step out of our relationship, we just need to have a conversation about it. I was like, just don't lie to me and come home and come get in our bed while you have been sleeping around. That is where I draw the line. We haven't had that conversation, but I just was like, hey, if for some reason...
You think you would be able to allow it, or you're going to cross that bridge if you ever come to it?
I think it's easy to give an answer to that question now, and that not necessarily be what I would say or do.
I think if I were to ask my husband, he would be okay with it. For probably the same reasons that Liberty is okay with her girlfriend. But also for the same, Liberty very much reminded me of my husband. Just in that sense, it was just it's very emotional for him. Sex is very emotional. So if he were to bring up, even for a threesome, even just to bring in another woman, because it wouldn't be a man, it would be a woman for him. I would be like, why? What's the emotional thing here? Because
to me, time is not linear. And so the fact that my partner has had sex with other people, I'm not the only person she's ever had sex with. So it's I don't really even see that much of a difference between her having sex with someone in the past and having sex with someone in the future. They're just, I don't know. It's she's already had sex with other people. So it's it's one thing if it's this is where I honestly have a lot of respect for people who are oh, I want to save myself till marriage. I think there's actually a lot of value in that, and then it would be a totally different ballgame. But when you've already had sex with other people, again, to me, it's more information as to why in some situations it just doesn't seem relevant. But the rules for us is for her, it's got to either be a friend that I approve of, so someone who I trust, and someone who, especially is helpful that the only two of the, I guess there's a third one that she has made out with before, but never done more than that. They're in a relationship with each other, those two, that male and the female. So she just comes in as the third. And so to me, that's even less threatening. You know what I mean? Because it's they've already have each other, and so they're not trying to run away.
Yes. Okay, I see.
Or it has to be a stranger, right? So it either has to be someone I know really well, who I trust, who we both know what the agreement is and what the rules are, or it has to be a total stranger. But that's something that that's a line we have not crossed yet, but it's something that I said I would be comfortable with depending on the context. Because if it's a total stranger, then they're just going to have sex and then it's going to be over and that's going to be it. But in that specific situation, I have said it cannot be a male if it's a total stranger because I don't trust males. I don't trust that she wouldn't maybe get like raped or that he would say like, secretly slip it in or whatever,
So you had this conversations before anything happened between her and the friends?
Correct. It was like, so what instigated this conversation was, I guess I'm just going to be really open here a minute. So I am a very gentle lover. Like I will never, ever, ever.
This is a public room, by the way. I just want to remind you in case there's something you don't want to say.
Sure. I think this is fine. I think this is not something I would just scream in the town square, but it's something, it's something I'm fine with. I'm a very gentle lover, and so I don't ever like to I won't even like spank. You know what I mean? Like I will not do anything like that. Like I do not like to be like rough is even an understatement. Like it's just like that's how I do it, And I also have some sensory issues, and I really don't like heavy kissing. Like to me, it's gross. It's like it's wet and it's slippery, and you taste each other's spit, and it's gross, and I don't like it. And so she was having a lot of sadness about like, oh my gosh, like I'm never gonna make out with someone again in this way. Like, there were just some things that it was just harder. It was harder for me to do, and we had this conversation of like, okay, do I either ask you to do something that you're not comfortable with, which there's no way I can enjoy it if I know you're not comfortable with it, or is there room for, maybe that I could just get this specific thing from someone else that you can't give to me, and it was led to me being like, yes, like that totally makes sense to me. I think that there's lots of things that our partners can't give us that we get from other people emotionally, but it's interesting to me that like physically, we act like our main partner has to be the only person who ever provides that for us, So there's been it's for me, like the things that made me more uncomfortable was like when she was like, yeah, they were kind of like snuggling me and like wanted to hold my hand or whatever. And I was like, I don't know, can't you just like fucking roll over, That would make me feel better. So some of the more intimate things I feel better about feel worse about than like the actual fucking, But anyway, yeah, that's kind of the backstory. It was just like, I didn't want her to just feel this regret about like me being the only person she's ever going to be able to experience these kinds of things with again. And it was something I never really felt needed to be true. So when we talked about it, I was like, yeah, I don't care, like that doesn't bother me.
I think
so. Then it was, yeah, why not? Win-win.
Yeah, I think if both people in agreement, I think there's lots of reasons to do it. Like I said, my personal experience with knowing people who've done it, I don't think they were honest. And after it was all over, they were like, yeah, being in an open relationship kind of sucks. But clearly they weren't honest with themselves to start with. But if you truly are, I think there's like I said, there's reasons to do it and ways to make it work perfectly fine. But you have to be super honest with yourself, and your partner has to be super honest with you from the jump.
I will say though that part of the agreement was that my family can't know the situation because I feel like they wouldn't understand and they would they would like
Please.
I think they'd really judge her. I think they would think that she was like a bad person if they knew. So we keep that part under wraps.
Do you two share location with each other on your phones?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like, I don't know, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been in a serious relationship, but I feel like, and I guess long enough that it was before that was a big thing, I feel like I would never do that unless we were at like an event where we needed to find each other later that day, for a couple hours, but I don't know. I know most people in relationships nowadays do.
I mean, what would you want to do that you wouldn't have the freedom to feel like you could do if you had your location available? Like, where would you want to go that you wouldn't want your partner to know you're going?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the idea that I'll also say this. I generally don't like going out in groups. Like, I don't mind going out places by myself at all. Or if I do go out, I like to meet one person, not a whole group, because I just hate like the negotiating of it. Okay, should we go? When are we gonna meet? Okay, do you want to go somewhere else? I don't know. That's just my nature. I would just hate knowing, even in the back of my mind, that someone could be on their phone, like looking at me as a dot on a map. And have a question about that.
I love it. Sorry, go ahead, Vero.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you share your locations with anyone else?
No, I don't.
Cheyenne and I will message each other all the time, or be like, "Why are you at this place?" Or like, I saw like, I see you're on your way home or whatever, or like, and it's like never once has it ever made me feel bad, like there will be even times where I'll be like, oh man, I know she's going to text me because she's going to wonder why I'm here, or I'm getting like a sweet treat somewhere and she's going to be like, you better be getting me something, I don't know. It doesn't bother me at all, but I think it's a matter of taste. I could totally see why it would bother some people.
I share mine with Trevor, but Trevor does not share his with mine, and I haven't asked. I feel like I do it because I'm a girl. I'm just a little nimble thing walking around New York City, and it's been getting crazy. So I feel like multiple people need to have my location. I lived alone for 10 years, and so multiple people needed to know where I was, and I wasn't in close contact with my family, so my friends. I think about 10 people total have my location.
Vera,
yeah.
I bet that you know how to like tell off a street person if they're getting too close or too aggressive to you.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course I can ward off potential predators, but there are moments where I'm coming home late from a gig, I got my camera bag, you know what I'm saying? People do come up from behind, I've seen plenty of videos here in New York City of just women walking their dogs. Some guy will pass them, turn around, come back and knock them in the back of their head. So, yeah, I gotta keep. Right, people gotta watch me.
All right, let's role play right now. So, hey mama, you looking good? Oh, let me get $5.
Why don't you shut the fuck up or I break your stupid ass hip, you big bum? I know you're not talking to me like that, motherfucker.
I'd run.
I've never been more proud of you.
There you go.
Yeah, did you doubt that she had let it hurt?
No, I knew she did. I knew she did.
Yeah. I saw this video a few years ago. It was just, I don't know why it was so unsettling to me, more than in person, walking down the street. But anyway, somebody was stopped in their car, and somebody came and smashed the back of their window and pulled their camera stuff out. And I was like, oh my God, and he couldn't do anything. He had stopped. It was wherever traffic, but I guess he couldn't get out and chase them. I don't know. It was just so freaky.
I didn't have my husband's location until he had a heart attack. And then I was like, please put your location on so I can come find you wherever the ambulance takes you. But I do have a friend that does not like that her boyfriend has her location because he will watch where she's going and make comments about it, which I personally don't like. So I understand, derisive of like, there are people that use it in a way to look out for you, like Vera was saying, of like your safety, your security. But then there are also people that use it in a controlling, manipulative, keeping tabs kind of way.
I have my best friend, I have given them my location and they refuse to use it. They have like this, like, I don't know if they just don't want to feel like they have to reciprocate, you know? But there'll be times where they'll text me and they'll be like, "Are you there yet? Did you park?" And I'm like, "Dude, you have my location. Like, just look at my location." And then they just say, "LOL." And I'm like, oh my gosh. They just don't want to share theirs with me, I think.
Do you use the Apple built-in to Apple, or do you use it on Google Maps, or it doesn't matter?
Just the built-in Apple feature.
Okay. The only time I've done it is with my friend, and we're going to the same event, and we'll share it for, I think there's an option to share it for a few hours or something, so we'll do that. And then, but it's through Google Maps. I don't even know how to do it on Apple. I'm sure it's on there.
It's the same. It's up to an hour until the end of day, so midnight, or infinitely, or until you turn it off. But y'all, I've been mugged before. So, like gunpoint. So, here in New York City on Canal Street. So, you know, once that happened, I'm like,
Oh, yeah, that makes sense for safety purposes, of course. And you never asked your husband, you never were like, why don't you put it on tonight? You never did?
No, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go anywhere. He goes to work and he comes back. This man is even keeled, never raised a hand to a mosquito, just lets the mosquito bite him because he feels it's probably hungry. Feed its family. Just the kindest man ever. I don't know.
Aww.
I trust him fully. Maybe I'll tell him to come in. Maybe just jump on this app so they can meet you real quick. And he'll be like, oh, hey everybody.
You should ask him to put it on one day just to see how he reacts. Just say, I keep my location on. I want you to start doing that and just see what he says.
I'm afraid of what he's going to say.
Yeah, he's like, no, I don't think that's no. I don't think that's
because that would create Pandora's box, Edie. That would be Pandora's box. Did I miss anything delicious or wonderful? We learned, the only delicious thing I learned today was that Liberty is a gentle lover.
Everybody got so quiet. Where's that? All right. Now that we're done talking about porn.
How about the embarrassed? I don't know. I'm just looking at the time.
Right.
Liberty, I'm glad you're back. I haven't seen you, a year maybe?
Yeah, I've been back for a little while, but only during the day and only in this group. But yeah, it's good to see you.
Hey, Kristen, you're awful quiet.
Well, I ain't got nothing to say.
That'll do it every time.
Either that or it's a deadly onslaught. People are like, oh my God, kick.
Jerome, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate you on here because, well, you're nice, but generally speaking, there are no military women on here, and
Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Here I am. You know, I didn't work with a lot of women either in the military. So it's nice when I meet other female veterans. There are a few on here that stuck around, but not a lot. Mostly dependents of military, like children or wives, which is also cool. Do you know Miss Clark on this app?
I do. I'm not air quote military. I was former NSA. Seriously, I was.
Oh, that's fabulous.
My dad was 30-year Navy.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we loved the Navy. We loved the Navy. My mom was in the Marine Corps. My two brothers, my two sisters were in the Marine Corps. My uncle was in the Army. My other uncle in the Navy. I was in the Navy. And then, I think one of my nibblings, my niece, I think she's thinking about joining the Marine Corps. Big military family. Lots of women.
Same, but mostly men. You might know my brother Scooby-Doo on this app. He was he's a Patriot missile guy. So I'm like you, but not quite as many. My brother and my sister. Yeah.
That's fabulous. Good for them.
Be your best self. Get snatched, girlfriend. Be on fleek, on point.
Oh, I love that. Nobody uses fleek anymore. Yeah.
That's what it is. We like it. turn on time.
She's so pitiful.
She's so pitiful.
We have our mayoral elections coming up. That's exciting shit.
New York.
Yeah, New York.
Good luck with that fucker.
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. I already see it happening.
Are you not excited about one of the candidates?
Well, I'm anxious as to what's going to happen. Just because it's going to be a major turnover. It's just a major turnover. Adams was kind of just running this place like a party capital, trying to bring party life back, and I get that because it's huge economically for the city, right? That's a huge part of it. So I get that, but a lot of things are going to the wayside. And it created a lot of issues that don't necessarily impact me, because I'm now married. I live in a different part of town now, and now I'm out here. I'm a filmmaker and I'm traveling, and so I'm just doing my thing in a different space. And so now that I'm aware of what's going on, I'm like, oof, I wonder what's going to happen. And are people like myself and my husband, are we going to have to move because we won't be able to keep up with the prices? Yeah, expensive and shit. We're trying to buy property and the prices are fluctuating. It's a lot.
You'll be able to buy property. It's going to be like free housing when Small County gets in.
Damn. We've done a lot of rebuilding recently. Also, we've done a lot of campaigning for new industries to come into New York City, like casinos, new casinos. We have a few casinos, which are just mostly like slot machines. But now they're starting to open space for tables, blackjack, poker, and things like that, which would be great for the economy, right? But also, some people are also saying it's perpetuating addiction and corruption in the city. So
I can vouch for the latter. We have two Indian-owned gambling casinos. It's everything, and I don't know if you're within the confines of the whole gambling unit. It's a big deal. You're safe, but once you get outside and surrounding it can be a little ouchy.
By Indian, do you mean Native American?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
That was very insensitive of you.
I know, right?
You know what I always find interesting is when people really throw around the term indigenous, like when someone will be like, oh, that person, yeah, they're indigenous. And it's like, what do you mean? Like indigenous to where? Like, I guess you can assume that you mean that they're indigenous to the place that you are. But like, if you're talking about like someone who is in Great Britain and you said like, oh, they're an indigenous person, it would be like, so like they're an Anglo-Saxon, like it's just funny to me the way that people use the word indigenous to mean like the native peoples of the Americas or the Aboriginals, but in really no other context.
that's interesting when you say that. It made me think a little harder about what indigenous means now. So are we saying that we are occurring evolutionarily, we are occurring naturally in this location, so that means we are indigenous? Well, even the Clovis indigenous people, which are the first people of America, they came here. They were nomadic people. So they aren't even indigenous. So I'm challenged to say there are no indigenous people to America, as we are all just migrants who emigrated in.
Yeah, I think it's fine to use the term indigenous, but you have to use it relative to a place. Like you can't just, everyone is indigenous to somewhere. So it's just like you just have to specify, like, oh, they're indigenous to North America, but because yes, I guess you could say like the people who are indigenous to North America, like, came here from Africa ultimately, right? We all came from Africa. And so, but I think it's still fair to say, like, the first peoples who arrived in an area, you could maybe argue that they're indigenous to it, but I don't know. I think it's ultimately, I think it's a political, cultural nonsense word in the same way that like native plants is. Like people use the same terminology to say that like native plants are inherently good, where it's like, well, every plant is native to somewhere. So it's like, I guess obviously what they mean is they're saying like the plants that they're planting are native to the area that you're in, but that doesn't mean that they're like inherently better, like good for the soil or whatever. Anyway, it's the same thing. It's just like people using these sort of cultural pop words as like a form of virtue signaling.
The baby. She's been crying for almost 24 hours straight, y'all. This is the saddest thing.
You lay him, I didn't hear, on their belly?
She can roll over. She can do either or, but they say her ears don't hurt, and that it's teething pain, but I've never had a teeth or teeth like that. She's miserable. They do have a stomach bug.
That's an old wives' tale, but my mom used to put alcohol in the gums.
Yeah, that worked for a time. Essential oils are awesome.
Not able to see this room in the lobby.
This one?
Yeah. Okay, now I still can't. I refresh
It might be my porn title.
Okay,
That's my porn title. Hold on. Nobody's blocked.
Were you guys talking about porn that long that it became the title?
Mine's title.
It wasn't that long, but we were talking about it for a little while.
Okay. Now look and see if you see it. I see it now.
Until Monica declared that she didn't want to talk about porn.
Oh, she did. That tracks.
It's ironic because if people could see the room, it would probably get even more traffic.
This is true. Okay. I changed it. It should be visible now.
Clubhouse knew that it was a the P word's gonna get people's eyes there, unfortunately, regardless. Right. So they had to ban it.
In unsavory ways. Yes, this is very true.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny because this is really, I feel like, a pretty uniquely terrible platform for such a thing. Like
I guess you could do, like, there's moaning rooms or whatever. But it's just like, I don't know. I guess some people do like phone sex, so I don't know.
It's not like they didn't teach us how to be clickbaity. Come on, let's go. No, I don't like it.
I mean, I'm sorry, but too, like, hello? Pornography, the ills, the rights, the wrongs of it, like, that's a good topic. Okay.
Man, I was wondering if Akeem came into one of these rooms. I'm trying to do my best to troll him whenever I see him now.
Why are you trolling Akima?
Yeah, a couple days ago, I don't know if it was yesterday, a couple days ago, I remember Akima came in one of these rooms and I just said, I love Trump, guys. Anyone else love Trump? And I wanted to see it. I wanted to know if he cared enough to get on stage just because I said that. Oh, brother. Oh, man, he's got major TDS.
Yeah, he does. And he's not even liberal.
Yes, that's what makes me feel weird. Like, he's not the stereotypical liberal. He's not going to be saying, like, the most basic DNC talking points. But he will just, call Trump a racist. So that's the most liberal argument he has.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's kind of indiscriminate in that.
I mean, he's just Akima. It's just no harm, no foul. I know who he is. I don't have any personal grievances towards him. It's just funny how he reacts whenever he comes in these rooms. Like, he's got a definitely a burning rage regards to Trump.
Sorry, I had to brush my teeth again. Coffee and all.
You brush your teeth after drinking coffee?
I do.
Honestly, good for you, because I really don't like it when people's breath smells like coffee.
Isn't it the worst?
Yeah, it's annoying. I hate the smell of coffee in general, but coffee breath is awful.
Yeah, I don't want people to smell my breath unless it's because it's like, it smells good. That's minty.
Yeah, there's no reason to smell someone's breath unless it smells like mint, honestly.
Right? Like, it needs to smell like a mint or bubble gum. Like, if you have to smell it, it's got to smell fresh.
I don't even know what else it could smell like besides mint. Like, if you had a breath that smelled like strawberries, would it still smell right? I don't know. I think, like, strawberry breath sounds weird.
Not when I have on my strawberry chapstick.
I would prefer cinnamon or clove compared to mint. And just like, whoa, what did you do? What are you hiding underneath that stinky pepper?
Yeah.
You know when people have those Listerine strips and you're like, what did you have? Like, what kind of stuff is in your mouth? You had to have one of them. Because why does everything smell so bleachy? And we're not at a pool.
I like that. It means they just cleaned up with bleach. Go ahead. I didn't assume something terrible happened that they just used bleach to clean.
Okay.
Not too much bleach in a house gives me serial killer vibes.
Right?
Come on over, dope. I just bleached my apartment.
I will get there in a second. We just call the police.
Actually, I'm just gonna start marking the calendar.
I've been watching more serial killer documentaries, man. It's like kind of a girly genre now at this point. It's really weird. But yeah, I've been watching like a bunch of true crime documentaries with serial killers like John Wayne Gacy and Ed Gein. Like, they've done some fucked up stuff, man. It's kind of creepy. Like really creepy.
I tend to watch that kind of stuff on YouTube, or it'll be like a clip of the like police interviews of like, you know, people who murdered somebody. There was this girl, 18 years old. She shot her mother, and you see her on the camera like go into the room where the mother was. You hear bang, 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 and you see her go sit down. She's like got the gun behind her back because she's aware there's a camera in the kitchen at that point. Then she texts her, it wasn't her father, and that's when I think she got him towards the door where there wasn't a camera, but you hear the audio. Her name is, it's not Julie, but I'm just going to say that. But you hear him going, Julie! And then like bang, and he's screaming and wailing. She didn't wind up killing him. The mother died. But it was like, when you see kids do stuff like that, it's just something beyond. I don't know. So fucking, and they couldn't figure out, well, at least the clip I saw, I mean, these parents weren't abusing her. It wasn't anything like that. Oh, and she had a friend come over too. After she killed the mother, she had a friend come over and said that she was going to kill the boyfriend or whatever. And the friend was hiding in the backyard because the guy got the gun from the 14-year-old hand. She ran out of the house and like jumped a fence or something. You see the friend then running behind her. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So not only did she do this, but she had a friend sitting in the backyard waiting for this to unfold. And there was no abuse or anything like that. It was just, I don't know. She was having problems with depression and was on some medication. And it was just the craziest thing.
Name of that? What's the name of that case?
I'm going to see if I could find it right now. I remember the guy's name was Heath Smiley. So I'll find it for you.
Was it recent? Because I'd never heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think it was within the past few years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tragic. There was this case, I guess, similar. Like a daughter killed her parents. Had her parents killed. It was like a Canadian chick, Asian Canadian chick, under a very strict household where they pretty much like would disown her if she became unemployed, and they were on her ass about getting a good job. And she was living with her parents until like her early 20s, and she decided to kill them for insurance money.
Goodness. I'm putting an article to the story, but yeah, search for the YouTube video of the cameras in the house. This happened in 2024, apparently. So very recent.
Wow.
Yeah, but look for that video. It's just so creepy seeing this kid, like, you know, she just shot the mom and walks back to sitting on the chair, and you see her with the phone texting the guy, and oh my goodness. And she even like hums a little tune, like, I don't know, where it's just like, you know, it's just crazy.
Oh, I finished Task last night. It was good. It's definitely worth the watch.
Yeah. Plus, Netflix was like the most expensive.
I pay for it the most, which is
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I watch mostly is Acorn. It's British stuff, but like I like a lot of the British series, but that's what I watch the most of, and that's like $8 a month. Cable service, it's included, but yeah, I've got too many, more than I actually watch.
We spent like a 15-year transition from paying for cable to paying for so many streaming services.
But you're still paying for cable. Yeah. Well, and they do it on purpose. Like none of them are all inclusive. Like, so that you have to pay for multiple ones.
Well, well, my cable's included with my HOA now, but honestly, I would just cancel the cable if it wasn't, because I still have the old DVR boxes, and they have like streaming boxes now. I haven't even hooked them up, so I can't watch the regular cable until I hook up their boxes. And I haven't used it. This is like maybe 6 months now. So, but what was I gonna say? Oh, my thing is though, I can't watch commercials anymore. Like I have Hulu with commercials because it was like.
Yeah, now the if you want no commercials.
Well, that's for I was paying $25 for the longest time, and apparently that's for like 4K, whatever. I don't even have 4K TV right now. It's like $15 with no commercials, and you'll be just fine with the $15 plan. But it's like they keep sending me things to come back. I guess it's $8 for the commercial plan. So it's like pay as little as $8. I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna watch stinky commercials. But yeah, that 25. I was paying $25 for the longest time for no reason, apparently. So.
I started using, so I don't like to smoke weed in front of my husband just because he doesn't smoke weed. And I would hate for him to mess up with his work because we got secondhand high. So I use commercial breaks. Like maybe don't pay for that because let's use these commercial breaks to my smoke breaks in between severance or something, you know what I'm saying? And it worked out.
Well, it's okay. Before anyone
don't
talk about
this a
lot. Like it's built into the narrative that
I'm gonna leave. I'll come back.
It's built into the narrative that it's mysterious, and the narrative slowly reveals more to you. So from the very first scene, it doesn't take any length of time at all before it gets interesting.
Isn't it on Apple or no?
Correct.
Yeah, that's why. Apple is going to. How long do you think? How many seasons is it?
There's 2, and then the third one is, I want to say, coming out next year. So there's 2, and then the third one is in development.
I could do a free week of Apple and probably watch both seasons real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you'll want to. Yeah.
Oh, I got choked on a piece of sauerkraut, y'all.
I'm gonna do this piece of turkey. Today, yeah.
Greatest show of all time, in you guys' opinion, like the greatest television show.
Greatest one. You know what?
Which one?
Golden Girls.
Oh, you're asking.
Golden Girls. I can still watch Golden Girls over and over, ones I've seen a million times, and it's still funny.
Isn't that a sitcom though? I mean, that's
Yep.
Yeah, that's. I guess that makes sense. It's the point. You don't want to be a serialized sitcom.
No.
I don't know. That's a nice answer, depending on your taste. Usually, it's like the more serious TV shows. But then again, a lot of people have Friends as their favorite TV show. I never got into Friends.
You know what's really liked?
Yeah.
That was great.
That's another show that it's a weird order. I think technically the pilot is the first episode, but you have to make sure you watch the correct first episode, not what's listed as the first episode.
Yeah.
It's another show, gripping from the first minute.
Yep. And it didn't get lame, right? At the end, I remember getting
it got weird.
Something. I mean, it's foggy. The end. Maybe I don't remember the end so much.
It was sort of like the it got more philosophical at the very end.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. True Blood, I really, really enjoyed, and I rewatched it recently. True Blood, I really enjoyed.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
is still
I'm with you. True Blood. True Blood was great. Breaking Bad, Game of
I liked Mad Men, and then that last part, I'm like, man.
I really like Alan Ball. So Alan Ball's responsible for 6 Feet Under and True Blood and a lot of other stuff. And I pretty much end American Beauty, the movie. I pretty much like anything that he screenplays, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen an Alan Ball project that I didn't absolutely love. I just like his humor, I guess. Dark.
Thrones is the most disappointing thing I've ever seen. The last season is the most disappointing.
The last season of Game of Thrones.
Disagree, but that's endlessly litigated.
Okay. I would say the last season of Game of Thrones, or any season other than the first one of Westworld.
Dexter, the last season.
Westworld was an incredible first season, and then just went to absolute dog shit immediately. It's really sad. Actually.
I just heard somebody talking about Westworld too. Oh, it was on a podcast.
The first season.
That's
the first season is incredible. The first season's amazing. It's a real simple problem. So the show, what's cool about the show itself? Hang on, I got my other headset. What's cool about the show is that these are humanoid robot things that are made, and then rich people can go to this Westworld, this place where there's all these robots there, and they look like regular people. And you can do whatever you want when you're in Westworld, right? So, like, the first season really takes advantage of the depravity of human nature.
That's the same
concept of how the humans use the robots way past the first season. They ended it way too quickly.
Said the same exact thing.
Yeah, and then they drug like 3 seasons out of the robots, which was lame. It got really dumb really fast. It was really disappointing. It was honestly as disappointing as the last season of Game of Thrones, which was a fucking joke.
There was this series.
But it's I hate when people say that because the pacing was off, but that was it. I mean, as far as like Daenerys finally raining hell upon King's Landing, it was incredible. And then the last storyline between Jaime and Sarah
was completely out of character. She was a freer of people, freer of slaves, and then she goes and just starts wiping out civilians at King's Landing. Bullshit.
But her father was the mad.
So many mistakes.
Her father was the mad king.
There wasn't enough of.
It didn't explain why she went mad. She didn't just flip out.
There was enough, right? There was enough of her personality sort of shifting, right? It was
right.
Like, now she's a. But yeah, that was.
True. Dude, the last season, it deserves all of its criticism, dude. It was fucking horrendous. How they killed Cersei. I waited freaking how many seasons to see Cersei die, and then she gets just hit by shit over the top. Like, come on, man.
In a tragic love story with her brother, like that was like they say a great literary.
She needed to be fucking murdered. She didn't need to just have some freaking cave fall in on her.
Well, everything she did was for her kids. She loved her kids
and her brother. And they say like a great literary ending is both tragic and yet unexpected, both unexpected and yet inevitable. The pacing was off because the showrunners were done. They wanted a new job.
The dumb part was that they had characters doing what's outside of their fucking character arc after seasons of characters. And also the build up to the White Walkers. My God! And then they just they finally show up and boom, that's done. And then Steve and Arya kills him. So stupid.
It was one episode.
It's like they rushed this.
How can you build up the White Walkers for 5 seasons and kill them in one episode with Arya?
No one's going to change anyone's mind on this. Okay.
Well, but you know what, Dresden, honestly, you and I don't have the same taste in shows because I think Severance is intolerable. I fucking tried season. No, I don't, and I will never make it. I'll never find it.
I'm just excited. I've never ever been in a room or in a kind of conversation with someone who didn't hate the ending of Game of Thrones, so it's just always a pleasure to get to hear a hot take.
Yeah, that's just a straight up bad call for you to not hate the end of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, or that people justified or people justified what Khaleesi did. It was like, that didn't make any sense. I didn't
justify it. I just said it was foreshadowed. It was both unexpected and yet inevitable.
I wasn't commenting on what you said.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very sensitive.
You're literally the only person in the entire world probably that thinks that season was okay.
I'm in the minority.
Universally bad is like the worst thing ever written.
It was just, I'm so
But rightly so, because they did a disservice on like 7 fronts. They did a disservice of virtually every character arc. They did a disservice of wrapping it up too fast. They did a disservice of, horrendous.
Remember that there were a lot of things that were not remember at the very beginning when that lady who had the mask, like a coin mask looking thing, and she came up to when Daenerys first came, like in her blue dress, after they let her into into the city, and then he tricked her by trying to take her dragons. Do you remember that very first one?
What about? Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember the lady who came up to her and said some really could have been so interesting? And there were so many other things that were like, why was this even introduced? Why?
To be fair, though, like with Game of Thrones, it's based off of the novels by George R.R. Martin, and he's famous for like introducing so much shit that for it to be properly tied up would be almost impossible. He hasn't even finished the series himself, so stuff like that, I can't blame them. But at least the last season could have been like the stuff they decided would be the finale could have been executed in a way that would have been
absolutely.
Like good chair to see Sir fucking Crow gets the whole thing. Like, come on, he's like the most boring character in the whole show. Like,
oh my god,
everybody's rooting for Jon Snow, right? Someone wanted Daenerys to kind of win and take it. Dude, there were so many people that could have taken it, and they like killed everybody off in a dumb way, and then they freaking gave it to Brendan. Like,
it was good, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so do you? I'm just curious, to what end do you think, like, is everyone wrong, or like, because I don't think everyone who thinks the season ended terribly was like a Philistine. So I'm just curious how you reconcile like your opinion being so different from the masses.
Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously you'll grant that appreciation of art is subjective.
Yes.
So I think that it was such an incredible production, and those production values held through the very end. I think the thing that everyone is so angry and hurt about is the pacing, which I agree is a valid criticism, but I don't think it really takes away for how incredible the story and production were overall.
That's interesting, because for me, I've debated like rewatching it, and then I don't, because I'm like, I know how it ends, and I know it upset me so much, so I don't even want to rewatch it.
I watched it 3 times through and read all the books. It's good.
So yeah, I don't think like the masses make something objectively good, but it's just like, I do think there's got to be other ways that could. It's just such a famous example of like how something went from a cultural cornerstone where everyone was talking about the last episode of Game of Thrones to no one talking about the show ever, in a way that like people still talk about Lost or whatever, So I just think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, those 2 guys, the writers, those 2 guys that did it, they blew it, dude. I think they still haven't recovered from that shit. What do you think of House of Dragon?
They rushed the project because they thought they'd be able to, like, off of the good reputation of being Game of Thrones directors, they'd get a gig in a Star Wars movie, essentially.
Right.
Or was it a TV series? I don't remember. And the freaking last season of Game of Thrones was so shit that they had no more goodwill. And I don't think they've had a single, like, major production since.
More lucrative to do multiple stories at once. So, I mean, HBO kind of forced them into it, and then they did a horrendous job of caring for it.
I heard HBO were cool with the amount of money. Like, they just, like, they had to make it, like, less seasons for a certain amount of time. It was, like, 1 season for 3 years almost. But, like, still, I think it was the director's fault. That they could have done better. It's the script was trash.
Like, I don't think I wouldn't blame the director for the last season or last episode or anything. Like, everything wasn't bad per se. It was a story. It was the writing, and the rushed aspect of wrapping up the stories too quick. Like, all that shit was fine. Even though it's completely out of character for Daenerys, which really pissed me off.
Especially how hard.
Okay,
I'm having Brendan and making Daenerys not act like herself. Those are my two.
Okay.
I think the death of Cersei was really bad.
The funny thing is that you feel so passionately, and yet you're still saying her name wrong.
He's saying both of their names wrong, but that doesn't matter.
I know, but I'm like, it's Daenerys.
Oh, Daenerys. I added extra syllable. That's all right. I also, Daenerys. Sometimes she says aluminium, and sometimes she says aluminum. It just depends on. She's England, so she says aluminium. So
Well, you guys go ahead and argue as much as you want. I don't care.
In the novels, they usually refer to her as Danny, which they never do in the show.
Or Khaleesi.
Or she who loves to show her tits.
Well, the sex scenes.
Well, if I looked like that, I would too. Damn.
Also,
to be honest, she showed her tits so much that by the end of the show, I was like tired of looking at her tits. I was like, I'm good. I'm fine. Like they're not even hot anymore. It's like, look at my wife's tits. Like there's too much of them.
Oh my God! Your poor wife.
They did it too long. They drug out too long.
Do you know what a client said to me today on the phone? He said, man, I have the worst luck. He said, I could walk outside and it's raining tits and pussy and I'll get smacked in the face by a dick.
That's so dumb.
Funny, but gross.
It's so dumb.
Wow. Frankie.
Bailed on Netflix, so you might not want to.
Yeah. Or what about the I want to get to the follow up for Wednesday.
I'm worn out. Like I haven't even finished it yet, and I'm like, oh God, I gotta keep going on it. Like I like it too. There's too many episodes. I don't fucking know how many there are. There's got to be like I don't know, 12 or some ridiculous amount.
What
12? You think is ridiculous? That's funny.
There's a lot of episodes of it. Like
what part of the story that needs to be wrapped up?
I think let me think what I don't like about it. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that actually. I just think the entire thing is just too slow, I guess maybe. At this point. I guess I don't like that one monster, the monster with the big eyes, the freaking big one or whatever. Like, I'm not a big fan of that monster in particular, and they show a lot of him in the second season, so I'm kind of like,
no, I don't like him either.
Like, and he's kind of lame. And then they bring in his mom, and she's one too, and I'm like, oh God, I don't need more of them, right? And then they bring in Pugsley, and he's fine, but he's not particularly that great of a character either. And so I guess I like the simplicity of the first season where it was all about Wednesday. And then I think they just brought in too much stuff. They just brought in a lot of stuff. Like they had like 3 stories going on at the same time. They got the story about the zombie guy that Pugsley brought back to life.
They should have named it Wednesday and Friends, but mostly Friends.
Yeah, I mean, there's an episode in there, strangely, where Wednesday switches bodies with her roommate. And so Wednesday becomes all colorful. Like she runs around being her, like with her energy and her color and stuff. Which is pretty hot, to be honest with you, because Jenna Ortega, when you see her like cute like that again, you're like, oh my God, look what I've been missing. I forgot, right? Like she's so dreary as Wednesday. I forgot how damn hot she is, you know? But then she gets all cute up, and she wears little like, colorful sweaters and shit and makeup and, pink cheeks and shit. And she's really cute. And I kind of enjoyed that concept of them flipping it for an episode. I mean, that's the one thing I'll say that I thought was kind of creative and interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I love the actress that plays the invisible person. I love the actress that plays the invisible girl. I think she's amazing. I really like that actress.
It's funny that you said that the 12 episodes is too much because most series used to be over 20 episodes. Remember? And I was like, I missed that days. Now sometimes it's 6, 8. It's funny you said 12 is like way too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess pacing matters, right?
Sure.
Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. I just wish they could leave me hanging a little longer. I wish I could wait for another season. I wish it could just end and move on and give me some more and give me some other monsters without that stupid thing, that thing with the big eyes, whatever that thing is called.
The Jekyll and Hyde. I don't care for him either. I thought he was going to be done by that.
Oh God, he's like the focus of it. It's like the whole thing is about him. It's really bad, that part of it.
I have been really loving this seeming what I see as like a trend in Netflix and stuff is like miniseries, where it's like you get 8 to 10 episodes and that's it, you know, like a whole story that starts and ends, and it's just like, I don't know, I appreciate it as opposed to shows where
God, was it not Stranger?
Ozark?
That's something. No, the one that came after that. The one that was based on, oh God, what is it? It's not is it The Stranger? No. Oh my God, it's so good. It's like 7 episodes and it wraps up as well.
Was Jason Bateman interesting?
Yeah, it's really good. It's called, hang on, I'm gonna look it up. Hold on 1 second.
It doesn't go with Jude Law, is it? Jude Law too?
Oh, Jude Law.
I think he might have been in it. Yeah, hang on a second.
Yeah, I started watching and I
It's called, oh God.
You know, the restaurant?
The Outsider. Dinner, but the dessert is the grief that the parents and the community suffer over losing a child versus a regular adult. So it's wickedly deep and dark. It's really intense. And it's like 6 episodes or 7 episodes and it ends. It's called The Outsider. It's really good, actually. It was a big deal when it came out. Everybody gave it a lot of good feedback.
I'm tired of those kinds of dark, troubling shows.
Oh, my
that's
God.
the state of America, man.
I know. We need something else. Like, bring back musicals. And not the, again,
Don't bring back
dystopian musicals.
La La Land did it for me.
No, not like La La Land. I'm talking about like old school musicals that are even to the point of being campy and cute, fun.
I really don't like.
That's what they did during the Depression. Huh?
My girlfriend took me to the theaters and we saw Wicked. I did not know it was a musical until I sat down and heard the first.
Oh my God! Wait, which one?
That you cannot blame anyone but yourself for that.
Musicals, but I liked Wicked. I actually was surprised by it. Pleasantly surprised, but I hate musicals typically.
My dad and his.
That's like Moulin Rouge, and that's another musical that
I hated that one at first, and now it's one of my favorites.
I really like
so
it.
Weird.
But I do hate musicals. I really do. I'm not a fan.
But they're also different, you know. There's like pop.
Smaller Broadway is nice if you get off of the mainstream musicals. Smaller Broadway's
neat.
I think I would like a musical in real life, no matter what it was, just because it's actual performers. But watching a musical on television on a movie is boring as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so fun. You go with like your wife, or you go with a group.
Yeah, musicals. Yeah. On a screen versus in person is a totally different experience.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I didn't. Yeah, I concur. There was like Chicago. I hated the musical, but the movie
where they were doing a ton of like TV musicals where they would get like famous people, you know, like
the live ones where they would do them live.
Yeah,
that was a trend. That was a thing.
That was a nice little cultural moment for a minute there.
What was that musical with Hugh Jackman? That one was decent. The Showman, I think, or whatever. Like,
Showman, but I
didn't hate that. I didn't hate
a bunch of them.
I wasn't a huge fan
What
of
about
it.
Sweeney Todd?
I didn't like it.
You like Sweeney Todd?
Sweeney Todd, yes.
It is so. I'm like, why did they pick bad singers? Why? Like, it could have been. They did a great. Yes, they can act and everything, and yes, we get it. It's so just made a good decision. The same with the Mamma Mia ones. You know, the woman is supposed to be 40. She's supposed to be like 40 years old. But they've cast Meryl Streep, and no shade to her because, hello, Meryl Streep. But, like, Meryl Streep is, like, over 60, and it didn't make any sense, and it made me so
What do you mean? What do you mean it didn't make sense?
Because the storyline is that she got pregnant at a very young age. So 20 years later, she's 40. But Meryl Streep's character is over 60, and so are her 2 friends. And it didn't make sense because the decisions that you make when you're 30 are not going to be the ones that you make when you're 20.
What movie was that one?
Mamma Mia.
Oh,
so
God,
good.
no,
It's the ABBA.
What can
The ABBA one was so good. I mean, it's absolutely adorable. I prefer the stage one over the movie. It's great. The movie is great, and everybody does a great job. But the musicals.
Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. That was really good when it came
I
out.
never saw that one.
I enjoyed that
I saw
one.
that
You
on
should watch that one.
Broadway. Yeah.
Yeah, I've
It's
heard
fun. You
nothing
should
but
watch that
awful
movie.
stuff
That
about
movie was
it.
great.
Oh, the movie? I didn't. I saw it.
Yeah,
on
that movie
Broadway.
was really
You
good.
saw it on stage?
I used to, when I lived in New York, I saw a lot of shows. Yeah.
That's amazing. I wish I had seen it.
You know, with show just closed down, Phantom of the Opera after so many years.
Yeah.
It just stopped. Yeah.
I think everyone in the whole world is seeing. I saw that once on Broadway.
Yeah. I saw it once upon a time too. I think the last one I saw was Kinky Boots was the last show I
Did you
saw.
go see
What
was that? Was that good?
But it was such a fun show.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, I wanted to see Vera. Did you see? I wanted to see Oh Mary, and I wanted to see Six.
9? Oh, 6. Yeah, how did you like that?
6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've heard some of the music, and it just kind of sounds like it's very repetitive. And okay, here's a big disappointment that I had. To see Little Women. I love that song.
On a writer back in the day?
Which one?
The Little
yeah, that
Women.
was
That
good.
movie was one of writer. Did you like it?
Oh,
back
sure, that one was good. Yeah.
I didn't even know it was a Little Women musical. I thought it was just a play.
It was so horrible. Sugar. I don't even know how the music. I don't know how the actors actually memorize the songs because they all sound alike. Was another one that was really. Spring Awakening was cute. That one was. It grew on me, especially when I found out that all the performers were actual teenagers, and I really liked that because who better to portray teenagers and their youthful transgressions than actual teenagers who have the chops to sing all that. Oh God, it was really beautiful. It was a little. It was sad, but it was beautiful. I wouldn't see it again.
The last time that we were in New York City, we saw A Strange Loop, which was like a new.
What's that?
It was like a new one. I don't even know if it's still running, but it was pretty good. It's definitely like a little on the woke side, you know, like it's a black gay young person and just kind of like gay black person, and then you get like fetishized and like all this other stuff. So it was, I don't know, it was good. I enjoyed it.
I'd like to see that. I like seeing person.
No, is it still playing?
I don't know. It was playing when I lived there, but it was really good. It was heartfelt. Yeah.
It was really fun. Oh my God.
I saw American Idiot, and everyone loved that, and I thought it was kind of silly, and I do like Green Day.
I saw that too. I thought it was also kind of it was cheeky. It was just, I don't know. I liked Green Day before the British accents.
I wanted to see the one that was based on Alanis Morissette's music.
Oh yes, that one. What was that called? Oh my God.
Oh, Jagged Little Pill, maybe?
Jagged Little Pill. That's what it is. Jagged Little Pill. Jagged Little Pill.
I want to hear that music. Oh my God.
I have that on vinyl. I love that album. That's my favorite album.
Yeah. I love her stuff.
I was watching, I think it was the documentary on the Lilith Fair, and they were saying people think that women only make the music when they're unhappy, and when they're happy, they don't make good music anymore.
Yeah, Lilith Fair. That was in the 90s, right? I remember doing a little bit of just kind of research, just here and there on it, just trying to see what it's about. But I really enjoyed Jewel said when she was singing. She's so magical. I love Jewel.
Oh, I love her voice. She did. She was in a rendition of. She was in a show. It's like a miniseries based on the Man in Black. Hello. Why am I not thinking of it?
Well, just back to Lilith Fair. Yeah, she wasn't super popular then, and she was like, I can't believe everybody was big at that point yet.
Do you remember in Austin Powers when Dr. Evil went forward or went back in time and was playing piano and was trying to convince everyone that he had written songs that he hadn't, that songs that were later going to be written in the future. So he's playing the piano. What if God was one of us? He says, I wrote that, you know.
You've got to see. I enjoyed this film. It's called. Oh my God, no, I can't remember. Anyway, this guy he wakes up in a world where nobody knows who the Beatles is, and he starts playing Beatles music, and they think he wrote it. It's this Indian actor. Tell something. How much Patel something. But yeah, no, it's just it's not.
Yeah, I saw that movie on I think Netflix or something. I didn't watch it, but I thought it was an interesting premise.
It was cute. I liked it. And I'm not a Beatles fan. I just thought the movie was cute.
You know which musical I'm so glad that they made it, and it's really good.
I always hated like the original Woke show.
But it shouldn't actually be done by high school. I don't think it's not an appropriate one because they just won't understand. I mean, I guess it's educational, but
which show?
Just cannot portray is Aldous Hammer stories. The brain is not working very well today.
It's yesterday, by the way. If everybody's watching yesterday.
Yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Some kind of wonderful. What is some kind of?
I can't recall.
It's from South Pacific. Why couldn't I think of that? The musical is called South Pacific, and I just was like, whatever. It's old and it's like cheese balls. But no, it was so good because it was like it wasn't even the romance that was interesting. It was like everything else. You had a pilot who was flying to his doom, and it was about the native Filipino peoples and how they were becoming their struggle with the European or the American world, and it was so many things. It wasn't just that one dumb boy meets girl, they go fall in love, and whatever. Here's the musical. It's very sad.
A cabaret where she's played in multiple Broadways, like short or traveling Broadway shows. So she's done like different Disney characters, like the Disney princesses and shit. So she's so cute. So one day she did cabaret of a Disney princess cabaret. And so it was just the funnest thing because she puts personality to it. It was just so funny. Like, I love shit like that. There was this one time when I first moved to New York City, I took some friends somewhere. We were just all hanging out, and this woman approached us. Long story short, she invited us to this cabaret. We got really cool. Invited us to this cabaret. We're like, yeah, we'll go. She was the one doing the cabaret, and she would put on these different costumes, and it's just like the funniest shit. And her name was, what is it? Her name was like, it was like, fuck, what was her fucking name? It was like Dolly something, Dolly Gertrude, and the Gertie Doos, and she had like a backup of 3 gay boys that would like do gay cabaret in the back. It was just
fun.
I love good.
I love that. Yeah, I like those. That would be fun because then you can really enjoy what they're really into and you immerse their voice.
It reminds me
specifically.
Yeah, right. It reminds me. It makes me imagine myself in the times of like Liza Minnelli. You know what was going on, what she was doing, and just kind of performing her cabaret sets and scenes, or who's the guy shows.
I would totally go see shows like how they did back Bette Midler, like if Bette Midler, like she did variety shows.
Exactly like that, and even older than that, with these fabulous glam artists of the 60s and early 70s. So
you know what? I was mesmerized by the Barbara Mandrell that I was like, I gotta see that again. That I got to see it again. I'm like, what the heck was I so gaga about? Because I don't know why I was so excited about it. It's just really weird how when you're younger, certain things have such an appeal, and then but Lisa Frank, and that I just loved it when I was in middle school. Why? And I look back now and I'm like, I don't know. I liked it so much. Ooh, Lawrence Welk show. I like that one, even though it's cheesy balls.
I like Saturday Night Live skit with Kristen Wiig when they do the Lawrence Welk show with their tiny hands.
I didn't see that one.
With their tiny hands. It's really, really great. It's they're doing a Lawrence Welk spoof.
Okay.
I guess this is the end of this room, eh?
Yeah, you can close it if you want to. That was fun. I'm just doing some work, so. Oh my God, I don't feel like you need to, but so. Yeah, close it if you want. Ta-ta, Mr. William.
I'm working too. I'm putting in a drop ceiling.
Oh my gosh! So like the metal part and everything, the metal grid.
Yeah, I'm doing the frame on the walls right now that it sits on up against the walls.
My goodness.
So you start on the walls and you put the frame around at like an even level, like not in my case 9 feet, and then you hang it on the wall, and so then you got like a little ledge all the way around your wall, and then you have beams along the top, and then you hang wires, and then you got these little cross pieces that go every 4 feet the other direction just to kind of hold the tile ends properly. But initially you basically run your long beam on the wires. It's kind of rewarding because when you get up there, once you cut the
the long thing to the right length, wall to wall or whatever that is. Then you get up there and you like hang one on the wire, and then you put the level in there, and you're like, okay, so it's sagging a little bit, so I need to just tighten the wire up a tiny bit more. So you pull a little bit tighter, and then once you get the wire just right, then you wrap the wire on itself, right? And it kind of locks it in place. And then you just go down the line, you just next wire, next wire, next wire. You just check your level each time. And once it's all hanging, all the grid's hanging, you can't really mess the grids up because they have other cross pieces that are in between that go the other direction that kind of make them the perfect space apart from each other, basically. So, and then you just stick your tiles in there. It's very rewarding, actually.
You know the trick of slicing the side to bevel it so you can stick it in and the tile itself?
No, not really. It makes sense though. So that's the thing. If say your ceiling joists are like kind of low in the room, if you hang them too close to the joist that they're hanging from, if you don't have more than like a good 12 inches there, then it gets really tricky to get the ceiling tiles into place because they have to go up at an angle before they pop into place or whatever. So what you're talking about sounds like it would be really helpful when you don't have a lot of space. Because if you have a lot of space above the ceiling, then you just stick them up through the hole and you just drop them down. You know what I mean? But like if you don't have a lot of space above them, then beveling the edges of them would suit, right? So they drop back down into place. And if you don't have a lot of space, I gave myself 12 inches on this one to like get them up before the beam. So you basically want your ceiling as high as you can.
When you when you stick it up and then you allow gravity to do its magic, it grips. Good night. It grips the side where it's beveled, and then it'll just naturally flatten out,
like fall in place. Yeah, that's nice because sometimes you get it where you can't get one to sit in place right, and so I have to go like two away from it and pop that one, and then kind of reach over and shove it down from the top, and then like hope that the next one goes in right. Eventually, you get one that falls in. You know what I mean? Like I've had to go like 3 deep before, where it's like they're just not falling in each one of them, and it's like damn it. So you go to the next one and you pop it up and you push down from the top.
And it took me an hour to get the ones, and I'm like. And then I saw the stupid. It was like somebody had the razor and they went zip 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 like on all 4 sides, and I'm like, why didn't somebody tell me about this? No, I'm so
I like that. See, like how good I do things. So
sure.
I don't have to work. I can work as slow as I want. Like if I get it just right, then like
freaking do it.
Right, like really, like he does not care how long it takes. You know what I mean? As long as you're not sitting on your ass doing nothing. I don't care if you're sleeping on the floor, whatever you're doing. As long as you're doing something, he's not going to question it, which is really nice. And it's nice because I'm older now. At 51, it's like I kind of need that. I don't need somebody busting my balls every day of my age. It's exhausting.
Well, it's also you were wise enough to understand that it's counterproductive to what the end result's going to be. So what are you doing? Like, why are you rushing me? What? Because you want to crank out like it's a machine?
And I was up in the attic of this place, and they're rushing us all the time. And I just stepped between the beams and put my foot through the ceiling. And then they lost their fucking mind, right? And then they're like, all I have to do is fix the drywall. It's not that big of a deal. But he lost his mind, and then he immediately sent me out for a drug test. Immediately flipped out. Drug test because I caused damage or whatever. And I was smoking weed back then. So not when I was on the job, but I was a weed smoker. And he sent me for a draw. He's like, you put your foot through the ceiling. You need to go for a drug test right now. Go find go to this place. He gave me his address by where he lived. Like head shop on the way. Like I basically found a head shop that was not really too far away. That if they looked at GPS, it wouldn't look that weird. And boss. And I know that he was like okay. So this guy I brought into work with me. He let me pick this assistant, and the guy that I liked, he's a real stoner. I'm not a real stoner. This guy was a real stoner, but he was a good worker, and I liked him. So I picked this guy to be with me. Well, because we were like the 2 guys that were like kind of like he just thought we were smoking weed. He was pretty sure of it. I know when he did that test, he thought he was going to nail me, and when I didn't test positive, I'm sure he was like, "What the fuck?" Right? Like I know that he was just like, "What in the hell? How could this be possible?" Because it takes forever to leave your system. When I finally stopped smoking. I tested myself after 6 weeks,
and I still tested positive. It took over 2 months for me to have a clean pee. Almost 3. So it takes a long time to leave your system when you finally stop.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love not doing it now. I definitely should quit sooner.
It's just not worth it to me. Just one more validation of, I'm ready. I am dedicated to do this job. Let's go.
Right. Right.
I am.
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Because I didn't have a specialty, you see. So I always did office work, but I didn't do anything. I wasn't paralegal. I didn't do I didn't have an accounting certificate. I didn't do, so I did office work, but it was not specialized where it's in high demand.
So you felt replaceable if you weren't reliable?
I still feel, I think anybody's replaceable. And I like that because I worked with 20 years ago, I worked with a lot of people who, they did not need to be around people. Awful people. And I think a lot of people, there's been a lot of people who are, because they're like, I have to be with you for 40 hours a week. Give me the middle player, because I can't stand this person. I don't care how good we'll work with, but we can improve the work. We can't improve the douche canoe. Especially if said douche canoe doesn't want to improve. I've gotten cranky as I got the day. Okay, bye.
tried therapy. Therapy.
Okay. But is he actively, legally, like Nick, trying to find way to attack? I mean, he just publicly saying it, right? Do you prefer a leader exactly tell you who they don't like, or you want someone who sneaking behind, have a list of people they want to attack and plotting and everything? So this is a choice you want to have. Second thing is, by publicly showing that, he is very strict with how he want to challenge his enemy domestically. He using that as a projection that he's a strong leader. And when he deal with foreign policy, it's very important. When he deal with Erdogan, when he deal with Putin, when he deal with all these leaders who are strong in subjugating their people, they will look at Trump. Trump is also, very aggressively legal against their enemy. So he know Trump is not someone you can play with, like maybe soft person like Biden or something like that. So the question is, this question has to be asked when Trump finished the term, and how this enemy list help him to project him as a strong leader outside US, help him to be effective, at the same time not be sneaky like Nixon. So that is the question.
You are right that there is a big difference, that nothing that Trump is doing is hidden from public view. Everything was published ahead of time in the 2025 Project 2025 book. So you're right, there is a difference. However, in terms of the actual effect of what they do, or what they're doing, there may be a parallel. Of course, there are going to be differences, and that is one of them, and I guess we can be thankful for that particular difference. I got attacked or made fun of a little bit in the chat for stuttering, because I was searching for words and searching for answers to questions that were being asked. What the hell? Come on. I don't stutter. Howard.
Hey, thanks, Gary. Thanks for letting me have the last word today. I'm going to be fast because a lot of my points were covered, and nice job in particular to David Garcia expressing some of the same things. And by the way, Gary, and I did look it up, I seem to remember in the first term, Trump did have an issue with 60 Minutes and threatened their FCC license, and I did look it up, and it goes back to 2017. So for whatever that's worth. But to answer the question overall, again, this is just my own personal point of view, not at all surprised. You have to have empathy for someone, don't you, who's been convicted 34 times and also has been impeached twice. He definitely has been very public. I mean, you can see it in real time. You think back to the whole lock her up chant, certainly going after Hillary Clinton during that whole period. And he's very much emboldened. And now with the Supreme Court and presidential immunity, I'm sure there is that enemies list that continues to grow, and it's actually probably fairly sophisticated. And if you take a look closely or listen closely to his language, he very often talks about basically being president, but you get the sense that it's being president of MAGA or president of, call it, Republicans out there or non-Democrats. And he does connect the dots sometimes with the enemy within and the blue states, and certainly against Democrats. So it's interesting from a leadership perspective that he basically does position himself publicly, I feel, talking about his enemies list. It is a little, I think we spent maybe a little bit more time than we needed to about the whataboutism. There's no doubt that Donald Trump isn't the first president, or even Richard Nixon for that matter, to have their own version of an enemies list. But just because people have done it before doesn't necessarily justify it or make it right. And I think you have to be bold enough from a value system point of view to call a spade a spade. And Gary, I'll just wrap this up with this comment that perhaps Trump's enemies list is in the same file folder as the Epstein files, and I'll end it there. Thank you.
I love it. You always bring the Epstein files up, and I think we should never, ever. Oh boy, I screwed up here on charging my stuff. Big mistake. We should never, ever, ever, ever forget about that. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Here front and center for you to look at. And yeah, of course, there's related issues to that. But like, can we just get to the meat of it? Like, how do I stop the compulsions? How do I stop the compulsions? I just need the behavioral therapy part.
Like, do I need drugs? Do I not need drugs? What? Where do I? Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be on drugs. You know, I want to do the behavioral modification and get the compulsion part of it under control. Like, I know what the problem is. I know what the issue is.
Okay.
I need to modify the behavior. And I'm a very good instruction follower. Like, if somebody will just tell me, do this, and do that, I would do it.
Yeah. Okay. So you're obedient.
I am obedient.
You're good obedient.
I'm a good little rule follower. I just need the rules. Can somebody just give me the fucking rules?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they can.
It's aggravating.
I know. You just have to find the right rule book and not even take all of it, but just you need to finding that you've got the rule. See, here's the catch: is you got the rule book in your head. It has to get unlocked. Here, certain chapters have to get unlocked with someone who can listen good, and who's gonna shut the fuck up, and who's gonna listen, and who's really going to take notes, like either physically or in their minds, and get to the bottom of what you don't know yet and what you want to know.
Might have to look for like a specialist in that one particular area that you're having a hard time with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah. Like you said obsessive compulsive things like that.
Yeah. I have obsessions. I've always had like little obsessions. That's always been a struggle my whole entire life. That's where the ruminations come from. I obsess on the ideas.
That's usually that's usually, as far as I understand, related to serotonin. Like, if you don't have quite enough serotonin, your mind kind of itches at itself. So I think
that's originally what my doctor thought, but for me, it's not the serotonin. Drugs did not help. They made it worse. The dopamine drugs are what helped. I needed the dopamine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean to say. That's what I mean to say. Dopamine uptake, habilitators, whatever. Like escotover.
That's what helps. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I take
just think that sounds.
Yeah,
and it just kind of like it kind of like chills you out a bit. You like care less, right?
Well, what it does is it doesn't stop my ruminating. It did stop the compulsions, though. But like, I want to know how to stop the compulsions without having to take the stupid medicine. I want to get to a place where it cured half the problem. It didn't get rid of the ruminating, but it got rid of the compulsion to placate the rumination.
Right. I'm just curious, why do you find medicine stupid? Like, I take it, and for me, it's good.
Because I don't think, it's not that I find medication stupid. I mean, I wouldn't be taking it if I found it stupid. But I don't believe that our bodies are designed to be sustained by virtue of synthetic medication. If we can get to the root of, the problem, I think a lifelong medication is probably like that's going to have impacts on things like your kidneys and your liver, and I don't want to be on medication for the rest of my life. You know,
I feel differently from you, but yeah, I mean, to each their own.
I want to use it to be well, obviously, you know, and to help me in this journey. But I feel like particularly with compulsions, it's a behavior thing. Like if I can learn some quality behavior modification, then I shouldn't need the medication to
what is it
sustain.
So that is it lights turning on and off in a number of times in order to make sure that something bad doesn't happen? Is it something like that?
No, it took me 6 months to get in to see this particular medical specialist, and on my way to the appointment, I start ruminating on the fact that my house is going to burn down and my kids at home asleep, and I need to turn around and go back and make sure that my house isn't burning down.
That's definitely dopamine. It's just dopamine. It's a dopamine thing, right? It's a medication thing. I think, you may have to be on it your whole life. I mean, the other thing is,
the self-soothing thing.
I know, I get it because I have PTSD, and it's kind of somewhat similar. What happens is that your mind gets locked up in a cycle, and you go over and over and over again, and it feels itchy, like you have to do something to stop it, and then it sort of resets.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people with that. It's mostly a dopamine thing.
It's like dropping her off at a party and then suddenly being scared to death that somebody's going to drug her cup or she's going to overdose on something, and I need to be there, and I suddenly can't leave. Like I just sit in the car and refuse to leave.
So that basically obsessive thoughts and negative thoughts are kind of related to dopamine.
Yep.
So you may have to just take the medicine.
Or you can
thank God that we even have it.
Daily.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. Because when you're high, you're going to be everything's fine, but when you go down, it's going to be even worse. She's going to worry way more.
I'm just saying.
I can't do marijuana. It does not agree with me.
No. I said okay.
Yeah, a lot of people who have this problem, they definitely cannot. They definitely cannot smoke weed. It makes it worse.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know if you heard me. Serendipity. I said cocaine. I didn't say weed.
Oh, I won't do any of the above.
I know.
I'm too good at trees. I'm too good at trees.
Head is the answer. Trust me.
You can get your head worked on.
Get your head worked on. Real long and slow.
We just need cocaine and head session.
And a young man to work on your head.
That's
real talk.
married 30 years
Real talk
ago.
therapy then.
I didn't need any drugs when I was married. But yeah,
the right person that works with your head, and I don't mean it in that way, like finding the right person that actually does work with you is probably like a major part of the challenge, is finding the right person that you connect with. It's just like finding the right, in anything, finding the right personal trainer, the right massage therapist, and not in any weird way, I'm being serious on this, but finding a really good, because the last therapist, because I saw a therapist, because I've been working on things that I've gone through in my past that I'm trying to work through, and the problem is every time I see a therapist, it's like hitting a bee's nest with a baseball bat, and I'm leaving in a worse shape than I'm going in, and I'm really not in a good place then, because I'm going, this shit better fucking work quicker than later, and then at one point after 7 sessions, they said, well, we can't prescribe any medication, but we have a PA on hand, and they're $370 per hour. And so I did that. I did that session, right? And they all they wanted to do is prescribe ketamine to me, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not just going to go with some role that you want to push on me. I said, I'm trying to work through things, and I don't want to go with some kind of drug like that. I would like to do this without being put on some prescription. So none of them works for me. So here we are again, back to square one again. So finding the right person is really half the battle, at least half the battle of the whole thing.
if you find the right person, and then of course not feeling the stress of the cost. If the stress of the cost is painful, then geez, I mean, find someone where insurance does cover, because I think the ones that where insurance does cover, you might actually find a better person than these ones that are doing private with not taking any insurance. But
well, and my whole thing is I shouldn't need a lifelong medication to stop the fucking ruminating thoughts. Like, that's what I need to get rid of, is the fucking thoughts, because even the meds don't kill those. They kill the compulsion to placate, but they don't kill the ruminating thoughts. And nobody needs to be thinking about, all the people that they love dying in horrific, gruesome, gory, graphic ways all the time. It's just not good for you. It's not good for you.
Who is that? Is that Nick? What is his name?
Nick.
Hey, what up?
Nick.
What up, baby boo boo?
Do you need attention, Nick?
Duh.
Yeah.
Nick always needs attention.
Well,
Are you being a little scoundrel today?
I don't know, but if you're gonna go to these doctors and you're gonna go and they recommend something, that's what they're there for. So I also think that if you're gonna subject yourself, you should go in there with an expectation that they're gonna try and prescribe you something. That's a doctor. You don't call a doctor if you don't need them, right?
Which is why I'm taking the medication right now. I want resources.
Pills are good.
Yeah, not have to rely on.
But that goes for any prescription. If prescriptions worked, you wouldn't need a refill, right? So you can also use it in tandem with therapy, and then eventually you may be able to wean off of it.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with
your advice. That's not technically medical advice. It's different for every person, though.
I never said it was. I'm not a medical doctor.
Right.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah. I was trying to help someone on how to get out of debt, and I got barked at for giving debt, financial advice. I'm like, no, I'm not giving financial advice. I'm giving advice on how to get rid of debt. So
for this room in particular,
I don't like getting barked at either. I'm sorry.
Right.
So in this room in particular, it's sponsored by BetterHelp, and if you use code DITTIES, we can get you all matched up. Oh, look at this! Here she is. She needs matched up. Monica.
Oh,
We're gonna do a little bit of Tinder
If you
therapy.
click here and you click 1, put in your account number. $300 will be removed from your account number. Press 1 to say yes.
No.
Good job.
I scream at those automated things. I want to speak to a person. Just give me a person.
I see serendipity in her house going, rap, please, Tati.
Oh. Wow.
And then you got the smart companies who disable the 0 option and just push you back to the main menu. That's irritating.
Yeah, like I said, I'm all for using the meds to get you over the hump and to get you the help that you need and to make good changes. I need to get to the changes part. I don't want to stay on the meds, okay?
Okay, David Bowie, calm down, okay? You'll get there.
David Bowie. That's hilarious, though.
Changes.
Time to face the strange.
Okay, that's great. I love that.
It's okay, because if you think about it, there shouldn't really be that stigma for mental health, because if you think about it, we're in a ball of dirt floating through the middle of nowhere, and we're just trying to figure out how to survive, on a real level. Yeah.
And we're trying to get together so we don't hurt people. For fuck's sake.
God. Oh, shit.
Lana.
You just have to, you know what, I mean, I think when it comes to taking prescriptions, it's really important to, put it on paper, list the possible side effects of the medications in totality that you're taking, and be aware, be alerted on that, be aware of them. And make sure that they don't start prescribing another medication to offset that side effect, because that medication to offset that side effect could have its own side effects. And then you end up being, in your 50s, 60s, 70s, taking 12 medications for one. You know what I mean?
God, that sounds delightful.
It's not.
The blue one wakes me up. The white one calms me down.
Yeah.
The red one keeps the demons from dancing all around. Right, Serendipity?
Yeah, sure. What Nick said.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was texting.
Sponsored by BetterHelp. Use code Serendipity for 20% off your first consultation. Right, Monica?
For 1% deal, enter Sereni.
It's kind of like Tinder, but for you and your therapist, we'll find the right match for you.
I wish it wasn't so funny.
I should open up an automated, like an AI therapist, because you got to imagine the therapist is going to need therapy after hearing all this crazy shit, you know?
Yes.
Where does it end?
My last therapist actually almost fell asleep during my therapy session, and I was like, I don't think I'm the one for you. See, it wasn't about them; it was me. And she, I could tell, I'm like, you're so young. You need to be dealing with children.
She's just like, blah, blah, blah. You went outside yet?
No, she fell asleep. She almost fell asleep.
Did you steal all of her candy in her candy bowl while she was asleep? That's what I'm...
No, but I wasn't as entertaining as a child. And I think that it was like an onslaught of drama. And it was also a very hot day. And the sun was shining through. And she already said, I need some coffee. And I do. So, okay, here's the other thing too, Nick. I know I have a certain timbre to my voice that is soothing. There's also one that's aggressive and annoying. But there's also one that's very soothing. And people have a tendency of falling asleep. And so that's what happened. And poor little lady. Hi, Nick. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I fell asleep. What?
Hi, everybody! How you doing?
Did you say you have different voices, or did I misunderstand that?
I think she said something about that.
I have a lot of. So I'm a singer, and I went to school for theater. So singer, dancer, actor. I've had extensive education.
Well, Kristen, I actually had noticed. I've noticed that about you, but I didn't realize that you were aware of that. But I've noticed that about you.
I know when to get off stage. So everything that you hear is me. I'm not being a character. It's me. It's just different tones.
Yeah, I've heard 3 different voices from you. 3 distinct ones I've heard. Yeah.
Oh, there's more. So, and what it depends on is sometimes it depends on who the audience is. And I know, honey, I got it right here. I don't know why you're barking at me. It's right here. There you go. Come on. And so, so I've learned how to control it, and and so anyways, it just depends on who I want to again, everybody communicates differently, right? So so not everybody's going to respond to my regular like this. The voice that I know, honey, I don't know what you want. You want water? Okay, all right. Like my dog, he's like, this talking is not doing anything for me.
Or there's
clearly what I love you. So it just depends on, like, most guys can't take my normal the normal bass line of my voice. I don't know why. They just cannot. They feel challenged. Whatever it is, it triggers something in them. I usually, when I'm getting to know people, I try to use a higher pitched voice because it's more childlike and it's not as threatening. And I want friends.
You definitely have been childlike, and then
Is she in the Matrix or is that me?
Yeah, she's in the Matrix.
Yeah, Speedy, 80 speaks Matrix.
Edie, nobody can hear you.
But we love you, Edie.
Boost.
I mean, would you go fucking get Verizon already?
No, we don't want her internet traffic on our network.
So that, anyway, so that's all your shit. I heard nothing for the past 2 minutes. Edie.
Isn't she cute?
I was going to give you a
she's
mod
having a
beat. Now I'm not
conversation
with the laughter. I was going to give you a mod beat.
She's so cute and precious, trying to communicate with us, and we can't.
I would love to hear what you have to say, but Serendipity is talking.
Raise your hand if you want a mod beat in place of Nick.
Kick her, Sam.
Place of Nick. Wow.
Wait, what? Edie, pause, block.
She said she was going to give you a mod bean, but you were mean to her. Look at
I've never been mean to Edie. Are you kidding? I got receipts showing that I've always been nice.
Edie, don't let that bean go to your
I
head.
I didn't like your laughter when Serendipity said whatever she said. Whenever she was mocking me, you laughed.
Yeah, because when she was going, Serendipity, do what you did again.
What?
What did you do?
How is that not funny?
I'm not shocked.
Look, this is God shutting Edie down.
Oh no! She's so cute. She thinks she's having a conversation with the rest of us, but she's really not. You can hear the rage trying to peek through in her shitty service, but you're really not getting any of it. This is like my favorite way to talk to Edie. This is when you get the best advice from her.
Just wait.
Seriously,
don't forget I can hear you.
Edie, come back to us. We need sex.
Kristen, no, we're getting her really worked up. We don't want her to be able to come
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot. This is what I'm like, what are we doing? And
yes.
some people don't want to communicate sometimes. And right now it's like that. They want to rally you up. And I don't understand it, but okay. So I'm going to play along because I want friends. Oh, I know, but I can't. Look, I want friends, okay? So I'm not good at this game.
You all suck, except for Aubrey. She wasn't laughing at you guys.
Hey, I'm not laughing. I'm just trying to catch up.
Edie, you must be, masochistic. You have the bean. You can make all the changes that you need.
Why do you have to make so much sense? God.
What do you mean by changes? What do I have to
Oh no!
Where'd Nick go? Did you put Nick in the goo?
I did not.
Did you just throw little Nick in the goo?
He does that to himself.
I know.
Wow.
He's a little prankster.
Yeah, he's a little yep, sir, yep.
I think that was Monica.
Oh, sure. Now we're going to throw Monica under the bus. First Sean, then Monica.
Monica, throw Nick down to the audience for me.
What are you talking about, Sean? Sean was driving the bus.
Or was that Vero? No, Vero. No, it was Sean. It was Vero driving the bus. She likes to see people go into the bus and do big bumps.
Those wheels on the bus go round and round.
It's fun to drive around during a protest, right?
Oh my God, but terrible. Don't say such things. Edie, are you still trying to talk? Because I don't hear you.
driving.
Okay.
Did
and your zombie,
cell phone towers driving. There's no way she can focus.
and your zombie Hello Kitty is so cute. Even though it's a zombie kitty. It's very cute.
Thank you. Breathe. Nick, he'll be starving after he eats yours, so I'll eat somebody else's.
Does Nick have a brain?
That's the whole thing. He doesn't
I'll be starving after I eat. Are you calling Kristen stupid?
I said after he eats your brain.
You said I'll be still hungry after I eat her.
No, I said after Nick's brain.
You got it back. Nick heard it backwards. He thought
she only eats kale.
Hey, does anyone in here sew with a sewing machine?
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Yeah. And can you make things?
I mean, I did. I made a baby dress.
Oh.
So I have a proposition because my sewing machines are in storage right now, and I'm having a I can't get to my sewing machines. My love made sure that he packed everything in the way back of a closet because our entire life is in one closet. It's like this big walk-in closet, and there's no way I'm getting them out. And so this is what I can't get this stuff out, and so this is what I need. This is so stupid. There's this thing called a Delphonics bag. Okay, it's I don't even want to tell you how dumb this is, but I'm into a particular, I'll just tell you, I'm into journaling, and the journaling world, like journal talk, if you want to call it, they are obsessed with these Delphonics bags because they are able to like hold the entire journaling ecosystem with all the things the stationary bag, but the reason is because of the dimensions. Now, I've spent the past 3 days trying to find a Delphonics bag dupe because they're up to like $60, some of them. They're on average about $40 to $60. And all it is a 10.5 by 7.5 by 3.5 bag with a zip and just a bunch of little a bunch of little pouches on the outside. That's it. That's all that it is. Okay.
For your pens?
Yes, it's basically a stationary pouch, but the dimensions are what's really important, and the fact that it has a zip, because what we do is we take this stupid Delphonics bag and we pack our journaling supplies in there when we travel, right? So it's everything that you need to do it on the road. So this is my proposition. This is, that's it. It would be jean. I would want like a jean or a canvas. Canvas would actually be better. And if you do this for me, I will pay you as much as you want, like up to however the price is. Because I would rather pay somebody to do it personally and have you do it than have to put money into this stupid Delphonics bag that everybody else has. I'd rather have something personalized. So if you do it, I could show you the dimensions. I'll show you the link.
Well, you already have my email, so
yes. I have like 6 baskets. I'll tell you later. But anyway, so okay, if you want.
Let's see. I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna do. How am I gonna? Yes, I put that, and I have top. Okay, cool. Canvas. Okay.
If you have jean, that would be fine too.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to see what I can.
Like even if it was like upcycled material, like an upcycled jean, anything like that.
Would it be adorable to you if it was hand stitched?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a lot though. I don't want you to go crazy.
I don't have children, and I have a huge maternal streak, and it's starving. So we'll see. I'll see how. Yes, I can do this. That'll be fun. Yeah, I just need to know dimensions and stuff like that. And with a zipper, fuck yeah, that's big. Let's see, that zipper. I'm gonna have a good zipper. Gold brass zipper. Yeah. Then straps. What kind of straps?
I don't need any straps. It's like it's something just free.
You want to put into a bag, like you want it to be slick enough that it slides in a bag but doesn't slide out.
Yeah, just like a cute little thing that I put in my purse and I carry around, and then when I get somewhere, I could like take it out.
Yep. Okay.
Kind of like a makeup bag, but I can't find anything. There's no stationery bag.
Something more party. Yeah. No, these bags are hard to find. Yeah.
Because it needs to fit the A5 notebooks, and it's not just an A5 notebook. It's an A5 and Lewis Carmen notebook. Okay, so they're like really thick, and then all the little gadgets and stuff that go in it.
I need some stats and an email.
Okay, I'm gonna send.
Cool. That'd be great. Ooh, project. Oh no, where's my flower? Somebody actually did ask me to knit or crochet a blanket, and I was like, I don't think you know what you're asking for. They're like, and they don't. No, I'm not ridiculing at all. I think it's awesome, but I work a 40-hour job, so I'm like, a 40-hour-a-week job, and I was like, I don't think I'll be able to do this, and not enough time, and they weren't specific, but anyways, I was like, so do you know what kind of colors you want? And they're like, oh, no, I don't care. I'm like, so you want a king-size crochet quilt, but you don't care what colors. And you don't care how much it is. If I was devious, but I'm not. So I haven't really answered, but I will. I don't like people leaving people hanging, but I'm all about, gotta click my electric blanket. I was fabulously ADHD today, and I used it, and I got so much done, and I was so excited.
You used what?
I had some serious ADHD brain going on today, and I used it, and I got so much done. I was so excited. The end. Thank you, Audrey.
You know how to use it. That's good that you know how to use it.
Thank you. Yes, I've had to master it, and I've had much ridicule. I've had much, all the humbling things, and it's like, all right, well, I couldn't get it. So that's kind of like when people say they like. Both Mike and Serendipity agree with the don't drug kids thing, even if they are struggling with that. And I happen to, as long as you have the support around you, I concur with that assessment. I think if a child is left to their own devices and just not medicated and not supported in any way other than, yelling at them or something like that, that can lead to other, even more devastating consequences than bad medication.
It's a superpower if it's managed correctly.
It can be.
Yeah, definitely can be.
I agree. Yeah, and I use it for my superpower. I the one thing that makes me grieve still is it takes I'm finally able to describe it, and that's the good thing about these things being talked about. Nobody likes being pigeonholed. Okay, I get it, but what happens is I'm able to finally, and it may actually change the diagnosis or whatever you want to call it. Assessment can change in 10 years, and that's great. But you know what? We're talking about it, and I don't feel so fucked up. I don't feel like alone, and I'm fine being alone. But it's like I have to explain myself to people in order to have friends, and that is just so hard because it's also insulting to them because they're thinking, I can make up my own mind and I can listen to you and I can figure it out myself. Are you saying I'm too stupid to figure this shit out? What are you saying? And it's like, can I just bypass the complications and say, hi, I'm autistic. Now I have a certain kind of tism that doesn't have to do with math. So that's what it is. And then we'll do an adventure every day. The end. Yes, little guy. I don't know where my flower went. And I want to sow my flower. Hey, serendipity doesn't like quiet. I'm done. Somebody else can talk, or else I'm getting nervous.
I had to be quiet for a moment.
Yes.
I had a visitor. Making some chicken tendies, even though I don't want them.
You're making chicken candies? It sounded like that. The hell's a chicken
candy?
What are you making?
Chicken tendies.
I still no.
Chicken tendies? Oh, chicken tenders? Chicken
tender.
Yeah,
chicken tendies.
Oh, nice.
Yummier.
That sounds good.
Even though I didn't want them.
Are you frying them or what? How are you doing it?
I'm just grilling them. Yeah. In the pan, sauteing them. Yeah.
That's healthy. You got any kind of seasoning or anything on them, or just do them that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have tenders, caramelized onion butter, and some garlic, and some salt, and some pepper.
That's gonna be heavy.
A little bit of Worcestershire and a little bit of white wine.
It's very satisfying.
Okay.
Those are always, they fill me up.
Right, and then I just added some broccoli in here too because, you know, why not? Why not? Listen to this. This is what I've had to hear for the last 24 hours. Y'all hear that? Our poor screaming baby is so upset.
Oh no.
She does not feel good. She's sick.
Does she have a fever?
Yeah. 102.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What is the doctor
full
say?
pack?
The doctor says it's just teething, right?
Teething. They have a stomach bug. They both have a stomach bug.
Are you using a cold pack to reduce the fever or anything?
She's doing
The fever is good, unless they.
Yeah, she's doing
the
ibuprofen
fever
because
is
of the
good. And the fever is good. Like, you don't want to encourage it, but it does kill the infection faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, 102. Gotta be able to take that serious. So. You know,
Yeah.
Cool down a little bit.
She's just miserable.
Oh, poor thing.
Have they tried doing little tummy like rubbies?
Yeah, it's positional. She screams when you lay her down, but like she's hardly
That
slept.
sounds like a tummy thing. That sounds like a tummy thing. Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah, she's miserable. She is miserable.
Is she eating?
Yeah, she's doing okay. They're supplementing with Pedialyte because she's fighting with it a little bit because, you know, you lay them back to eat. Mm-hmm. Laying back eats not working so much, but yeah.
I think it's something in her tummy, definitely.
It's just sad. All right, we need a lid.
Have they tried? I'm sorry, I know people have suggested things all damn day. Have they tried a very warm washcloth on her tummy, on her abdomen area?
Yeah, we turned the heating pad and warmed it up and then unplugged it. And did the heating pad, and she's at that stage right now where she wants to be doing all the things. Like she wants to be calling and pulling up on stuff and walking. She's not quite there yet with the walking, so sitting still with the heating pad was not very successful.
Not a success. Yeah.
What are you doing, handsome baby? Are you jumping on my bed? What are you doing, handsome? I'm glad you're feeling better. Makes one of you.
Grandma ever, I swear to God. I can't, it's hard to even call you grandma because you're not even like 25. Okay, so
Oh my gosh.
you're such a liar.
She's a gilf.
She's totally making up her age, I swear to God. No, there's no way. This is not a 51-year-old.
You should see her when she pops her teeth out.
Or whatever, yeah. When she pops her teeth out, oh my God.
I know, anytime I hear Sarah, like the grandma thing, I'm like, no way. Lies and slander.
Such a grandma. Such a grandma. Why didn't you come and get on Mimi's bed?
Grandma. It's gonna be a cool grandma.
I know. He loves his Mimi. Look at his face. The red?
Yeah, look at his hands and his legs and his feet.
Has he got 10-foot mouth?
I don't know. They didn't say anything about it.
Did he have it when he was there?
It's just like his little face just started popping up.
It totally looks like he did mouth.
Really?
Explain why she's so miserable too.
She's a happy family though.
Yeah, but you know they've got the same thing. Hi, Stinker.
Serendipity, she can't hear us, can she? Your daughter?
Yeah, she can.
Oh, she can? Is that the one with the poochy face?
That's my daughter. This is my daughter-in-law.
Okay.
Yes.
I loved that. That was great. That was good.
Yes, her name is Pouty Lips.
The poochy.
No.
Like,
Serendipity, does Francie have that room yet, by chance?
He did not have it today, Vero. Yeah. She didn't have it yet. I promise. I will. What is today? Tuesday. I'm thinking she might actually do it tomorrow because they normally do a room on Wednesdays anyway.
Okay. All right, Punky. Let's look.
Yeah. So I'm thinking. I promise I will ping you when she has it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder if maybe it's just taking a while for the rash to pop up.
I would say when we know.
And then both have it. You'll know if she starts getting them too.
Rash.
Yeah, but no.
I'm so mad. I'm trying to find a dry cleaner for my husband's clothes. I just took these clothes to the dry cleaner, and I'm looking at the ironing job, and it's just fucking trash. I have to redo all the ironing. Pissed about it. All the lines, like all the creases and shit, wobbly. There's some of these have double creases. Like, oh my God, you couldn't pick a spot and go with it?
Right. That's crazy. And you spend good money for that.
In New York too, it's fucking crazy prices too. It's
like $50 per top, I bet.
For sure. Every dress shirt is $47 per dress shirt.
Oh, it's
$47. It's stupid. And the dress pants. Oh my God, I can't.
Same prices here in California. Oh yeah. I'd be mad. You're like, we didn't even do this right. You charge me how much? You lost your mind.
You know, maybe I need to open my own damn business. I'm good at that.
Let's do it. I'm really good at it too.
These are the skills, though, that kids and stuff like that now don't know. How to sell things like that. Like they're not taught like how to do things in real life. Like, when's the last time y'all found the volume of a cylinder? Okay.
The volume of a cylinder.
Exactly.
The other day when I was baking, I needed 2 cups, and I pulled out my cylinder with the 2 cup line, and that was when I found 2 cups of volume.
of water in volume.
Okay, anybody else?
Cylinder. Okay, period. That's what.
Anybody else? Okay, I didn't hear anybody have anything either. But yeah, it would be nice if they had life skills, right? Like the
stupid.
¿Qué pasa?
Where you been?
You know, just busy. Not on here as much.
Well, we've missed you.
I've missed you too. How you been?
Great. Husband and I just moved to a new place.
Yeah, I think that the last time we were talking, you were all stressed that you were moving, but you're in there now?
Yeah.
Nice.
My husband just walked in. Hold on.
Can settle down.
Baby, these ironing.
All right, now she's his problem. Now we can hang out, right, guys?
You're funny, Nick. I love you.
Thank you for giving me. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, nobody'd be left.
No, that's good. It's fun. But yeah, that's not funny though. Spend that kind of money and then not be done.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. She said they like did it and then undid it and then did it again. Like, and you're spending that much. I used to be able to make my singer sing Serendipity back in the day.
The singer sing.
Yeah, my singer sewing machine.
Yeah, I know what you meant when you said singer.
Got a lot of miles on it.
I want to know what my Beth is doing down there in the goop.
I don't know, I'm not a mod.
Hey, Beth.
Beth, come on. Beth,
If Katie's will holler at me later.
Why will she get mad? I don't know what's going on with that girl ever since after our little elope. Like, she's been weird. But we love Edie, dear. There's only one like Edie, we'll tell you, quite frankly.
That's right.
Dude, I remember when I first met her, I was like, who's this Men in Black chick? You know, because she's always got a picture of her in her sunglasses.
Assassin, PTO.
Yeah, like straight up, it's like Secret Service.
Assassin.
Yeah, I love
Nick's great. Nick, I forgot you could do that Trump impersonation so well. That's fucking hilarious, man. That's really good.
I've been working on, honestly, it's just was birthed on Clubhouse, just talking to everybody and making jokes, and it slowly got better.
It's really good. That's really funny.
It slowly got better.
It's really good.
Hello, Marcia.
Hey, what's up, Marcia?
How y'all done?
Good.
Serendipity does a Kamala impression that's good, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, I've not heard this.
The laugh.
Do the cackle.
You can? I want to hear it.
I can't do it on command.
Come on, it's October. Do it.
I can't do the
It's
cackle.
October, too, Alex. I like how there's no other qualification. It's October, so you should do this.
Yeah, see, I was trying to get her to not think about it. Just do the cackle.
Think about Kamala trying to explain the Ukraine and Russia to students and the size of the country.
Oh my gosh, it's very big. It's very big. It's like really big. I just remember her repeatedly saying how big it was. It's big.
See, the thing with the Kamala impression,
and
Serendipity, you got to start off from a middle class household. Okay?
And I mean,
and we lived in the middle of America.
Mm-hmm.
And I was mostly in the middle of our family.
And you see, I gave lots of head so that I could get out of the middle class and into all of the men folks, you know. Some of them nice, some of them not so nice. And, you know, I put on the pretty makeup and looked the pretty part.
She's awful.
You know.
It's crazy that Black America doesn't realize she locked up so many for, like, nothing in California. Like, hello? I know somebody.
Her way to that laugh. I know she was looking her way to that laugh.
She's
gotta give her. You gotta give her the scene, like talking about the space and the moon and the stars, like trying to explain that to kids. Like,
oh, serendipity! I can make it. I can get the cackle out of you. What kind of bees make milk?
I don't know what kind of bees make milk.
Boobies.
Oh my gosh. That's not gonna do it.
Come on.
I need better than the dad jokes. Come on now.
I thought, even as a dad joke, that's hilarious. I was laughing when I heard
boobies.
You should wear Halloween. See, women get this thing that men can't do, Sean. They always complain about, like, oh, men are so awesome. But they can use their boobs, okay, and their flirtatious behavior to, it's kind of like a video game. They turn up the charisma points. You know what I'm saying? They have this, like, thing. They can do weekend. I can't show a cop my balls to get out of a ticket, okay? Unless I'm in California, maybe. But anyway, you get it. You get it.
Oh, wow.
But it's true. Women have this.
My balls.
Have this. Yeah. How fast was I driving, Blue?
Hey, Nick. I got Beth up on the stage. Hey, Beth. Welcome in.
She just pulled me over. Hey, Beth.
What up, everybody? I only have a couple minutes and then I'll be back on, but you show your boobs. Just try it.
Just like let a nip slip? I don't think that'd work.
Press them together.
He'd be like, put that hairy titty away. You don't want to see that.
What was Alan saying? How non-feminist of you? I don't even know what he was talking about.
Machines.
Oh.
This is great. I just spent like real estate professionals afternoon drinking with a gentleman I just recruited to my team. It was fun. Fun times.
Did you drink?
Fun.
Isn't that what you did? Did you drink, Beth?
I had a happy hour. I had 4 beers.
Period.
It had like, I don't know how much. I just had him sign the paperwork and say, you're coming to my team, right? And he's like, yep. I said, here, Doc, you sign it. Thank you. I don't know what he was drinking. He was drinking beer, then gin or something. It's only not even 7:30.
Hell yeah.
Watch him call in. I'm hungover. I can't come in.
Now I have to put him through some training, so that'll be another deal tomorrow. But at least I got him to sign to say he would be coming over. This is another thing, Nick, you can do with your